Chapter 2964. At the same time, Qin Feiyang and the others also looked at the old man. Immediately, Qin Feiyang's face was full of joy as he hurriedly ran towards the old man. That's right. This old man was Qin Yuan. Uncle Yuan. Qin Feiyang was extremely excited. Although it had only been more than 10 years since the last time he came back, he missed it very much. It's really you. Qin Yuan was also overjoyed and said, "Let Uncle Yuan see if you have become thinner. Then take a good look." Qin Feiyang chuckled. Qin Yuan looked up and down, left and right. After a long time, he smiled and said, "Not only have you not become thinner, but you have gained weight." Is that so? Qin Feiyang looked at himself and said with a smile, "Then you have to pay more attention in the future." Pay attention to what? It's good to be fatter. In the future, give birth to a fat boy for Uncle Yuan. Then Uncle Yuan will not be bored in the future. Qin Yuan chuckled and said. Qin Feiyang said, "That's for sure. When the time comes, I will let you carry me until your arms go soft." Huh, Qin Yuan laughed loudly, unable to hide the joy in his heart. At this moment, Qin Badian and the others also walked over. When he saw Qin Badian and Lu Xingyang, Qin Yuan's eyes suddenly widened. It's us. Qin Badian nodded. Qin Yuan's gaze trembled, and he immediately wanted to kneel down and bow. Qin Badian and Lu Xingyang were quick to react and hurriedly pulled Qin Yuan. Qin Badian said, "Please don't do this. We can't afford it." Yes. We have heard from Ruoxue and the others about your contributions to the Great Qin and your care for the Qin clan and our Lu clan. If it weren't for you silently protecting them, the Qin clan and the Lu clan would have long disappeared from the Great Qin. So, the people who should really thank are us. Lu Xingyang said. The two of them looked at each other and bowed with their heads lowered. Thank you. You're welcome, you're welcome. We're all family. This is my duty. Qin Yuan hurriedly waved his hand, his eyes filled with tears. He was back. He was finally back. Uncle Yuan, let me introduce you. Qin Feiyang pulled Qin Yuan and walked in front of Yizhong, saying, "His name is Yizhong, he is my master." Qin Feiyang then looked at Yizhong and said with a smile, "Shizuan, this is my distant uncle. He has been taking care of me since I was young. If it weren't for him, I wouldn't be who I am now." "Hello, old Qin." Yizhong smiled and cupped his hands. "Hello, Elder Yi." Qin Yuan hurriedly returned the greeting. "You're welcome. You can just call me by my name. You've taught a good child. You don't know how outstanding Feiyang's performance was in the ancient realm." Yizhong smiled. "You're flattering me. It's his own hard work that made him a talent." Qin Yuan hurriedly waved his hand. "That's true, but a good guide is also very important. Speaking of which, I've picked up a big bargain. You've already nurtured him well. As his master, there's nothing for me to do." Yizhong smiled. "I'm ashamed." Qin Yuan shook his head. "Uncle Yuan, and these people," Qin Feiyang pointed at Xia Yuan and the others, saying, "They're all subordinates who followed the two ancestors and fought in all directions. They're all heroes of the Great Qin Empire. Greetings, old Qin." Xia Yuan and the others bowed. No need, no need." Qin Yuan waved his hand and said, "You're all respectable heroes and the pride of the Great Qin Empire. Don't mention it. We're just basking in the glory of Emperor Qin, Emperor Yang, and Your Highness." Xia Yuan said. Although Qin Yuan was already considered a junior in front of them, Qin Yuan's contributions to the Great Qin Empire were worthy of all of their respect. Qin Yuan glanced at everyone and looked at Qin Feiyang, saying, "You're all back. What about the ancient realm?" Qin Feiyang smiled and said, "The matter of the ancient realm has been settled. Great. The family can finally be reunited." Qin Yuan nodded with a smile on his face. Yes. Qin Feiyang nodded. This reunion did not come easy. Qin Yuan looked around and asked, "Where are the others? Why don't I see them? Could it be?" At this point, Qin Yuan's expression changed. "Don't be nervous, don't be nervous. Everyone's fine." Qin Feiyang hurriedly comforted and said with a smile, "I'll call them out now." With that, Qin Feiyang appeared in the black tortoise world. "Come out," Qin Feiyang said. One by one, figures walked out of the ancient castle and the courtyard next to it. Dong Jingyang, Tan Tai Li, the mermaid princess, Zhao Tai Lai, Tang Hai, Tan Tai Li, Qin Rushuang, Dan Wangkai, Chui Li, Willow Tree, and so on. There was also the blood Qilin, the white-eyed wolf, the thunder leopard, the big black wolf, Yu Huang, the three black leopard brothers, the golden divine leopard, and so on. Yi Cheng, Yi Shui, and grandfather Yi were also there. Qin Feiyang asked suspiciously, "Why don't I see the demon ancestor, Mu Tianyang, Mu Qin, and the others?" "Let's forget about it." The demon ancestor walked out of the ancient castle and shook his head. "If I go out and look at the great Qin Empire, I can't help but think of the Heavenly Sun Empire. At that time, I might do something crazy again. Are you sure you want me to go out?" Mu Tianyang and Mu Qin also walked out and looked at Qin Feiyang. "Then you can try." Qin Feiyang looked at him provocatively. "Do you really think I'm afraid of you now?" Mu Tianyang raised his eyebrows. Qin Feiyang smiled and said, "I don't know if you're afraid of me or not, but I know that I'm definitely not afraid of you." "Cocky." Mu Tianyang pouted. Qin Feiyang shook his head and laughed. "It wasn't easy for us to come back. Let's go out and take a look." The demon ancestor, Dong Jingyang, and Mu Qin looked at each other. "All right." The demon ancestor nodded. He had to face what he had to face. Running away from it wouldn't solve the problem. "Boss, hurry up. I can't wait," the big black wolf urged. He had always been curious and expectant about Qin Feiyang's hometown. What kind of place could give birth to so many terrifying people? For example, Qin Feiyang, Qin Badian, Lu Jingyang, they were all monstrous existences. Qin Feiyang smiled. With a wave of his hand, everyone appeared outside one after another. Qin Feiyang smiled and said, "Uncle Yuan, everyone is here." "Hello, old master." Everyone greeted Qin Yuan one after another. Qin Yuan glanced at them one by one and said with a smile, "I thought that you would hide in the black tortoise world like last time." "You must be joking." Tan Tai Li waved her hand and smiled. Qin Yuan chuckled and looked at the demon ancestor. Mu Tianyang smiled and said, "It's been many years. How have you been?" "Thank you for your concern." The demon ancestor shook his head. Qin Yuan smiled and said, "The past is like smoke. There's no need to cling to the past. Thank you for your comfort, old master." The demon ancestor cupped his hands. Mu Tianyang didn't say a word throughout. He looked around, and there seemed to be a trace of pain in his eyes. As for the big black wolf, the three black leopard brothers, Yi Shui, Yi Cheng, and old master Yi, they looked around curiously. "Feiyang, why don't I see Yi, Tan Wu, and the hellhound?" Qin Yuan swept a glance at everyone again and asked suspiciously. "Yi is still in the ancient world. Her master is the guardian of the ancient world. No need to worry. As for Tan Wu and the hellhound, I won't hide it from you. I don't know where they are either. After entering the ancient world back then, we separated." Qin Feiyang said. "I see." Qin Yuan was silent for a moment and said with a smile, "It's fine. Everyone has their own fate. As long as we don't forget them, it's fine." Qin Feiyang didn't say it explicitly, but he already understood that Tan Wu and the hellhound were likely doomed. "You're still the most open-minded." Qin Feiyang nodded and smiled. Qin Yuan smiled and said, "All right then. This old man will lead the way. We'll appreciate the present scenery of Great Qin while heading to the imperial capital." Then I'll have to trouble you. Qin Badian laughed. This stroll lasted for a day. When everyone arrived at the imperial palace, it was already almost evening. But when they entered the imperial palace, they all restrained their auras and didn't attract anyone's attention. They entered without anyone noticing. Everyone stood in the sky above the imperial palace. Qin Badian smiled and said, "The changes are quite big. I almost can't recognize you. Why don't you see how many years you've been away?" Tantai Li smiled and said, "That's right. I've spent tens of thousands of years in the ancient world. Instead, I haven't contributed at all to my homeland. I'm ashamed." Qin Badian shook his head. "Let's go down." Qin Feiyang looked at a pavilion below with a smile on his face. That was the autumn rain pavilion. After more than 10 years, it was still so familiar. "Let's go." Qin Badian smiled slightly. "Mother, father, I'm back." Qin Feiyang shouted and immediately rushed down. Autumn Rain Pavilion. At this moment, the emperor was sitting in front of his desk, reviewing memorials. Lu Qiuyu was also accompanying him by the side, and there were 2 maids beside her. When Qin Feiyang's voice sounded, the couple was stunned. The emperor put down the memorials in his hand, looked at Lu Qiuyu and asked, "Qiuyu, did you hear Feiyang's voice?" "Yes." Lu Qiuyu nodded. "It seems that we missed him too much and had an illusion at the same time." The emperor shook his head and smiled. Lu Qiuyu nodded. "Your Majesty, Queen Goddess, it shouldn't be an illusion, right? Because we heard it too." The 2 maids looked at each other and said, "You heard it too?" The couple was stunned. "Yes. It's indeed His Highness's voice." The 2 nodded. The couple looked at each other and immediately got up. They ran to the balcony and saw a group of people descending from below. Wasn't the person at the front the child that they had been thinking about day and night? "Mother, father," Qin Feiyang landed on the balcony with a smile on his face. Lu Qiuyu looked at Qin Feiyang and said in a daze, "Why are you back? Are we dreaming?" "Pinch it." Qin Feiyang grabbed Lu Qiuyu's hand and put it on his face. Lu Qiuyu gently pinched it with her fingers, then immediately looked at the emperor and said, "It's Feiyang." The emperor was stunned, then suddenly patted Qin Feiyang's head and said, "You brat, why didn't you tell me you were back? Can that still be called a surprise?" Qin Feiyang said with a smile. "Huh," the emperor laughed loudly. The father and son immediately hugged each other, and the scene was extremely harmonious. Lu Qiuyu was also full of smiles. But suddenly, she looked at Qin Badian and the others in front of her, and her face suddenly froze. At the same time, the emperor who was hugging Qin Feiyang also saw Qin Badian and the others. His eyes were fixed on Qin Badian and Lu Xingyang, and there was a trace of surprise in his eyes. Chapter 2965. At the same time, Qin Badian and Lu Xingyang were also looking at the couple. These were their descendants, the current emperor and empress. Feiyang, the emperor let go of Qin Feiyang and looked at Qin Badian and Lu Xingyang in a daze, murmuring, "They, whoosh." At this moment, accompanied by the sound of breaking through the air, several more figures broke through the air. Qin Feiyang's previous shout almost alarmed more than half of the imperial palace. Now it was Emperor Hong, Emperor Chen, Li Jian, Old Qin, Qin Sheng and others who rushed over. "Is Feiyang back?" From afar, Emperor Hong's voice came over. "Great-grandfather, it's me." Qin Feiyang responded. "You stinking brat, every time you come back, no one knows." Emperor Hong laughed and scolded. "Emperor Hong, this is called a surprise." Old Qin's voice sounded. Soon, several people landed in the sky above the autumn rain building. But when they saw everyone, they were stunned. There were so many people. Wait. Suddenly, several people also looked at Qin Badian and Lu Xingyang, their faces full of disbelief. Qin Badian and Lu Xingyang also looked up at several people. Father, Emperor Hong looked at Qin Baishan's face, and his mind suddenly felt like a bolt from the blue. That's right. This was father. Although 10,000 years had passed, there was not much change. Grandfather, Emperor Chen's eyes also trembled. As the son of Emperor Hong, Emperor Chen was naturally Qin Baishan's grandson. Feiyang, the emperor pulled Qin Feiyang's clothes. What's the matter? Qin Feiyang looked at his father suspiciously. The emperor looked at Qin Badian and old Qin, bewildered to the extreme. Qin Feiyang smiled and said, "They are standing in front of you, how can you not recognize them?" Of course, he knew that his father had already recognized him. It was just that it was too sudden and he didn't dare to believe it for a moment. Lu Chuyu asked, in other words, "We're not dreaming?" Of course it's not a dream. A living person is standing right in front of me. Qin Feiyang smiled. The husband and wife quivered. They quickly rose into the air and landed in front of Qin Badian and Lu Xingyang. They knelt in the air and said respectfully, "Unfilial descendants pay respect to the two ancestors." Lu Xingyang and Qin Badian looked at the couple and smiled. They stretched out their hands and said, "Get up." The couple stood up and looked at the two of them. Like children, they were at a loss of what to do. "Father, it really is father," Emperor Hong muttered. "It really is grandpa," Emperor Chen was trembling as well. Suddenly, the two looked at each other and ran down at the same time. They knelt in front of Qin Badian and said, "Unfilial son Qin Hong, unfilial grandson Qin Chen, kowtow in salute to father and grandfather." Good, good, good. Qin Badian nodded repeatedly. He personally helped the two of them up, only to see that the two of them were already in tears. "Father, you're finally back." Emperor Hong grabbed Qin Baishan's hand, his eyes full of tears. I'm back. Qin Badian nodded. His eyes could not help but moisten. He looked at Emperor Hong and said with a smile, "That little guy from back then has become so old." "Yes. This child is old, but father, you're still strong. You haven't changed at all." Emperor Hong nodded, snot and tears running down his face. Sigh. "I've let you down. Back then, when you were still so young, I left you behind and went to the ancient world. I put all the burden of great Qin on you. Child, do you hate me?" Qin Badian said. Emperor Hong lowered his head. "I know, you must hate me. I also admit that I'm not a dutiful father. I can face everyone in the world calmly, but only you. I'm sorry." Qin Baishan's face was full of self-blame. "No," Emperor Hong hurriedly shook his head. He looked up at Qin Badian and said, "I did blame you before. Great Qin had just been established and hadn't even stabilized yet, but you left, leaving me to face it alone. At that time, I really didn't know what to do. But I know that Great Qin is your blood and sweat. I can't let Great Qin collapse like this. That's why I've always worked hard to protect this country. I can't give it to you and bring shame to the Qin bloodline. Father, look, I've done it. Great Qin is still here. Your blood and sweat is still here. I didn't lose face for you." Emperor Hong cried like a child. "I saw it all. Father is proud of you." Qin Badian nodded. "Hate, if it were anyone else in this situation, they would be filled with hatred. But I know that you must have something great to do. As time passed, this hatred also became my longing for you. I've been thinking of you coming back all the time. Sometimes, I even dreamed of you coming back. And when I woke up and realized that all of this was fake, do you know how painful it was in my heart? I even thought that you'd already died outside. But when Feiyang came back from the ancient world, he told me that you were still alive. And you're still fighting for the people of the ancient world. Do you know how excited I was when I heard this news? Father, as long as you're alive, I'm satisfied." Emperor Hong closed his eyes, tears flowing down uncontrollably. "Thank you for your understanding. Qin Badian patted the back of Emperor Hong's old hand, the guilt in his heart growing stronger. Father, Emperor Hong couldn't hold it in anymore. He threw himself into Qin Baishan's arms, completely ignoring his image, and burst into tears. A white-haired old man throwing himself into a middle-aged man's arms and crying. To be honest, this was a very comical scene. But at this moment, no one made fun of him. They were only moved. Everyone silently looked at the father and son, tears welling up in their eyes. Qin Badian patted Emperor Hong's back and comforted him. All right, you're already an old man, and you're still crying like this. Aren't you afraid that the juniors will laugh at you? I'm not afraid. Emperor Hong shook his head and hugged Qin Badian tightly, as if he was afraid that he would disappear in the next moment. Whiz! At this moment, many more people rushed over. There were guards, palace maids, and eunuchs. Among them were Qin Feiyang's younger brothers and sisters, such as Qin Yun, Qin Ji, and so on. After more than 10 years, they had become more mature, and their sisters had become more beautiful and moving. They were also attracted by Qin Feiyang's shout from before. What's going on? But when they entered the Autumn Rain building, they saw that there were actually so many people there. What was even more inconceivable was that his great-grandfather was crying in the arms of a middle-aged man. This was too funny. Ahem. Qin Feiyang dryly coughed and reminded, Great-grandfather, my brothers and sisters are all here. So what if they're here? What are you afraid of? Emperor Hong angrily rebuked, looked up, and hurriedly got out of Qin Baishan's arms, and smiled embarrassedly. They really came. You think I'm lying to you? Qin Feiyang smiled. Emperor Hong glared at Qin Feiyang, wiped the tears on his face, and pulled Emperor Chen over with a smile. Father, this is my son, your grandson, Qin Chen. Grandfather. Emperor Chen bowed. Qin Badian looked at Emperor Chen and joked, even my grandson is old, I should admit that I'm old. At this moment, everyone laughed. What? Father? Grandfather? Those palace maids, eunuchs, guards, and Qin Yun were dumbfounded. Great-grandfather's father? Grandfather's grandfather? Wasn't this? A figure immediately appeared in their minds. The ancestor of the Qin clan, the founding emperor, Emperor Qin. Could it be? They hurriedly ran to the emperor and his wife and looked at Qin Badian. When they saw his face clearly, their eyes suddenly trembled. As the descendants of the Qin clan, who didn't know what Emperor Qin looked like. The man in front of them was exactly the same as the statue in the land of inheritance in the back mountain. Emperor Qin, it's really him. They were dumbfounded on the spot. Not only did their elder brother come back, but their ancestor also came back. Emperor Hong waved to the emperor and his wife and said with a smile, You too, come here. The couple walked over. Emperor Hong said with a smile, Father, they are my grandson and granddaughter-in-law. Yes. Qin Badian nodded, looked at the couple, and said, Thank you for your hard work. Not at all, not at all, the emperor hurriedly waved his hand. As the emperor of a country, the highest power of the great Qin, his means and courage were naturally quite impressive, but at this moment, in front of Qin Badian, he was incomparably reserved. You guys come over too, Emperor Hong waved to Qin Yun and the others. They hurriedly walked over. Emperor Hong looked at them and said with a kind smile, Do you recognize him? Yes. They nodded, their eyes fixed on Qin Badian. Father, these are the children of the two of them, and also Feiyang's younger brother and sister. Emperor Hong looked at Qin Badian and said with a smile. Qin Badian glanced at them and said with a smile, Not bad, my Qin clan can be considered prosperous. Emperor Hong looked at them and said, What are you guys still standing there for? Quickly kneel down. Oh. The few of them nodded and hurriedly knelt in the air, saying respectfully, Greetings, ancestor. Good. Qin Badian nodded, his face full of gratification. So lively. At this time, a slightly cold voice rang out. Everyone looked over and saw an imposing young man with an outstanding temperament, stepping on the air. Qin Feiyang looked up, and a smile suddenly appeared on his face. That's right. This person was Qin Haotian. He was also attracted by Qin Feiyang's voice. Originally, he thought that only Qin Feiyang had returned, but he didn't expect there to be so many people. Haotian, come here quickly. Emperor Hong waved his hand. Qin Haotian scanned the audience, and when his gaze fell on Qin Badian and Lu Xingyang, his pupils suddenly shrank. But then, he returned to normal and landed directly in front of Qin Feiyang. Emperor Hong frowned and said, I told you to come over, what are you doing in front of your big brother? Qin Haotian didn't say a word, looking at Qin Feiyang, as if to distinguish between real and fake. Don't look, it's the real deal. Qin Feiyang laughed. Greetings, big brother. Qin Haotian smiled and bowed. Big brother, Qin Feiyang murmured. Don't misunderstand, I just politely called you big brother in public, I don't really like you. Qin Haotian said lightly. You brat, Qin Feiyang shook his head and laughed. Badian, this kid's temperament is not bad. Lu Xingyang looked at Qin Haotian and laughed in a low voice. Qin Badian nodded his head. Even without mentioning Qin Wentian's talent, Qin Baishan's temperament wasn't something ordinary people could compare to. Chapter 2966. After greeting Qin Feiyang, Qin Haotian walked in front of Emperor Hong. Emperor Hong pulled Qin Haotian and said with a smile, Haotian, let me introduce you. No need to explain, I know who they are. Qin Haotian shook his head and bowed. Qin Haotian, descendant of the Qin clan, greets the two ancestors. Good. The two nodded. Qin Badian asked with a smile, I heard that you have also reached ancestral awakening? Yes. Qin Haotian waved his hand, and a wisp of purple gold dragon power appeared. Not bad, my Qin clan finally has a successor. Qin Badian nodded and laughed. Qin Haotian asked suspiciously, Ancestor, what do you mean, big brother doesn't count? Count, definitely count. You are all good sons of my Qin clan, the future of the Qin clan depends on you. Qin Badian said. Ancestor, you are young and strong, why do you say such old words? With you here, the future of the Qin clan, do you still need us to contribute? Qin Feiyang laughed mischievously. What? Are you ready to be a hands-off shopkeeper? Qin Badian stared at Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang said, I don't. If there's anything you need me for, just say the word. You stinking brat. Look at yourself, even your great-grandfather and grandfather are so old, let alone me. Shouldn't I be a little older? Qin Badian rolled his eyes. Yes. Qin Feiyang nodded repeatedly. Emperor Hong said, Father, don't keep standing here, let's go in and talk slowly. There are so many of us, can we sit in the room? Qin Badian smiled. Of course. The emperor nodded and hurriedly led the way. A group of people entered the hall one after another. Don't say. There were too many people, it was really crowded. But no one cared. Beside the coffee table, Qin Badian looked at Yi Zhong and said with a smile, Brother Yi, please take a seat. No need, this old man is fine. Yi Zhong waved his hand and smiled. How can that be? You are our esteemed guest. How can we neglect you? Qin Badian shook his head. At this moment, Emperor Hong and the others finally noticed Yi Zhong. In fact, they had seen them before, but they only thought that they were Qin Baishan's subordinates. But looking at it now, it didn't seem right. He was actually so polite. Emperor Hong looked at Qin Badian and asked suspiciously, Father, this is? I haven't had the chance to introduce him yet. This is Yi Zhong. He's a famous figure in the ancient realm. This time, we invited him to visit the great Qin Empire. Furthermore, he has another identity. Qin Badian smiled mysteriously and kept them in suspense. What identity? Everyone was surprised. Qin Badian smiled and said, he is Fei Yang's master. Fei Yang's master. Everyone's heart trembled. They were very clear about Qin Fei Yang's strength. It was not an ordinary strength. But this old man was actually Qin Fei Yang's master? Then how terrifying was his strength? It can be said that in the current ancient realm, he can be considered one of the strongest. Qin Badian said with a smile. One of the strongest. Everyone was shocked and hurriedly bowed, saying, "Greetings, old Senior Yi." Including Emperor Hong and Emperor Chen. Not to mention this person's strength, just saying that he was Qin Fei Yang's master was enough to treat him as an esteemed guest. "You're welcome." Yi Zhong waved his hand and smiled, and said, "Don't listen to Qin Baishan's nonsense. This old man is just an ordinary person. Old Senior is too modest." Emperor Hong shook his head and smiled. To be able to become Qin Fei Yang's master, how could he be an ordinary person? Moreover, with Qin Fei Yang's eyesight, he would not take an ordinary person seriously, let alone acknowledge him as his master. And, Qin Badian pointed to Yi Cheng and the other two and said with a smile, "He is Yi Cheng, Brother Ye's younger brother, and she is Yi Shui, Brother Ye's granddaughter, and this old man is Brother Ye's father." Shui, greets uncle, auntie, uncles, grandfather. Yi Shui, bowed to everyone. You're welcome, Lu Qiuyu waved her hand. She was really a sensible and well-behaved little girl, and said with a smile, "In the future, treat this as your own home. Don't be reserved." "Okay, auntie." Yi Shui, smiled sweetly. White-Eyed Wolf muttered, "Little Qin Zi, this little girl is too honest now." This was not Yi Shui's character. It's a little abnormal. Qin Fei Yang secretly nodded. At this moment, Lu Qiuyu walked in front of the mermaid princess, grabbed the mermaid princess's hand, and said with a smile, "Girl, you must have suffered with Fei Yang all these years." "No." The mermaid princess shook her head. Lu Qiuyu smiled slightly, then looked at Zhao Tai Lai and the others, and said with a smile, "No matter what, it's good that you're back." A smile appeared on everyone's face. Lu Qiuyu looked outside, then looked at everyone, and said with a smile, "It's only evening. I'll go tell the Imperial Kitchen to prepare some food and wine for you all to have a good gathering." "I'll go too." The Emperor stood up and said. Lu Qiuyu said, "Don't you want to stay with everyone? Fei Yang and the others will accompany me." The Emperor smiled, looked at Qin Fei Yang, and said, "Treat everyone well." "Okay." Qin Fei Yang nodded, and there was a trace of suspicion in his eyes. What was wrong with his father? As the master of the imperial palace, why didn't he stay to accompany them? "What's wrong with you?" When the couple walked out of the Qiuyu pavilion, Lu Qiuyu also looked at the emperor suspiciously. "This time I brought back so many powerhouses, the pressure is a bit too much. Let me take a break first," the emperor said. Lu Qiuyu was stunned, and then she laughed. "Laugh all you want." The emperor pursed his lips, and said in a low voice, "Say, how strong is Fei Yang's master?" "How would I know? But seeing how the two old ancestors are so polite, he must be extraordinary," Lu Qiuyu said. The emperor shook his head, and said with a smile, "Our child is capable." "Of course, who gave birth to him?" Lu Qiuyu said proudly. The emperor said, "Then it's my share." "What does it have to do with you?" "Fei Yang came from my stomach," Lu Qiuyu said. The emperor looked around, and seeing that there was no one around, he laughed and said, "Then if I don't sow seeds, would you be able to conceive him?" "What nonsense are you talking about?" Lu Qiuyu's cheeks turned red, and she glared at the man in front of her. The older he got, the more indecent he became. In the hall, the two maids kept bringing chairs, and everyone took their seats one after another. The big black wolf and other fierce beasts turned into palm-sized beasts, either lying on Qin Fei Yang's legs or lying on Qin Fei Yang's shoulders. The five-clawed golden dragon transformed into a human form and sat with Zhao Tai Lai and the others. Qin Fei Yang took a sip of tea, looked at Lu Xingyang, and asked with a smile, "Do you want to inform the Lu family?" Lu Xingyang waved his hand and said with a smile, "No need, I'll go to the Lu family tomorrow to take a look. Then I'll go together and see the Lu family's descendant." Qin Badian said with a smile. Emperor Hong said, "Then father, tell us about the ancient world now." The ancient world. It's a place full of opportunities, but also full of danger, Qin Badian slowly explained. Everyone was fascinated. Qin Haotian looked at everyone and said, "Big brother, let's go out and talk." Qin Feiyang was slightly taken aback, looked at Qin Haotian, and nodded. Then the two got up, walked to the pavilion outside, and sat opposite each other. "Tea or wine?" Qin Haotian asked. "Wine." Qin Feiyang smiled slightly. "En?" Qin Haotian looked at Qin Feiyang in surprise. Qin Feiyang said with a smile, "Brothers are reunited, of course we have to drink, right?" "Okay." Qin Haotian nodded and took out a wine jar and 2 wine cups from his Cosmos bag. As he poured the wine, he said, "I thought that it would be another few hundred years or even longer before you could return after you left." Qin Feiyang said with a smile, "Things went smoothly beyond my imagination." "Then this time, you won't leave again." Qin Haotian pushed the wine cup in front of Qin Feiyang. "What's wrong? You want to unload the burden so soon?" Qin Feiyang held the wine cup, took a sip, and said with a smile. "You don't know, but I've been following my father for more than 10 years, learning how to deal with the state affairs. It's really annoying." Qin Haotian shook his head and sighed, then raised his head and drank the wine in the cup. "You've only just arrived, and you're already annoyed. When you succeed the throne in the future, won't you complain all day long?" Qin Feiyang was speechless. "I really didn't think of that. I was looking forward to you coming back sooner. Now that you're back, it's better for you to do it," Qin Haotian said. Qin Feiyang murmured, looked up at the night sky, and a cold light gradually appeared in his eyes. "What's wrong? The matter of the ancient world hasn't been settled yet?" Qin Haotian was suspicious. "The matter of the ancient world has been settled, but there's a new battle waiting for me. And it's more dangerous than the ancient world." Qin Feiyang retracted his gaze and said with a faint smile. "Again? You're not done, right?" Qin Haotian frowned. "Who doesn't want to live a normal life? But you also know that most of the time, we don't have a choice. Just like when you succeed the throne, you have to do it even if you don't want to." Qin Feiyang sighed. "So, this time you're back, you're only staying for a few days?" Qin Haotian raised his eyebrows. "And prepare to choose a date to marry your sister-in-law." Qin Feiyang smiled. "Marry?" Qin Haotian was stunned. Qin Feiyang said, "After so many years, it's time to give her a status, right?" Qin Haotian looked at the attic, then looked at Qin Feiyang, and couldn't react for a while. "They're actually going to get married? What's wrong? You seem to be a little unhappy." Qin Feiyang smiled. "This is a matter between you and sister-in-law. Why would I be unhappy? It's just that it's too sudden." Qin Haotian shook his head. "Then when the time comes, you have to prepare a big gift. I don't want it if it's too light." Qin Feiyang smiled. "With your current strength and status, is there anything that can catch your eye?" Qin Haotian pursed his lips. Qin Feiyang shook his head and smiled, saying, "How is it? Have you met a girl you fell in love with at first sight?" Qin Haotian was stunned and looked a little uncomfortable, saying, "I'm talking about you." "Why are you talking about me? You're not young anymore. You can go find one." Qin Feiyang smiled. "If you're not in a hurry, why should I be? You'd better deal with your own affairs first." Qin Haotian took a sip of wine and said indifferently. Qin Feiyang also picked up his wine glass again and said with a smile, "It's really good for us brothers to sit together like this, drinking wine calmly and chatting." Hearing this, Qin Haotian's eyes couldn't help but ripple, and then he smiled at Qin Feiyang. "Let's vote, brothers." Chapter 2967. "You two brothers are already drinking?" Lu Qiuyu and the emperor walked in hand. They looked at Qin Feiyang and Qin Haotian sitting in the pavilion and smiled. Just a little bit. Qin Feiyang smiled. Then I'll drink with you too. Qiuyu, go in and entertain everyone. The emperor patted Lu Qiuyu's shoulder and strode into the pavilion. Lu Qiuyu shook her head and followed into the pavilion. Father, why don't you go in? Qin Feiyang was puzzled. There's pressure. The emperor shook his head. What pressure? Qin Haotian took out a wine cup and poured wine while asking. The emperor said, how can there not be pressure when so many experts are gathered together? What does that have to do with anything? We're not outsiders. Qin Feiyang couldn't help but laugh. We're not outsiders, but we're not familiar with each other yet. Let me get used to it first. The emperor held the wine cup and drank it in one gulp. He looked at Qin Feiyang and said, what's your master's cultivation level? Perfection imperishable stage. Qin Feiyang said. Is he very strong? The emperor was stunned. Very strong. I'm only a half-step imperishable stage now. Let's put it this way. Master's strength is not inferior to our ancestors. He can destroy the entire Great Qin with a flick of his finger. Qin Feiyang smiled. Impressive. The emperor was speechless. There is such a huge difference between your cultivation and that of your master. Can you defeat him? Qin Haotian looked at Qin Feiyang suspiciously. Qin Feiyang was stunned and shook his head. That's going against your master. I'm just saying. What does it matter? Qin Haotian pouted. In terms of cultivation, I'm definitely not as strong as master. But if I use all my means, I should be able to defeat him. Qin Feiyang smiled. Qin Haotian was surprised. Then you can be called the strongest person in the ancient world? I wouldn't dare. Qin Feiyang hurriedly waved his hand and said with a smile, we must be modest, understand? I really didn't realize how humble you are. Qin Haotian rolled his eyes. Qin Feiyang shook his head and smiled bitterly. To be honest, in the outside world, my strength is really nothing. For example, I have a friend called Madman. His strength is no weaker than mine. So powerful? Qin Haotian and the emperor looked at each other. Yes. When we fought the dragons, he almost single-handedly wiped out the dragons. Even those at the great perfection imperishable stage would have to make a detour when they see him. There's another young man. I don't know his name. Anyway, he's very mysterious. His strength is even more terrifying. He even dares to openly provoke the dragons. As for the dragons, I should have told you before that they are the rulers of the ancient world. Qin Feiyang smiled. Now that you mention it, the outside world is really full of experts. The emperor shook his head. So, we can't be complacent. We must keep a low profile and be humble. After all, there's always a higher mountain. However, you don't have to worry. No matter how chaotic the outside world is, it won't affect the Great Qin. Qin Feiyang smiled. We're not worried about ourselves, but about you. We were afraid that something would happen to you outside. But now that you're back, everything is in the past. From now on, our family will live peacefully like this. The emperor smiled. Qin Haotian pursed his lips and said, Father, big brother, cough. Qin Feiyang coughed dryly and interrupted Qin Haotian. What? The emperor looked at Qin Haotian suspiciously. Qin Haotian glanced at Qin Feiyang and then looked at the emperor with a smile. Nothing. I just wanted to say that big brother is getting married. He originally thought that Qin Feiyang would leave, but it seemed that Qin Feiyang didn't want him to say it. Get married? The emperor was slightly taken aback. He looked at Qin Feiyang and asked, Really? I do plan to. Qin Feiyang nodded and smiled. This is a good thing. You're finally enlightened. Good. Tomorrow, I'll go find someone and choose an auspicious day to go to the Sea of Despair to propose marriage to the Mermaid Emperor. The Emperor was overjoyed. If there was one thing he was most concerned about, it would undoubtedly be Qin Feiyang's marriage. Father, don't be anxious. I haven't asked her yet. Qin Feiyang said. Yu has followed you for so many years. What does she want from you? Doesn't she just want to be with you? There's no need to ask. She'll definitely agree. The Emperor waved his hand. It's better to ask. After all, it's a matter between two people. Qin Feiyang smiled. Unable to dissuade Qin Feiyang, he could only agree. The Emperor nodded and said, Okay. Hurry up and find a time to have a good chat with her. We'll settle it for her as soon as possible. Father, why do I feel that you're more anxious than Big Brother? Qin Haotian looked at the Emperor jokingly. Of course I'm anxious. How old are they? Look at Ling Yunfei and the others. Their children are already running around. Only your big brother doesn't seem to be anxious all day long. And, don't just talk about your big brother. You should also work harder. The Emperor glared at Qin Haotian. Why should I work harder? Qin Haotian shook his head. You're not young anymore. It's time to think about it. But let me tell you, finding a wife is the most important thing in life. You must choose carefully. The Emperor said. Got it. Qin Haotian waved his hand impatiently. You're still impatient? Let me tell you, this woman must be virtuous, well-educated, and sensible. Especially the relationship between family members. This woman is very important. For example, those narrow-minded and selfish women. If you marry them, it will affect the harmony of the family. I will absolutely not allow this kind of thing to happen. Because we are a family, so we must live in harmony. The Emperor said. Yes. Qin Haotian nodded repeatedly. They shouldn't have discussed this. The Emperor suddenly looked at Qin Feiyang and asked, Feiyang, that girl called Yi Shui, what's her character like? Yi Shui? Qin Feiyang was stunned. He glanced at Qin Haotian and mocked, Father, are you trying to pull strings to build a bridge? Don't let the goodies flow into the fields of outsiders. The Emperor chuckled softly. Qin Haotian raised his eyebrows and said angrily, Father, you're going too far. Don't talk about wind or rain, okay? She's a guest and a big shot in the ancient world. Why would she take a fancy to people from a small place like ours? What about a small place? Our Qin clan is not bad either. Look at your brother and your ancestors. They're not the same. They're all famous big shots. The Emperor said. Enough. I don't have such thoughts now. Besides, can't you see that she's interested in Big Brother? Qin Haotian was helpless. The Emperor was stunned. Qin Feiyang was also stunned. He looked at Qin Haotian unhappily and said, What nonsense are you talking about? You're really hopeless. I knew something was wrong when I saw the way Yi Shui looked at you. You've known her for so long, but you didn't notice it at all? Qin Haotian shook his head. What way? Qin Feiyang was suspicious. The way she looks at you with admiration. Qin Haotian rolled his eyes. Qin Feiyang was stunned. No way, why didn't I see it? The Emperor also looked suspicious. Sigh. Qin Haotian shook his head and sighed. Why are you sighing? The Emperor frowned. There's an old saying that's true. Like father, like son. You're hopeless. Qin Haotian shook his head. Qin Feiyang and the Emperor looked at each other and suddenly got up and said angrily, You brat, are you looking for a beating? Qin Haotian was also prepared. He grinned and immediately got up to slip away. Brat. The Emperor laughed and then looked at Qin Feiyang and said, If that's the case, then you can consider it. Consider what? Qin Feiyang was suspicious. Your brother is right. You're hopeless. The emperor glared at Qin Feiyang angrily and also got up and walked to the attic with his hands behind his back. Who did I offend? Qin Feiyang was speechless. Then, while drinking, he looked up at the night sky and recalled the scene when he was with Yi Shui. Was there? The efficiency of the imperial kitchen was quite good. In less than an hour, several large tables of delicacies were delivered to them. Everyone sat and drank until the wee hours of the morning. Then, Lu Qiuyu arranged a place for everyone to stay. As a dignified imperial palace, there were countless palaces. No matter how many people came, they would all stay. Qin Batian, Lu Xingyang, Qin Yuan, and Yi Zhong followed Emperor Hong and Emperor Chen to the back mountain of the imperial palace. Not bad. Grandpa Hong, Grandpa Chen, you really know how to enjoy yourself. Yi Shui looked around and giggled. Emperor Hong chuckled and said, if you like it, you can stay here in the future. Yi Shui said, then it's a deal, don't find me annoying in the future. No. We're happy to have more people to talk to. Emperor Hong laughed. What is this? Suddenly, Yi Shui looked at the stone platform in the middle of the lake. There were a few statues on the stone platform. Qin Batian, Lu Xingyang, Yi Zhong, Yi Cheng, and Old Man Yi also looked over suspiciously. This is the place of inheritance that Feiyang created for our Qin clan. Emperor Hong smiled. Place of inheritance? The few of them were stunned. Yes. All the skills he mastered were left here. And here, there is his blood essence. This is specially left for the future descendants of our Qin clan. The reason why Haotian's bloodline could revert to its ancestor is because he received Feiyang's inheritance. Emperor Hong smiled slightly. It's really hard on him. Compared to what he has done, my Qin clan's ancestor is really not worth mentioning. Qin Batian shook his head and sighed. You have also done a lot for our Qin clan. Do you still remember the inheritance you left in the Merfolk clan and the drop of blood essence in the Imperial Jade Seal? Emperor Hong asked. Qin Batian nodded. It was because of your inheritance and that drop of blood essence that Feiyang's bloodline reverted to its ancestor. Emperor Hong said. All of this is destined by the heavens. Qin Batian chuckled, then turned to look at Yi Zhong and asked with a smile, Brother Yi, are you used to it? Cultivators like us, aren't we the same wherever we go? Yi Zhong smiled slightly. That's good. If you need anything in the future, just let me know. Qin Batian said. I won't be polite with you. Yi Zhong smiled. Then let's rest. Tomorrow, I'll take you around. Qin Batian said. Okay. Yi Zhong nodded. Chapter 2968. At the same time. In the pavilion of the House of Autumn Rain. A man and a woman snuggled together, looking at the full moon in the night sky. It was very warm. Feiyang, it feels good to be home. That's right. The two of them were Qin Feiyang and the mermaid princess. Yes. I really don't want to leave. Qin Feiyang smiled and nodded. I don't want to leave, the mermaid princess pondered for a while and said, then why don't you let it go? Let it go, Qin Feiyang murmured and sighed. Chang Shui, mermaid emperor, black-winged emperor, sword emperor, white-winged emperor, big cousin, inner demons. How can I let go of all of them? The mermaid princess fell silent. Qin Feiyang looked down at the woman in his arms and asked, You're persuading me to let it go, but can you let it go yourself? The mermaid princess' expression stiffened and she shook her head. The mermaid emperor, black-winged emperor, and white-winged emperor were her ancestors. How could she let it go? Qin Feiyang comforted her. Don't worry, I will definitely find them. Okay. The mermaid princess nodded. The two ancestors didn't mention these things. Obviously, they didn't want father and grandfather to know. So, we have to be careful when we talk in the future. Don't let it slip. Qin Feiyang said. I know. The mermaid princess replied. Qin Feiyang smiled and said, "There's one more thing I want to discuss with you." "What is it?" The mermaid princess was stunned. Qin Feiyang hugged the mermaid princess tightly and whispered, "Let's get married." The mermaid princess' body trembled. "I've really let you down all these years. You've been living in fear and wandering around with me. I really don't know how to make it up to you. You also know that I'm a very dull person. I don't know how to sweet talk. But I promise that for the rest of my life, I will take good care of you, protect you, and make sure that you will never be sad or cry again." Qin Feiyang muttered. The mermaid princess couldn't help but tear up. She had been waiting for this moment for a very long time. Sometimes, she even wanted to bring it up. However, she knew that Qin Feiyang was an ambitious and responsible man, so she didn't say anything and just quietly accompanied him. And now, Qin Feiyang had taken the initiative to speak. How could she not be happy? "Will you marry me?" Qin Feiyang lowered his head and looked into the eyes of the mermaid princess. Looking at Qin Feiyang's affectionate eyes, the mermaid princess's heart was beating wildly, and she couldn't calm down for a while. Qin Feiyang's heart skipped a beat. Was she going to reject him? His heart was in a state of panic. "Yes, I know. If you marry me, you will definitely be afraid in the future. After all, I still have to go to the 4th floor. But I swear that I will protect you with my life. Whoever dares to bully you, I will kill them." Qin Feiyang roared. "Lower your voice, don't startle everyone." The mermaid princess quickly covered Qin Feiyang's mouth and looked around. Seeing that no one was paying attention, she was relieved. "Don't be afraid." Qin Feiyang shook his head, grabbed the hands of the mermaid princess, and said, "Marry me, I believe. No, I believe that I have the ability to take good care of you." Looking at Qin Feiyang's expectant eyes, the mermaid princess turned her head and leaned on the stone table, holding her chin with both hands. "I'll think about it." "What's there to think about?" Qin Feiyang was anxious. The mermaid princess said without turning her head, "Of course I have to think about it." "But, Qin Feiyang was really anxious. Looking at the side of the mermaid princess's face, for a moment, he was at a loss and didn't know what to do. The mermaid princess chuckled, lowered her head, and said with a red face, "Silly, why would I refuse?" Qin Feiyang was stunned, and then his spirit was lifted. "Then you agree? What else?" The mermaid princess rolled her eyes at him. Qin Feiyang suddenly cheered, picked up the mermaid princess, and spun around in the pavilion. "What are you doing? Put me down, don't startle everyone." The mermaid princess struggled and said, "No. If mother and the others see it, they will be happier than me." Qin Feiyang laughed. "Why are you like a child?" The mermaid princess shook her head helplessly and said, "Put me down, I have something to say." "Yes, madam." Qin Feiyang grinned and gently put the mermaid princess down. The two continued to sit at the stone table. The mermaid princess suspiciously asked, "Why do you suddenly want to get married? You are so beautiful and gentle, I have to tie you up early, otherwise what if you run away with someone else?" Qin Feiyang laughed. "Really?" The mermaid princess looked at him suspiciously. "Of course it's true. If you run away with someone else, I will regret it for the rest of my life." Qin Feiyang nodded. "At least you have a conscience." The mermaid princess snuggled in Qin Feiyang's arms again and said, "I don't object to marriage, but you have to think about it. When a man has a family, there are more things to worry about. Your enemy is no longer the dragons, but the ice dragon, the small beast, and the countless powerhouses on the 4th floor. When facing them, even the slightest hesitation will make you regret it for the rest of your life." "I know." Qin Feiyang nodded. "So?" the mermaid princess asked. Qin Feiyang smiled and said, "Let's get married first and have children in the future. If we don't have children, there won't be so many worries." "Who wants to have children with you?" The mermaid princess's cheeks suddenly burned. Qin Feiyang said suspiciously, if you don't have children with me, who will? Some women. Look at Sister Shangguan, Sister Yu, and Yi. Which one of them isn't infatuated with you? Also, Shui is also interested in you. The mermaid princess said. Ah. Qin Feiyang was stunned. Only a fool like you can't see it. The mermaid princess shook her head. Qin Feiyang hurriedly said, but you know, I only have you in my heart. I know. However, I really don't object to you marrying home. The mermaid princess said with a smile. Are you testing me? Qin Feiyang frowned. Am I in the mood? I'm telling the truth. The princess of the human race was helpless. But Shangguan Fenglan told me that all women in the world actually want a complete relationship. Qin Feiyang said. Then you can treat me as an exception. Actually, if it were other women, would definitely not agree. If you dare to take the initiative to provoke them, I will hate you for the rest of my life. However, Shangguan Xiao and the rest are different. For you, they have sacrificed too much. Not to mention others, even I am touched. The most important thing is that I get along with them, so I don't mind. Didn't great-grandpa and grandpa always say that the Qin family has too few descendants? They even forced uncle and auntie to keep having children. This is an opportunity. As long as you marry Sister Shangguan and the rest, won't you have a lot of children and grandchildren in the future? The mermaid princess said. Qin Feiyang smiled bitterly, rubbed the mermaid princess' head, and said, you are really a silly girl. I know so many women, but you are the only one who pushed your man into the arms of other women. Silly people have silly luck. The mermaid princess giggled. Silly luck? I think you are just silly. Alright, in this life, I only have you in my heart, and it will be the same in the next life. In the next life after that, I will still pester you. So, don't think about running away. Qin Feiyang hugged the mermaid princess' slender waist tightly and said affectionately. The mermaid princess looked up at Qin Feiyang and said, really? Yes. Qin Feiyang nodded and looked at the mermaid princess's cheeks and red lips. For a moment, there was a different kind of restlessness in his heart. He said in a low voice, how about we enter the bridal chamber tonight? Dirty. The mermaid princess immediately began to struggle. But Qin Feiyang hugged her tightly and couldn't break free. Then she gave up and let Qin Feiyang do whatever he wanted. Be gentle, it hurts. I'm very gentle, okay? Come here for a while. Yes, here. Is it comfortable? Yes, it's comfortable. In front of the attic. Lu Chuyu looked at the pavilion suspiciously and said, what are these two children doing? A man and a woman alone, what else can they do? The emperor walked over, looked at the pavilion in the night, and smiled. Hearing this, Lu Chuyu's cheeks turned slightly red. Let's go, don't look, don't disturb them. The emperor dragged Lu Chuyu to the second floor. In fact, the two of them didn't do anything. Qin Feiyang was purely massaging the mermaid princess. The next day, early morning. On the second floor, in a room. The mermaid princess woke up and found that Qin Feiyang had been holding her tightly. Her heart couldn't help but be filled with happiness. Hearing a sound in the backyard, she knew that Lu Chuyu was making breakfast, so she gently pulled away Qin Feiyang's hand and prepared to get up. Sleep a little longer. Qin Feiyang suddenly pulled her back again. You're awake? The mermaid princess was stunned. No. Qin Feiyang shook his head, his eyes still closed. You're not awake, are you talking in your sleep? The mermaid princess rolled her eyes and said, let go of me, I'll help Auntie cook. No need to help, mother can do it alone. Sleep a little longer. Qin Feiyang hugged the mermaid princess and didn't let go. The mermaid princess shook her head helplessly. After dawdling for a long time, the two of them finally got up. Qin Feiyang stretched and said, I slept so well. The mermaid princess tidied up her clothes and said, you slept well, but I was tortured by you. How did I torture you? Qin Feiyang was stunned and looked at her suspiciously. After being together for so many years, I only just realized that you snore when you sleep. It's so noisy that I can't sleep well all night. The mermaid princess stared at Qin Feiyang snappily. Snore? Why don't I know? Qin Feiyang was stunned. Which person who snores would know that he snores? The mermaid princess rolled her eyes. That's probably because I'm tired. Qin Feiyang smiled embarrassedly. All right, hurry up, go downstairs and wash up. The mermaid princess took Qin Feiyang's clothes from the hanger and threw them to Qin Feiyang. Then she opened the door and walked out. Do I really snore? Qin Feiyang took the clothes and looked at the mermaid princess and mumbled. Chapter 2969. In the hall. On the dining table, there were already more than a dozen delicious dishes neatly arranged. Lu Qiuyu was busy, but her face was full of smiles. Aunt. Mermaid princess went downstairs. Lu Qiuyu smiled and said, You're awake, did you sleep well last night? Listen well. Mermaid princess nodded and said apologetically, I originally wanted to get up and help, but Feiyang, no need to explain, no need to explain. Aunt is experienced, I understand. Lu Qiuyu hurriedly waved her hand. Aunt, it's not, Mermaid princess hurriedly said, but before she could finish, Lu Qiuyu returned to the backyard. It's not what you think. Mermaid princess shook her head and went into the bathroom. Soon. Lu Qiuyu came back with 2 bowls of millet porridge. Mermaid princess had also finished washing up. She walked to the table, smelled it, and said with a smile, It smells good. It smells good. Eat more later. Lu Qiuyu smiled. Yes, Aunt. Mermaid princess nodded and giggled. Lu Qiuyu rubbed Mermaid princess's head and turned to enter the backyard. Wait. Suddenly. Lu Qiuyu turned to look at Mermaid princess and said, Girl, shouldn't you change your way of addressing me? Ah. Mermaid princess looked at the table full of side dishes and couldn't help but want to steal some. Suddenly, she heard Lu Qiuyu's voice and was startled. She quickly retracted her hand and looked at Lu Qiuyu. As for Lu Qiuyu's words, she didn't hear it clearly. Forget it if you didn't hear it. Lu Qiuyu shook her head. Mermaid princess scratched her head and asked, Auntie, did Feiyang snore when he was young? Snore? Lu Qiuyu was startled, and shook her head. No, he sleeps very quietly. Really? Mermaid princess asked. Yes. Lu Qiuyu nodded, and then returned to the backyard. Aunt, I'll help you. The mermaid princess ran in as well. At this moment, Qin Feiyang also walked down lazily. Duh. Meanwhile, following a series of steady footsteps, the emperor walked in wearing a dragon robe and a dragon crown. Father, good morning. Qin Feiyang reached out his hand to say hello and then walked towards the bathroom. Early? The emperor was slightly stunned. He turned to look at the sun outside and frowned. You brat, don't tell me you just woke up now. Yes. Qin Feiyang nodded. He looked back at the emperor and asked, What's wrong? I've already returned from morning court and you're only up now? You're really good at sleeping. Di Wang said. Haven't you slept for a long time? Qin Feiyang laughed dryly. The emperor rolled his eyes and smiled ambiguously. First time, I understand. After saying that, he went upstairs. First time? Understand? What the hell? Qin Feiyang scratched his head in confusion, then turned around and entered the bathroom. A moment later, Lu Qiuyu and the mermaid princess came out from the backyard. The emperor had also changed into ordinary clothes. It's time to eat. Lu Qiuyu smiled. Qin Feiyang walked out of the bathroom, looking a lot more energetic. Where are the others? Seeing that there was only his family, Qin Feiyang asked suspiciously. Lu Qiuyu said, Your master, your grandfather, and great-grandfather all followed the 2 ancestors to the Lu family. Qin Feiyang said, what about the white-eyed wolf and the others? The white-eyed wolf took a group of fierce beasts and left early in the morning. I don't know where they went. Lu Qiuyu shook her head. Qin Feiyang was stunned and asked again, what about Zhao Tailai and those divine generals? Lu Qiuyu said, they all went out early. Qin Feiyang said in astonishment, so you're saying that we're the only ones who just woke up? You just found out. Lu Qiuyu rolled her eyes at Qin Feiyang, but her hands kept picking up food for the mermaid princess and said with a smile, girl, eat more. Okay. Auntie, the food you cook is so delicious. The mermaid princess giggled. Lu Qiuyu smiled and said, we will be a family from now on. I will cook for you every day. How can that be? You have worked hard all your life. It's time for me and Feiyang to take care of you and uncle. Mermaid princess hurriedly said. We don't need you to take care of us. You just need to eat. If you really want to thank us, then give us a few fat boys as soon as possible. Lu Qiuyu smiled. Mermaid princess suddenly blushed, lowered her head, and ate silently. Mother, did I snore when I was young? Qin Feiyang suddenly looked up at Lu Qiuyu and asked. Snore? Lu Qiuyu was stunned. She looked at Qin Feiyang, and then looked at the mermaid princess with a strange expression. You didn't snore when you were young. The emperor said. Did you hear that? I don't snore, so I must be too tired. Qin Feiyang looked at the mermaid princess and smiled proudly. Such a big table of food, can't you stuff your mouth? Mermaid princess stared at Qin Feiyang. The emperor looked at mermaid princess and said with a smile, girl, you should change the way you address me. Change the way I address you? Mermaid princess was stunned. Yeah, you already have Feiyang. Just as the emperor said this, he felt a cold gaze. He looked up at Lu Qiuyu. Eat your food, you talk too much. Lu Qiuyu stared at the emperor. The emperor smiled embarrassedly. Mermaid princess looked at the two and asked, Auntie, uncle, did you misunderstand something? It's okay, it's okay. The era is more open now. Moreover, you are both young people. It's understandable. We're not so old-fashioned. Lu Qiuyu smiled. Auntie, you really misunderstood. Feiyang and I just slept together. We didn't do anything. Mermaid princess hurriedly explained. Don't be shy, it's okay. Eat quickly, eat quickly. Nourish your body. Lu Qiuyu waved her hand. Auntie, mermaid princess looked anxious. Suddenly, she found Qin Feiyang, who was sitting at the side, secretly laughing. She glared at him and said angrily, you're too much. It's fine if you don't help me explain, but you're actually laughing? You already said that we slept together last night. How can I explain it clearly? Qin Feiyang said. Mermaid princess said anxiously, but last night, we really didn't do anything. If it's you, would you believe it? Besides, I'm a normal man. A normal man hugging a beautiful woman like you to sleep and didn't do anything? Who do you think will believe it? Qin Feiyang secretly said. You, mermaid princess was extremely angry. But suddenly, she rolled her eyes and said telepathically, so you're saying that you're not normal? What's wrong with me? Qin Feiyang was suspicious. Because you really didn't do anything to me last night. Doesn't that mean that you're not normal? Mermaid princess joked. Qin Feiyang looked at mermaid princess in shock. This girl actually turned against him? Okay. Let's go in again and see if I'm normal or not. Qin Feiyang secretly laughed. Damn hooligan. Mermaid princess blushed and secretly cursed. Lu Qiuyu looked up at the two of them and asked suspiciously, what are you mumbling about? Hurry up and eat. Okay. The two of them nodded repeatedly. It's better to come at the right time than early. Suddenly, a hearty laugh sounded outside the door. The family looked up and saw a familiar figure standing outside the door. Ling Yunfei? Qin Feiyang was stunned. Why? You're not welcome. Ling Yunfei laughed and directly entered the house. Welcome. Qin Feiyang got up and greeted him. After the two brothers gave each other a bear hug, Qin Feiyang looked behind and asked, "Where's your wife and daughter?" Women are troublesome. They have to dress up before going out. I couldn't wait any longer, so I came first. Ling Yunfei shook his head, patted Qin Feiyang, and asked, "How is it? Is the matter in the ancient world going smoothly? If not, would I be back so soon?" Qin Feiyang smiled. It's been more than 10 years. How is it soon? Ling Yunfei shook his head, walked to the emperor and Lu Qiuyu, and said with a smile, "Auntie, uncle. Have you eaten? If not, I'll get you a bowl and chopsticks." Lu Qiuyu smiled. No need to trouble yourself. I've already eaten. Ling Yunfei smiled slightly, looked at Mermaid Princess, and said in surprise, "Isn't this little fishy? Long time no see. Do you miss your brother?" "Miss you my ass." Mermaid Princess rolled her eyes. Heartless. Ling Yunfei shook his head, looked at Qin Feiyang, and said, "Your wife should be disciplined more, or she'll go to heaven sooner or later. You're a henpecked man. Are you qualified to say that?" Qin Feiyang despised and walked to the table to continue eating. "What do you mean by that? I'm a henpecked man? I just don't want to bicker with a woman. If I really go crazy," Ling Yunfei was speaking with a smile of exultation, but the complexions of Qin Feiyang and the others had become strange. Because at this time, 3 more people came in. These 3 people were Zhao Shuanger, Lu Ji, and a girl. Zhao Shuanger made a gesture to Qin Feiyang and the others to keep quiet. She quietly walked behind Ling Yunfei with Lu Ji and the girl. Qin Feiyang's face suddenly became playful. He looked at Ling Yunfei and said, "What if I go crazy?" Ling Yunfei didn't notice Zhao Shuanger behind him and said, "If I go crazy, that woman surnamed Zhao will have to lie down obediently immediately." Really? Qin Feiyang looked surprised. Ling Yunfei frowned and said, "Are you doubting my words?" No, you're good. Take care, young man." Qin Feiyang gave him a thumbs up and then went back to eating. Take care? Ling Yunfei was stunned. What did she mean? Ling. Suddenly, Zhao Shuanger shouted. Ling Yunfei's eyes suddenly trembled. When did this woman come? Qin Feiyang and the Mermaid Princess couldn't help but laugh. The emperor couple also couldn't help but laugh. Lu Ji had no intention of persuading him. The girl was even more direct, gloating. Ling Yunfei slowly turned around and looked at Zhao Shuanger behind him. His face suddenly turned pale. Zhao Shuanger's slender arm directly raised and pulled Ling Yunfei's ear. "Wife, listen to me," Ling Yunfei hurriedly cried. "Explain?" Zhao Shuanger sneered and said, "Aren't you very impressive? What's there to explain? Come, go crazy. Let's see if I'll lie on the ground or not." No, I'm just joking. Even if I ate a leopard's gall, I wouldn't dare to go crazy on you." Ouch. Let go of me. In front of my brothers, leave me some face, okay? Ling Yunfei wailed and begged for mercy. This was going to be big. Chapter 4, Please Vote. Chapter 2971. You want face, but I don't. Zhao Shuanger was like a mad tiger. She exerted more strength in her hand, and Ling Yunfei's ear was about to be pulled off. I'm sorry, my dear wife. When we go back, I'll kneel on the washboard. What do you think? Backbone? That was no longer important. Saving his life was more important. If this tigress was really angry, he would not have a good life in the future. You said kneel on the washboard. I didn't force you. Zhao Shuang said. No, I'm willing. Ling Yunfei nodded repeatedly. Humph. Zhao Shuang snorted coldly and let go of her evil claws. Looking at the emperor and Lu Qiuyu, she bowed and said, Shuang, greets uncle and auntie. Grandpa Emperor, Grandma Emperor Empress. The girl also ran to the emperor and his wife. Smelling the dishes on the table, she smiled and said, It smells so good. Have you eaten, Yen? Lu Qiuyu put down the bowl and chopsticks, rubbed the girl's head, and smiled. Yes, I have. The girl nodded, then looked at Qin Feiyang and said, Uncle Qin, do you still remember me? Qin Feiyang looked at the girl. I'm Yen. We met when we were young in Iron Ox Town. You even gave me this bead. The girl took out a bead that shone with divine light. Soul anchoring divine bead? Qin Feiyang was stunned, then looked at the girl and said, You've grown so big. That's right. This girl was Ling Yunfei and Zhao Shuang's daughter. How old was she back then? A little girl, after more than 10 years, had grown into a slender and elegant young woman. You must be my aunt. The girl looked at the mermaid princess. The mermaid princess's cheeks blushed. Yes. Qin Feiyang nodded. Aunt is really beautiful. Uncle Qin, you have to look after her carefully. Don't let others take her away. The girl giggled. You lass. Qin Feiyang gently knocked on the girl's head, then looked at Lu Ji and Zhao Shuang, and said with a smile, Auntie, Shuang, go sit in the living room first. I'll come out in a moment. There's no rush. Take your time. We're not treating ourselves as outsiders here. Lu Ji said with a kind smile. That's how it should be. Be casual. Qin Feiyang laughed. Lu Ji and Zhao Shuang brought the girl to the living room. Bastard, you've killed me. As soon as the three of them left, Ling Yunfei glared at Qin Feiyang. Blame me? Qin Feiyang was stunned. Who should I blame if not you? Ling Yunfei rubbed his red ears and grimaced. Serves you right. Qin Feiyang looked at Ling Yunfei with disdain and continued to eat. After a while, Qin Feiyang put down the bowl and chopsticks, stretched his body in satisfaction, and then got up and walked to the living room. Zhao Shuang had already made tea. Qin Feiyang sat next to Ling Yunfei, holding the teacup, took a sip, and looked at Lu Ji and said, Auntie is getting younger and younger now. Younger? Lu Ji shook her head and said with a smile, You're the only one who's nice to hear. That's right. Look, when you stand together with Shuang, people who don't know would think that you're her sister. Qin Feiyang said. Hee. Lu Ji smiled, shook her head, and said with a smile, Kid, when did your mouth become so sweet? Huh. Qin Feiyang smiled, looked at the family in front of him, and asked, Have you been well these years? What's good about us? We don't have to worry about food and clothing. But you're back so soon. Have you settled the matter of the ancient world? Zhao Shuang said. Yes. Qin Feiyang nodded. Then you won't leave in the future? Ling Yunfei asked. Qin Feiyang hesitated, and said with a smile, We'll talk about it when the time comes. Ling Yunfei and Zhao Shuang looked at each other, and their hearts couldn't help but tremble. Although Qin Feiyang tried his best to hide it, as friends of Qin Feiyang for many years, they could clearly see the trace of sadness between Qin Feiyang's brows that was difficult to hide. It seemed that something bad had happened again. However, if Qin Feiyang didn't say it, they wouldn't force it. The girl played with the soul calming pearl and said, Uncle Qin, your soul calming pearl is very powerful. Is that so? Qin Feiyang asked with a smile. Yes. The girl nodded and said, Once, I went out and met a few bad people who wanted to kill me for money. One of them even wanted to destroy my soul. In the end, the soul calming pearl appeared and not only protected my soul, but also killed them all. That's natural. This soul calming pearl is a supreme divine artifact. Although it doesn't have any lethality, just a wisp of divine power is not something that ordinary people can withstand. Qin Feiyang said with a smile. Then Uncle Qin, you gave me the soul calming pearl. What will you use to protect my soul? Why don't I return it to you? The girl said. Qin Feiyang was stunned, then looked at Ling Yunfei and his wife, and said with a smile, you girls are quite filial. Don't you know who taught you? This is a must. Ling Yunfei smiled proudly. Look at how proud you are. Qin Feiyang shook his head and looked at the girl. Uncle Qin doesn't need it anymore. Why? The girl was puzzled. Don't you understand? Your Uncle Qin is too strong. No one can hurt him. Zhao Shuang said with a smile. Really? The girl was surprised. Of course it's true. Your Uncle Qin is the strongest person in our great Qin. Zhao Shuang said. The girl put away the soul calming pearl and looked at Qin Feiyang excitedly, and said eagerly, Uncle Qin, why don't you have a competition with me? Qin Feiyang was stunned. Don't be rude. What did mother teach you? A girl should be educated and reasonable. Look at you now, you are like a violent maniac. Where is your decency? Zhao Shuang berated. Who said that a girl must be educated and reasonable? Besides, mother, aren't you the same? You bully father all the time. The girl mumbled. Ling Yunfei immediately said with snot and tears, Daughter, I didn't raise you for nothing. You have a conscience, and you know that I am bullied by your mother every day. Shut up. Zhao Shuang glared at him. Ling Yunfei shrunk his neck and became obedient again. It seemed that being afraid of his wife was already deeply rooted in him. The girl looked at Qin Feiyang pleadingly, and said, Uncle Qin, just compete with me. You're still talking. Zhao Shuang said angrily. It's fine, it's fine. Qin Feiyang waved his hand at Zhao Shuang, looked at the girl and smiled. All right, Uncle Qin will compete with you. As long as you can stand under Uncle Qin's pressure for 3 breaths of time, Uncle Qin will give you another divine art. All right. The girl nodded. Lu Ji shook her head and laughed. Truly a newborn calf is not afraid of a tiger. Zhao Shuang said, Forget it, let her suffer a little. Qin Feiyang sized up the girl. She had the cultivation of the war emperor, not bad. Boom. At that moment, a strand of divine might appeared and pressed towards the girl. This was a strand of divine might, but even though it was only a strand, it was not something that the war emperor could withstand. Bang! There was no suspense. The girl immediately laid on the ground in a sorry state. Qin Feiyang quickly retracted his pressure, lowered his head to look at the girl, and laughed. How is it? Is this all of your strength? The girl stared blankly at Qin Feiyang. All of my strength? Qin Feiyang was startled, and laughed, maybe only 1,000th of my strength. So strong. The girl was extremely shocked. She immediately got up and looked at Qin Feiyang with a face full of admiration, and said, Then Uncle Qin, please teach me how to cultivate. Me? Qin Feiyang was startled. Yes. The girl nodded. Qin Feiyang asked suspiciously, Didn't your mother and father teach you? How can they compare to you, Uncle Qin? The girl said. Cough cough. Zhao Shuang, and Ling Yunfei immediately coughed and stared at the girl. That's how it is. The girl muttered. Qin Feiyang looked at the girl and smiled faintly. Learning from me will be very difficult. I'm not afraid. The girl shook her head. You might even die. Qin Feiyang said again. So serious? The girl was startled. Qin Feiyang nodded. I'm not afraid either. The girl hesitated for a moment and said firmly. Qin Feiyang laughed and said, All right, if there's a chance in the future, I'll bring you to a place, and I guarantee that you'll become stronger quickly. Thank you, Uncle Qin. The girl beamed with joy. Qin Feiyang rubbed the girl's head, looked at Ling Yunfei and asked, By the way, how did you know that I'm back? Brother Wolf told us. Ling Yunfei said. White-eyed wolf? Qin Feiyang was startled. Before dawn, it brought a group of berserk beasts and ran to Iron Ox Town, saying that you were back. Then we immediately rushed over. Ling Yunfei said. It really knows how to run. Qin Feiyang shook his head and asked, then where are they now? Ling Yunfei shook his head and said, I don't know, they said that they were preparing to go to Forgotten Continent for a stroll. Qin Feiyang shook his head and laughed, and said, then Old Man Ren and the others should also know that I'm back. They're in Butterfly Valley, so of course they know. They should be here soon. Ling Yunfei said. At this moment, Mermaid Princess walked out and looked at Lu Ji with a smile. Hello, Auntie. Good, come and sit. Lu Ji nodded repeatedly, patted the chair beside her, and smiled. Mermaid Princess walked over. Lu Ji smiled and said, Child, did Feiyang bully you outside? If he bullies you, tell Auntie. Auntie will help you take care of him. No. Mermaid Princess shook her head. Zhao Shuang asked, does your father know that you're back? I don't know yet. Mermaid Princess said. Then this time you're back, are you preparing to settle the marriage matter? Ling Yunfei said. It's time to settle it. The Emperor's voice came, and the Emperor strode over and said, we've all slept together. If we don't settle it, people will gossip. Tomorrow, I will personally go to the Sea of Despair and propose marriage to the Mermaid Emperor. What? Slept together? Ling Yunfei looked at Qin Feiyang in shock. Cough cough. Qin Feiyang coughed dryly and looked at the Emperor. Father, can't you be more reserved? What's wrong with that? The Emperor waved his hand indifferently and said, back then, your mother and I, what happened back then? Lu Qiuyu's voice rang out. The Emperor's body stiffened, and he turned to look at Lu Qiuyu, who was walking over, and said with a smile, nothing. Qin Feiyang looked at his father, then looked at his mother, and shook his head with emotion. This was another man who was afraid of his wife. Chapter 2972. This brat is indeed back. I can already feel his aura. Suddenly, accompanied by hoarse laughter, a group of people descended outside the pavilion. Qin Feiyang and the others looked at each other, hurriedly stood up, and walked out of the pavilion, their faces full of smiles. The people who came were Old Master Ren, Yan Nanshan, and the others. Old Master, Uncle Yan, Uncle Jiang, Aunt Shui, Aunt Yun, you're all here. Qin Feiyang laughed. Yan Nanshan said, since you're back, how can we not come and take a look? Then I'm quite popular. Qin Feiyang said. Shameless, who welcomes you? We're just here to see if you're missing an arm or a leg. Feng Ling Er looked at Qin Feiyang and said. Qin Feiyang looked at Feng Ling Er, and said, your mouth is too vicious, you deserve to be unable to get married. Scram. Feng Ling Er's face darkened. At the side, Ren Wushuang and Luo Qingzhu could not help but cover their mouths and snicker. Let's talk inside. Lu Qiuyu laughed. Then we'll be disturbing you. Old Master Ren smiled slightly. Everyone entered the living room. Master. Suddenly, another excited cry rang out. Qin Feiyang was startled. He raised his head and saw three figures appear in the sky. It was Wang Xiaojie, Yan Wei, and Wang Yangfeng. Young Master. Yan Wei and Wang Yangfeng were also very excited. Qin Feiyang smiled slightly, and said, how have you been these 10 years? Good. The two of them nodded. Master, you're too mean. What did you say back then? Qin Shen had already returned, but when I returned, I didn't see him at all. Wang Xiaojie looked at Qin Feiyang in dissatisfaction. Qin Feiyang laughed, isn't this for your own good? Then tell me honestly, did Qin Shen follow you to the ancient realm? Wang Xiaojie said. Yes. Qin Feiyang nodded. Where is he now? Wang Xiaojie asked. He is in seclusion in the Black Tortoise world. Qin Feiyang smiled. Yesterday, everyone came out except for Qin Chen. As expected, you've gone too far. I'm your disciple, okay? Wang Xiaojie coldly snorted. Don't I want you to stay in the clan and take good care of your sister and mother? How are they now? Qin Feiyang said. Not bad. The child in my sister's stomach has also been born. It's a boy. Now that he's grown up, he's even taller than me. Wang Xiaojie laughed. You're an uncle now. You have to be more mature and stable. Do you understand? Qin Feiyang said. I know. Let me go to the Black Tortoise world to see Qin Chen. I haven't seen him in a long time. I miss him. Wang Xiaojie smiled. Okay. Qin Feiyang nodded. With a wave of his hand, he sent Wang Xiaojie to the Black Tortoise world. Then, he looked at Yan Wei and said with a smile, have a seat inside. Soon. Fatso, Li Yan, Situ Feiyang, Li He, Gong Sunbei, Yi Shu, the monkey-faced old man, the hook-nosed old man, and Pei Yi arrived one after another. Everyone was familiar with each other, so they greeted each other and started chatting. In the evening, a large group of people returned. Zhao Tai-Lai and the others, White-Eyed Wolf and the other beasts, Qin Batian, Yi Zhong, Lu Zhengyang, including Lu Zheng, Lu Hong, Li Xiaofei and his sister, the few grandpas, everyone gathered at the Autumn Rain Inn. Wang Xiaojie and Qin Chen also came out of the Black Tortoise world. This time, the Autumn Rain Inn was lively. There were people both inside and outside the inn. Everyone gathered in twos and threes, laughing and talking, forming an extremely harmonious scene. At night. At the wine table. Pei Yi held a wine glass and said with a smile, Brother Qin, here's a toast to you. Qin Feiyang smiled and gently clinked his wine glass with Pei Yi's before downing it in one gulp. Then, he looked at Gong Sunbei and said, Brother Gongsun, have you settled Pei Yi? Yes, he's now the hall master of the law enforcement hall of our main tower. However, in order to settle him, I really put in a lot of effort. Gong Sunbei smiled. Great. Qin Feiyang nodded. Hearing the conversation between the two, Pei Yi immediately looked at Qin Feiyang in displeasure and said, So it was you who came up with this stupid idea behind the scenes. Qin Feiyang said, You really can't blame me for this. You're just too outstanding. Bullshit. Pei Yi shook his head. What about Sister Yu? The mermaid princess asked. I haven't seen her all these years and she hasn't come back either. I wonder where she went. Gong Sunbei shook his head. I believe she'll be fine. Qin Feiyang smiled. That's true. Now, who in the great Qin and forgotten continent dares to hurt her? Gong Sunbei smiled. Qin Feiyang picked up his wine glass and looked at everyone with a smile. Every time I come back, everyone dares to visit me and ask about my well-being. I'm really grateful to all of you. I'm not fighting alone outside, and I'm not lonely at home. I thank all of you. You'll always be my family. Qin Feiyang bowed as he spoke. Everyone looked at each other and smiled. Qin Feiyang said with a smile, Come on, let's toast to our unchanging friendship, affection, and kinship. Hearing this, everyone smiled, raised their glasses, and downed it in one gulp. Qin Feiyang poured another glass and looked at the 54 divine generals. I'm especially grateful to all of you. Your Highness, why? Xia Yuan asked with a smile. Whether it was in the Great Qin or the ancient world, you've always followed our ancestors in battle. No matter how dangerous it was, you never left. It can be said that without all of you, our ancestors wouldn't exist today. Thank all of you. All of you are the protectors of the Great Qin and the ancient world. Qin Feiyang said as he raised his head and drained the cup in one gulp. The divine generals looked at each other and smiled as they drank their wine. Qin Feiyang poured another glass and said with a smile, These 3 glasses are to my brothers, Old Zhao, Old Tang, Chui Li, Willow Tree, Yu Huang, the golden leopard, the big black wolf, the 3 black leopard brothers, the blood chelan, the thunder leopard, and the white-eyed wolf, all of you followed me without fear of death. All of you have never left. All of you are Qin Feiyang's brothers. Really. Thank all of you. I'm really lucky to have all of you. After Qin Feiyang said that, he downed another glass. You're a man. Don't be so emotional. The white-eyed wolf laughed. Are you going to drink or not? Qin Feiyang asked. Yes, I have to drink. The white-eyed wolf nodded, grabbed a jar of wine, and started drinking. Qin Feiyang shook his head and laughed. He poured another glass and said, as for this 4th glass, I want to toast the people around me. After that, Qin Feiyang looked at the mermaid princess. The mermaid princess was surprised. She asked, why are you toasting me? Thank you for your silent sacrifice, your silent protection, your silent companionship, and your understanding of me. For the rest of my life, I will take good care of you. Qin Feiyang smiled. Is this the rhythm of a proposal? The blood chelan was shocked. It looks like it. The 3 black leopard brothers nodded. Then hurry up. Boss, we're all waiting to see. A group of beasts suddenly began to jeer. Ling Yunfei pursed his lips and said, they have already started to make babies. Is there still a need to propose? Make babies? Everyone was stunned. Yes. Don't you know? They were in the same room last night. Ling Yunfei chuckled. Really? The white-eyed wolf asked. Yes. Uncle said it himself. How can it be false? Ling Yunfei didn't mind too much. God has finally opened his eyes. Little Qin Zi is finally enlightened. The white-eyed wolf suddenly howled. Looking at this scene, everyone couldn't help but laugh. This wolf cub was so sad for Qin Feiyang. The mermaid princess's face was also red. Qin Feiyang smiled awkwardly. However, there was a trace of disappointment in one person's eyes. That person was Yi Shui-er. Shui-er, there are some things that you can't ask for. Yi Zhong noticed Yi Shui-er's strange expression and smiled comfortingly. I know, Grandpa. Yi Shui nodded and took a deep breath. She was relieved. As for Qin Feiyang, she only had a little bit of feelings for him. And after living in seclusion with old Master Yi for a long time, her personality was also relatively weak, so she was more open-minded. If you can't force it, don't force it, lest both parties be sad in the end. Qin Feiyang hugged the mermaid princess and said with a smile, look, everyone is so supportive. Why don't we do as they wish? What do you mean by doing as we wish? This is your own business. Don't you want to do it? Feng Ling said. Qin Feiyang smiled embarrassedly and lowered his head to look at the mermaid princess. It's up to you. The mermaid princess whispered, her cheeks blushing. That's good. Tomorrow, we'll go to the Sea of Despair to propose marriage. Qin Feiyang laughed out loud. He raised his head and drank the wine in his cup. The white-eyed wolf said with a sneaky smile, do you want us to go with you to cheer you on? Of course. Qin Feiyang waved his hand and said with a smile, come, come, come. Tonight, we won't go home until we're drunk. After a night of revelry, the entire house of Autumn Rain was extremely lively. The next day. Morning. The mermaid princess woke up early and helped Lu Qiuyu prepare breakfast. Qin Feiyang slept until the mermaid princess woke him up. What time is it? Qin Feiyang asked. The sun is shining on your butt. The mermaid princess shook her head and smiled. Qin Feiyang got up and rubbed his forehead. My head hurts. I drank too much last night. If you don't know how to drink, then drink less. The mermaid princess was helpless. I'm happy. Qin Feiyang smiled and hugged the mermaid princess's slender waist. I'm a little nervous now. Nervous about what? The mermaid princess was suspicious. Proposing marriage. Look, I'm not afraid even when facing Long Zun. But now, when I think about proposing marriage, I can't help but feel nervous. Qin Feiyang said. My father won't eat you. What's there to be nervous about? The mermaid princess was speechless. Qin Feiyang was stunned for a moment and asked, then, do you think he'll deliberately make things difficult for me? What do you think? The mermaid princess asked. I think so. Qin Feiyang pondered for a moment and nodded. Just like what you said, you're not even afraid of Long Zun. Why are you afraid of my father? Don't worry, you still have me. The mermaid princess smiled. You're so nice. Qin Feiyang chuckled and kissed the mermaid princess's cheek. Then, he quickly got up, put on his clothes, and ran downstairs. The mermaid princess touched her cheek and looked at Qin Feiyang's back. She revealed a happy smile and followed him downstairs. Chapter 2973. After breakfast. Qin Feiyang looked at the emperor and Lu Qiuyu, and said, Father, Mother, when we reach the Sea of Despair, what should I do? You? You don't have to do anything. When the time comes, your mother and I will talk to you. The emperor said. That's good. Qin Feiyang laughed. What's wrong? Nervous? The emperor asked with a smile. Qin Feiyang nodded. Useless. The emperor shook his head in disdain, and said, we have to be more formal when proposing marriage. Your mother and I will go and pack up first. All right. Qin Feiyang responded. Boom. Suddenly, a terrifying aura appeared outside. Qin Feiyang hurriedly walked out and saw a group of people standing in the sky in an orderly manner, all dressed in black armor, looking extremely heroic. You guys? Qin Feiyang looked at these people in a daze. Your Highness, it's us. One of them said. When Qin Feiyang heard this voice, he smiled and said, Xia Yuan, what are you guys doing? I almost couldn't recognize you. Aren't you going to propose marriage? We're going to cheer for you. Look, we're not bad, right? Xia Yuan said. Cheer? Qin Feiyang was stunned. That's right. You said last night that we should go and cheer for you, so we started preparing early in the morning. Xia Yuan nodded. Qin Feiyang shook his head and laughed. I drank too much and forgot. Then do you think we can do this? Xia Yuan asked. Yes. Qin Feiyang nodded. 54 divine generals were going to cheer for him. This was a great honor. This kind of battle was also unprecedented in history. Swish. At this time, Qin Batian, Qin Yuan, Lu Xingyang, Emperor Hong, Emperor Qin, Elder Qin, Li Jian, Qin Sheng and the others also appeared one after another. All of them were also dressed up. Ancestor, great-grandfather, grandfather, what are you guys doing? Qin Feiyang was suspicious. Proposing marriage for you. Qin Batian said. You guys are going too? Qin Feiyang was stunned. Of course. You are the most promising descendant of the Qin clan. For your marriage, we must take care of it ourselves. Qin Batian said. There's no need for that. Xia Yuan and the others go. If all of you go there, you'll scare the mere people. Qin Feiyang said. What do you know? This is the highest etiquette. It also represents the importance we place on the mermaid race, understand? We haven't been back for so many years. We also want to visit the Merfolk clan. Qin Batian stated. That. Qin Feiyang nodded. Putting everything else aside, the first-generation mermaid emperor, black-winged emperor, and white-winged emperor should show the best etiquette. What about master? Qin Feiyang asked. Qin Batian said with a smile, their family went to play. Don't worry about them. Of course I'm not worried about them. Qin Feiyang smiled slightly. What a joke. One was at the perfection undead stage, the other was at the half-step undead stage. Ye Shui, an old master, ye were all so weak. Who in the great Qin and forgotten continent could hurt them? Whoosh. At this time, Zhao Tai Lai and the others, White-Eyed Wolf and a group of beasts, Fatso, Ling Yunfei and the others also ran over. Are you done? Yes, let's go. White-Eyed Wolf roared, looking more anxious than Qin Feiyang. I'm the one proposing marriage. Why are you so anxious? Qin Feiyang rolled his eyes. I'm anxious for you. It wasn't easy for you to be enlightened. What if you accidentally become stupid again? White-Eyed Wolf despised. Qin Feiyang's mouth couldn't help but twitch. Zhao Tailai smiled and said, Brother Wolf is exasperated. Old Zhao knows me well. White-Eyed Wolf sighed. Get lost. Qin Feiyang glared at White-Eyed Wolf and looked inside. After a while, accompanied by steady footsteps, the emperor and his wife came out. The emperor was wearing a golden robe and a golden crown on his head. It wasn't a dragon crown or a dragon robe, but it still looked noble and gorgeous. Lu Qiuyu was the same. She was wearing a long dress embroidered with a divine phoenix, exuding a noble temperament. Let's go. The emperor smiled slightly. Qin Feiyang waved his hand and the space-time gate opened. A group of people walked in. Feiyang, isn't this too grand? Mermaid Princess looked at everyone and said suspiciously. Didn't the ancestors say that the grand ceremony represents their respect to the mermaid clan? Let's not bother about it. Let them be. As long as they're happy. Qin Feiyang smiled and pulled Mermaid Princess towards the space-time gate. Mermaid Princess pondered for a moment and said, No, this marriage proposal, should I go back first? Qin Feiyang was slightly stunned and shook his head, I don't know. Mermaid Princess said, Then, why don't you wait for a while and I go back first? There's no need to go through so much trouble. Look, Father and the others didn't say anything. Forget it, let's not care about these red tape. As long as your father agrees to marry you to me, it's fine. Qin Feiyang smiled. Mermaid Princess nodded. The Sea of Despair. It was as cold as ever. Wisps of white cold mist floated on the surface of the sea. Clang. Suddenly, accompanied by an earth-shaking loud noise, the void above the sea immediately began to shake. What's going on? This loud noise immediately alarmed the mermaid clan. A group of mermaids with steel forks rushed out of the sea and looked at the sky in surprise. The next moment, a magnificent door opened in the sky. Quickly report to the Mermaid Emperor, Black-Winged King, and White-Winged King that a mysterious stone door has appeared above our Sea of Despair. The leader of the mermaids roared. Yes. A mermaid immediately jumped into the sea and disappeared. Suddenly, a mermaid next to him looked at the stone door and said suspiciously, Boss, why does this stone door seem a little familiar? Familiar? The leader of the mermaids was stunned and looked at the stone door again. You don't say, it really is a little familiar. Before the group of mermaids could think about it, a terrifying aura emerged from the stone door. One by one, black-armored men walked out of the stone door like a well-trained army. Who are these people? This aura is even more terrifying than the Mermaid Emperor and the others. No. Even Ling Yunfei and the others can't compare with these people. The group of mermaids was very surprised. Ling Yunfei had been living in the spirit state and would visit the Sea of Despair during festivals, so the mermaid clan was very familiar with Ling Yunfei and Ling Yunfei's cultivation strength. But now, the aura these people exuded was many times more powerful than Ling Yunfei's. They were like gods descending to the mortal world, making them tremble uncontrollably. That's right. The first people to appear were Xia Yuan and the other 54 immortal generals. As masters of the initial imperishable realm, how could these mermaids withstand their aura? This was under their control. If they didn't control it and released their aura, these warriors, masters, and ancestral warriors would instantly explode and die. Boom! This matter. The Mermaid Emperor, Black-Winged King, and White-Winged King rushed out of the sea anxiously. When they saw Xia Yuan and the others, their expressions changed drastically. "What's going on?" Black-Winged King asked. "I don't know. They all came out from that door," one of the mermaids said. "What door?" The three of them were surprised. "It's the door behind them." A group of people pointed behind Xia Yuan and the others. The Mermaid Emperor and the others looked up and saw a stone door shining with divine light behind Xia Yuan and the others. That is, the three of them were stunned. "What?" The mermaids looked at the three of them in surprise. "That seems to be the space-time door," the Mermaid Emperor exclaimed. "The space-time door?" Everyone was stunned. In the blink of an eye. At this moment, more figures walked out of the space-time door. The leader was the Emperor and Lu Qiuyu. "Aren't they the Emperor and Empress of Great Qin?" Seeing the couple appear, the mermaid clan was in an uproar. Black-Winged King looked at the Mermaid Emperor and asked, "Old man, are they your in-laws?" "Yes." The Mermaid Emperor nodded. Black-Winged King was stunned. "Then what are they doing? Why are they making such a big scene?" "I don't know." The Mermaid Emperor shook his head, his face full of doubts. "Wait. Wasn't this space-time door Qin Feiyang's divine item? How could it be in the hands of the Emperor? Could it be that Qin Feiyang gave it to the Emperor when he left last time?" The Mermaid Emperor was about to go up and greet them. But at this moment, his gaze suddenly shook as he looked at the person who came out of the space-time door. This person was Emperor Hong. Then, Emperor Qin appeared. Then Li Jian, Old Qin, Qin Yuan, Qin Sheng, and the others appeared one after another. The Mermaid Emperor was completely stunned. What the hell was going on? Even Emperor Hong, Emperor Qin, these peerless figures, came in person. Even Qin Yuan had come. Others might not know, but he knew that Qin Yuan was the person Qin Feiyang respected the most. And he was the guardian of this continent. It was difficult for others to see him, let alone come to his sea of despair. Did something big happen? The Mermaid Emperor was shocked and quickly flew up. But suddenly, he stopped again and looked at the two people who came out of the space-time door. His eyes were full of surprise. The two were Qin Badian and Lu Xingyang. Lu Xingyang was a stranger to him. It was during these years, when he visited the Lu family during the holidays, he saw Lu Xingyang's statue. But Qin Baishan's statue was erected in the mermaid clan's holy land. He could see it every day, so he was naturally familiar with it. And the person in front of him was exactly the same as the statue in the Holy Land. He was Qin Badian, the Emperor of Qin. Was this a dream? Wasn't the Emperor of Qin in the ancient world? When did he come back? The Emperor of Qin, these two words, that was the legend of the Great Qin. The founding Emperor of the Great Qin. And the master of the first Mermaid Emperor of the Mermaid Clan, the Black-Winged Emperor, and the White-Winged Emperor followed. That was a man full of legends. Not only the Mermaid Emperor, the Black-Winged Emperor, the White-Winged Emperor, and even all the mermaids present were dumbfounded, staring at Qin Badian. They were all wondering if their eyes were playing tricks on them. It was simply unbelievable. Chapter 2974. At the same time, Qin Badian glanced at the sea of despair with a hint of nostalgia in his eyes. In his nostalgia, there was a hint of sadness. Whoosh! After Qin Badian and Lu Xingyang appeared, Zhao Tailai, Ling Yunfei, and the others, as well as the white-eyed wolf and a group of beasts, appeared one after another. Wolf Cub? Blood Kirin? Golden Panther? Zhao Tailai? Looking at those familiar figures, the Mermaid Emperor's eyes trembled. Could it be, in the next moment, a man and a woman walked out of the space-time gate hand in hand? It's the princess. It's Prince Feiyang. The mermaid clan was immediately in an uproar. The Mermaid Emperor, White-Winged King, and Black-Winged King also looked at the two in surprise. Father. The mermaid princess shouted and immediately let go of Qin Feiyang. In a flash, she landed in front of the mermaid emperor. "Daughter, is it really you?" The mermaid emperor looked at his daughter in front of him in disbelief. "It's me." The mermaid princess nodded. "That's great." The mermaid emperor grabbed the mermaid princess's hand and said, "Look, it's only been 10 years, and you've become thinner." "Really?" The mermaid princess was stunned. "Of course. Father, you're old, but your eyes are still sharp. How did Qin Feiyang take care of you?" The mermaid emperor said angrily. "Father, don't talk nonsense. Feiyang is very good to me." The mermaid princess lowered her head. "A grown girl can't be kept at home." The mermaid emperor shook his head and looked at Qin Badian and the others. He asked suspiciously, "What's going on?" The mermaid princess blushed and hesitated before saying, "Let Feiyang and the others tell you." At the same time, Qin Feiyang also put away the space-time gate and looked at the mermaid emperor with a trace of anxiety in his eyes. "What are you afraid of?" The white-eyed wolf looked at him with disdain. He stared at the mermaid emperor and shouted, "Father-in-law, we are here to propose marriage." "Ugh!" Qin Feiyang was stunned. The emperor and the others were stunned. This was too direct. Couldn't they be more reserved? Marriage proposal? In the meantime, the mermaid emperor and the others looked at each other. "You may leave." Qin Badian smiled. Immediately, 54 divine generals cleared the way and flew down in a grandiose manner. After going down, the 54 divine generals spread out in all directions. They stood on the surface of the sea and looked straight ahead. Qin Feiyang and the others stood in the center. The emperor stepped forward and looked at the mermaid emperor. He cupped his hands and said, "I hope I didn't startle you. I was really scared." The mermaid emperor smiled bitterly and bowed. "Greetings, Your Majesty and Empress." "You're welcome." The emperor and his wife hurriedly waved their hands. Now that he was here to propose marriage, how could he put on airs? "Your Majesty, Empress, these two." The mermaid emperor immediately looked at Qin Badian. Without waiting for the couple to speak, Qin Badian nodded and smiled. "Yes, I am Qin Badian, and this is the ancestor of the Lu family, Lu Xingyang." "Greetings, Emperor Qin." "Greetings, Lord Lu." The mermaid emperor trembled and hurriedly knelt on the surface of the sea and bowed. The black-winged monarch, the white-winged monarch, and the other mermaids also knelt. Don't. We're all family, why are you being so polite?" Qin Badian hurriedly helped the mermaid emperor up and looked at the black-winged monarch and the others. "Quickly get up." The people of the Merfolk clan didn't expect that this legendary mythical figure would be so amiable, and they relaxed a lot. "Uncle." Qin Feiyang also stepped forward and bowed under the emperor and his wife's signal. The mermaid emperor was angry when he saw Qin Feiyang. He said angrily, "You brat, if you want to propose marriage, so be it. Why do you have to make such a big fuss? I thought someone was going to attack the mermaid clan. They were the ones who wanted to come here." Qin Feiyang scratched his head. The mermaid emperor looked at Xia Yuan and the other 54 people and asked, "Who are they?" "They're all subordinates of the ancestor." Qin Feiyang said. "I see, no wonder they're so scary." The mermaid emperor nodded and asked suspiciously, "When did you guys come back?" "The day before yesterday." Qin Feiyang said. The mermaid emperor was speechless. "You came back the day before yesterday, and now you're here to propose marriage. You're too impatient." "Huh," Qin Feiyang laughed dryly. The mermaid emperor shook his head and smiled. He looked at Qin Badian and the others and said, "Thank you for your hard work, everyone. Let's go down and have a chat." "Okay." Qin Badian nodded. The mermaid emperor immediately pulled the mermaid princess into the sea and flew to the bottom of the sea. "You guys stay outside." Qin Badian looked at Qin Feiyang and the others and instructed them. Then, he led Qin Feiyang and the others into the underwater city. There's actually such a big city at the bottom of the sea? The big black wolf and the three black leopard brothers scanned the bottom of the sea with a look of surprise. What's this? There are still many treasures here. The white-eyed wolf said. What treasures? The big black wolf's eyes suddenly lit up. Don't worry, I'll take you guys for a stroll later. The white-eyed wolf smiled sinisterly. Okay. The big black wolf and the three black leopard brothers nodded repeatedly. At the same time, the mermaid emperor led the way and said with a smile, Emperor Qin, I really didn't expect that I would be able to see your true appearance in my lifetime. Qin Badian smiled and said, I'm not a big shot, so there's no need for that. If you're not a big shot, then who is? Let's talk about it later. If it weren't for you, our mermaid race would have long been extinct. You're not only the founding emperor of Great Qin, but also the benefactor of our mermaid race. The mermaid emperor said. Yes. The black-winged monarch and the white-winged monarch nodded in agreement. You're too polite. Qin Badian smiled slightly. Soon, the group of people entered the underwater city and immediately caused a huge uproar. Everyone looked at Qin Badian with eyes full of surprise and shock. Little Qin Z, let's go for a stroll. The white-eyed wolf said and ran away with a group of beasts. Don't mess around. Qin Feiyang hurriedly shouted. It's okay. Let them play. It's just a small place. They can't cause any trouble. The mermaid emperor smiled and led everyone into a palace. He said respectfully, Emperor Qin, please take a seat. No, you're the master here. How can I steal the limelight? Qin Badian waved his hand. What do you mean by stealing the limelight? The entire Great Qin is yours, not to mention the Sea of Despair. If you're so polite, then you're treating us as outsiders. The mermaid emperor said. Qin Badian shook his head and laughed. Then it would be impolite for me to refuse. Of course. The mermaid emperor said. In the end, everyone else sat down, and only Qin Feiyang remained standing. This was the emperor couple's intention. After all, they were here to propose marriage. Only by standing could they show their sincerity. Qin Badian swept his gaze over the surroundings before looking at the mermaid emperor. When we were in the ancient world, Feiyang and the others already told me about the situation of the mermaid race. Thank you for your hard work, and thank you for always protecting the Great Qin. Emperor Qin, you're too polite. This is what I should do. The mermaid emperor waved his hand. After chatting for a while, Qin Badian smiled and said, then let's get back to business. This time, I'm here to see the mermaid race and also for these two children. Qin Feiyang glanced at Qin Feiyang and the mermaid princess. Then, he looked at the mermaid emperor and continued, these two children have been in love with each other since they were young. It's time to settle their matter. Hearing this, the mermaid emperor also glanced at Qin Feiyang and the mermaid princess. He smiled and said, to be honest, when they came back last time, I wanted them to settle this matter. Speaking of this, the mermaid emperor sighed again and said, but as you know, the young people nowadays are different from us, the older generation. We can't control their thoughts, so we've been dragging it out. Yes. Qin Badian nodded. Lu Qiuyu smiled and said, so, you won't object? Why would I object? Feiyang is such an outstanding child. It's my daughter's fortune to be able to marry him. Let's talk about it later. Initially, the mermaid clan and your Qin clan share a deep relationship. Their union is destined by the heavens. Moreover, with my daughter's temper, what use is there for me to object? The mermaid emperor shook his head and smiled bitterly. Mermaid princess and Qin Feiyang looked at each other and smiled. It was going smoothly beyond their imagination. Qin Badian and the emperor couple were also overjoyed. To be honest, I watched Feiyang grow up. Whether it's a person or a way of doing things, he's good. What I admire the most is that he's responsible. I believe that my daughter will be happy with him. The Mermaid Emperor smiled. If that's the case, then let's choose a date for their wedding. Qin Badian said. The Mermaid Emperor said, It's all up to you, Your Majesty. How can I make the decision? Qin Badian shook his head and looked at the Mermaid Emperor and the Emperor couple. He smiled and said, You are their parents. This is for you to decide. As for me, I'll just wait for the wedding banquet. We definitely won't forget you. Lu Qiuyu smiled and said. Then you guys discuss. I'll go to the Holy Land to take a look. Qin Badian got up and smiled. The Mermaid Emperor hurriedly said, Then I'll get someone to bring you there. No need. Qin Badian waved his hand and smiled. I'm quite familiar with this place. I'll go take a look too. Lu Xingyang got up and said. Let's leave too. Ling Yunfei said. At that moment, everyone left the hall one after another. The Black-Winged King and the White-Winged King also left. Soon, only the Mermaid Emperor, the Emperor couple, Qin Feiyang and the Mermaid Princess were left. The Mermaid Emperor looked at Qin Feiyang and the Mermaid Princess and said with a smile, You guys have a seat too. Qin Feiyang looked at the Emperor couple. Why are you looking at us? Your father-in-law has already spoken. How dare we not let you sit? The Emperor joked. Qin Feiyang scratched his head and pulled the Mermaid Princess to sit together. Right. The Mermaid Emperor suddenly seemed to have thought of something. Looking at Qin Feiyang and the Mermaid Princess, he asked, Why don't I see the ancestors? The ancestors he mentioned were naturally the first Mermaid Emperor, the Black-Winged King and the White-Winged King. The Mermaid Princess immediately looked at Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang's heart couldn't help but tremble. That's right. Since we came back, we haven't seen them. You guys didn't seem to have mentioned them either. The Emperor couple also looked at Qin Feiyang and Lu Xingyang suspiciously. Chapter 2975. Seeing that the Emperor and his wife were also curious, the Mermaid Princess transmitted her voice. What should we do? Qin Feiyang thought for a while, looked at the three of them, and said, They are still in the ancient world. Why are they still in the ancient world? The three of them were puzzled. The battle has just ended, so they need to take charge of the situation and maintain order in the ancient world. Qin Feiyang smiled. I see. The three of them nodded in realization. You don't have to worry. Now that the ancient world is peaceful, there won't be any danger. Besides, with their strength, no one will be able to injure them. Qin Feiyang said. That's good. The Mermaid Emperor nodded and said with a smile, If that's the case, then wait for them to come back before you get married. Wait for them to come back? Qin Feiyang and the Mermaid Princess were stunned. Yes. We're a family. We have to be complete, right? The Mermaid Emperor chuckled. No need. Because before we left, the three old ancestors said that we don't have to wait for them. The Mermaid Princess said. Why? The Mermaid Emperor was puzzled. Father, you don't know how big the ancient world is. The battle with the dragons almost affected the entire ancient world. It will take at least a few thousand years to completely calm down. Therefore, the three old ancestors will take at least a few thousand years to come back. Actually, Feiyang and I don't mind waiting for a few thousand years, but you guys, the Mermaid Princess looked at the three of them. A few thousand years. The Emperor was stunned and shook his head. How can we do that? I want to have a grandchild now. In-law, why don't we not wait then? Of course. We respect your opinion. If you want to wait, we will wait. Lu Qiuyu looked at the Mermaid Emperor and smiled. A few thousand years, the Mermaid Emperor shook his head and smiled bitterly. How could he afford to wait? He was also waiting to hold his grandchild. The Mermaid Princess said, Why don't we wait then? A few thousand years will pass soon anyway. It will be over soon. The Mermaid Emperor looked at the Mermaid Princess, speechless. To a mortal, this was something that had happened in dozens of lifetimes. The Mermaid Emperor waved his hand and said, "No need, no need. After a few thousand years, I might have already died." "Father, what are you saying? You will definitely live a long life," the Mermaid Princess said angrily. "Yes, yes, yes." The Mermaid Emperor nodded and said with a smile, "Then hurry up and give birth to a fat little boy for me to play with." "What? Play?" Qin Feiyang was stunned. The Mermaid Emperor was taken aback. He hurriedly explained, "That's not what I meant. That's not what I meant. What I meant was that if I had a grandson, I could play with him while I still have the strength." "You're saying this again?" The Mermaid Princess shook her head. The Mermaid Emperor said, "What's wrong with that? I'm already old." Actually, that wasn't the case. After Qin Feiyang left behind the crystal vein and spirit vein here, the cultivation environment here was no longer the same as before. The Mermaid Emperor's cultivation base had also improved by leaps and bounds. As his cultivation base improved, his lifespan would also be extended without limit. In fact, it was just one sentence. He wanted to have a grandson. Next, Qin Feiyang and the Mermaid Princess also went out, leaving the three of them to slowly discuss. "Thank you." On the street, Qin Feiyang held the Mermaid Princess's hand and said in a low voice, "Thank me for what?" The Mermaid Princess looked at him suspiciously. "Thank you for lying for me," Qin Feiyang said. "I'm not doing it for you. I'm also doing it for Father and the others. I don't want them to worry," the Mermaid Princess said. Qin Feiyang smiled and said to himself, "I have to tell the ancestors and the white-eyed wolf about this. Don't let it slip." The Mermaid Princess nodded. "Your Highness. Your Highness Feiyang." Along the way, they met many mermaids who greeted the two of them warmly. At noon, everyone also stayed at the mermaid clan to enjoy a meal of delicacies. These so-called delicacies were rarely seen outside, but in the mermaid clan, they were equivalent to radishes and cabbages outside. After enjoying a good meal, the emperor and his wife proposed to leave. And they had already set the date of the wedding. It would be 3 days later. In other words, in 3 days, the Mermaid Princess would officially become Qin Feiyang's wife. This was what Qin Feiyang was looking forward to, and also what the Mermaid Princess was looking forward to. Of course, the happiest person was actually Qin Yuan. Because he had watched Qin Feiyang grow up. He had always treated Qin Feiyang as his own grandson. As a grandfather, how could he not be happy to see his grandson get married and have children? After saying goodbye, everyone left the Sea of Despair. The Mermaid Princess stayed in the Sea of Despair. After all, this was the rule. How could an unmarried girl always stay in the man's house? This was inappropriate. On the surface of the sea, Qin Feiyang and the Mermaid Princess stood face to face. Qin Feiyang smiled and said, "Wait for me to marry you." The Mermaid Princess nodded, her face full of happiness. "Then I'll go back first. Don't miss me too much these few days." Qin Feiyang chuckled. "Who would miss you?" The Mermaid Princess's face was red. Looking at the Mermaid Princess's ripe apple-like cheeks, Qin Feiyang's heart immediately surged uncontrollably. "You're so beautiful." He leaned close to the Mermaid Princess, smelled her body fragrance, and couldn't help but kiss her. Butterfly Valley. When Qin Feiyang bid farewell to the Mermaid Princess and rushed here, only Ling Yunfei and Fatso were left. The others had already been released back to Great Qin. "What are you still doing here?" Qin Feiyang was suspicious. "Waiting for you," Ling Yunfei said. Fatso said with a sneaky smile, "Boss, when we just left the Sea of Despair, I stole a glance at you guys. You guys even kissed." The corner of Qin Feiyang's mouth twitched and said, "We're open and aboveboard. Why would we be afraid of you looking?" "Of course we're not afraid. I just want to say, do you want me to impart some experience to you?" Fatso laughed sinisterly. Qin Feiyang's face instantly darkened. Boss, to be honest, I'm not as good as you in cultivation, but in this aspect, I'm still very experienced. Fatso said. Get lost. Qin Feiyang rolled his eyes at him, looked at the two of them, and asked, why are you guys waiting for me here? We just want to ask you, is it time for Qin Li's training to end? Ling Yunfei said. Qin Li, Qin Feiyang muttered. Of course, he remembered this person. It was one of his younger brothers. Back then, Qin Li had bad intentions. In a fit of anger, he expelled him from the imperial capital, asked Li Jian to send him to the 9 provinces, and ordered him not to return to the imperial capital within 5 years. Where is he now? Qin Feiyang asked. Ling Yunfei said, in the inner hall. Didn't I say that he can't return to the imperial capital within 5 years? It's been more than 10 years now. Why doesn't he go back by himself? Qin Feiyang was suspicious. We also talked to him. He said that he can't go back before you get your forgiveness. Ling Yunfei shook his head. My forgiveness? Qin Feiyang was stunned, and said with a smile, is my forgiveness that important? Of course. For your younger brothers and sisters, you are a god in their hearts. Ling Yunfei said. Qin Feiyang said, so, he hasn't gone back for more than 10 years? Yes. It's all uncle and aunt who came to see him in person. Ling Yunfei nodded. Then how is he now? Qin Feiyang asked. The hardships over the years have played a big role in him. Ling Yunfei said. Qin Feiyang pondered for a while and said, okay, you go and bring him here. I have to test him. Test? Ling Yunfei and Fatso were stunned. I have to know whether he is sincerely repentant or pretending. After all, some people are very good at pretending. Qin Feiyang said. Then how are you going to test him? The two were suspicious. Qin Feiyang thought for a while and whispered a few words in their ears. Hearing this, the two were slightly stunned, and then couldn't help but shake their heads. After saying that, he opened the portal and left. Qin Feiyang waved his hand, and then the portal landed in front of a row of courtyards and quietly waited for Qin Li. These courtyards were naturally where Yan Nanshan and the others lived. But now, everyone was in the imperial palace, so now there was no one here. More than 10 years passed. Except for everything becoming more ancient than before, there were not many changes. Time passed by breath. About a few hundred breaths. Whoosh! A young man appeared in the sky above the Butterfly Valley, looking quite nervous. He was Qin Li. But Ling Yunfei and Fatso did not appear. After so many years, Qin Li's temperament was completely different from before. In the past, only arrogance could be seen in him. But now, it had been restrained and replaced by calmness. Qin Feiyang naturally sensed Qin Li's aura immediately and looked up at him. From the temperament that Qin Li was showing now, there was indeed a big change. But he just didn't know if this was the real side. Qin Li glanced at the Butterfly Valley, and a trace of suspicion gradually crept into his nervous expression. Where was he? Wasn't he in the Butterfly Valley? Why didn't he see him? I'm here. Qin Feiyang said. Qin Li immediately looked in the direction of the voice, and when he saw Qin Feiyang standing in front of the courtyard, his pupils suddenly shrank. It was a trace of instinctive fear. Qin Feiyang said with a faint smile, do you want me, a cripple, to keep looking up at you while talking? A cripple? Qin Li was slightly stunned, and landed in front of Qin Feiyang in surprise, and then sized up Qin Feiyang. Where are Ling Yunfei and Fatso? Qin Feiyang asked with a smile. Qin Li said, they have to go to the Iron Ox town for something, and said they will only return at night. Qin Feiyang nodded and said, how have you been these years? Not bad. Qin Li nodded and frowned, what about your cultivation? These years in the battle in the ancient world, although I won in the end, because of serious injuries, I lost all my cultivation, and even my soul was damaged. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. Lost all my cultivation. Qin Li's gaze trembled slightly. What? Looking at me now, do you want to kill me to wash away your shame? Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. Qin Li looked slightly flustered. To be honest, at this moment, he did have such a thought. However, looking at the current Qin Feiyang, he couldn't help but admire and sympathize with him. Chapter 2976. Qin Feiyang said, if you really want to make a move, take advantage of the fact that there's no one else around and do it quickly. Qin Li's heart was in a mess, and he frowned. Aren't you afraid of death? Qin Feiyang laughed. Now that the ancient realm and the great Qin are at peace, it doesn't matter if I die. It doesn't matter, Qin Li muttered, and asked, could it be that in your heart, you only have the common people in the world? Qin Feiyang said, I'm not that great, I just don't want to see the common people suffer. Qin Li lowered his head, and remained silent. Suddenly, he took a step forward and arrived in front of Qin Feiyang, his gaze becoming incomparably sharp. Qin Feiyang's expression remained indifferent from the beginning. But soon after, Qin Li actually knelt in front of Qin Feiyang with a plop, and said, Big brother, I respect you. You are a man, and you will always be my big brother. Qin Feiyang was slightly startled, it was a little unexpected. Then, Qin Li stood up and reached out to support Qin Feiyang. His eyes became gentle, and he smiled, Big brother, let's go home. In the past, you protected us, but now, let us protect you. Hearing these words, Qin Feiyang was immediately gratified. After more than 10 years of tempering, this younger brother had finally changed completely. It was also at this moment. Accompanied by loud laughter, Fatso and Ling Yunfei appeared out of thin air. You guys? Qin Li looked at the two of them in astonishment. Fatso teased, you're still protecting him, kid, do you really think your big brother is crippled? Qin Li was stunned, and immediately turned his head, looking at Qin Feiyang in surprise. Qin Feiyang smiled slightly, took out a divine-level spirit sea pill and swallowed it. What's going on? Qin Li was puzzled. Your big brother is testing you. To see if you have completely changed your ways. And obviously, your performance has satisfied him. Ling Yunfei said. Testing me? Qin Li stared blankly at the three of them. Qin Feiyang said apologetically, it's my fault. I've been used to fighting and scheming against each other. I don't even trust my own brother. Qin Li finally recovered and said with a wry smile, Big brother, your scheme is really deep. If I don't trick you, how would I know what you're really thinking? Ling Yunfei chuckled and said, it's great now. You siblings are finally reunited. Yes. Qin Feiyang nodded. He looked at Qin Li and smiled, I am very happy that you have turned over a new leaf. I will not treat you unfairly. I will send you to the Black Tortoise World now. Black Tortoise World. Qin Li's eyes suddenly lit up. Although he had been in the spiritual state, he knew about Qin Haotian, Qin Yun, Lu Xiaofei, and Situ Feiyang. It was because he had entered the Black Tortoise World that his cultivation had become so strong. Therefore, he had longed to enter the Black Tortoise World for a long time. Work hard. The future of the great Qin depends on you guys. Qin Feiyang smiled slightly. Depends on us? Qin Li was slightly stunned and asked suspiciously, didn't you come back? Me? Qin Feiyang shook his head and smiled. He did not explain and sent Qin Li to the Black Tortoise World. Fatso asked, Boss, if Qin Li really attacked you before, what would you do? What do you think? Qin Feiyang smiled faintly and entered the underground stone room. He opened the teleportation altar and returned to the imperial capital. Fatso pondered for a while, then turned to look at Ling Yunfei and said, I'm afraid I'll really kill him. Do you still need to ask? Ling Yunfei rolled his eyes at him. In a flash, 3 days had passed. In these 3 days, Qin Feiyang was quite relaxed, but the others were extremely busy. Especially the emperor couple. As parents, they naturally wanted to personally attend their children's wedding. Therefore, In these 3 days, they had been busy. Moreover, the news of Qin Feiyang's return and marriage had also spread. There was no one in the imperial capital who did not know about it. Even though so many years had passed, Qin Feiyang's deeds had still been passed down to the world. Therefore, everyone was still as respectful to Qin Feiyang as before. In their eyes, Qin Feiyang was still the guardian of Great Qin. The guardian is getting married, then no matter what, we have to go and congratulate him. That's right. I heard that their wedding is in the central square of the first district. Let's go together. For a time, countless people rushed towards the first district. In less than half a day, the first district was packed with people. The wedding was indeed in the central square. Because Qin Feiyang had once said that he wanted to hold a grand wedding for the mermaid princess. Early morning. Before dawn. Under the urging of the emperor couple, Qin Feiyang got out of bed. Lu Qiuyu brought a set of red wedding robes and personally put it on Qin Feiyang. Not bad, my son is so handsome. Looking at the child in front of her, Lu Qiuyu's face was full of a proud smile. Qin Feiyang scratched his head embarrassedly. Boss, we're all ready to go. Outside. Fatso's voice also sounded. This wedding procession still had 54 divine generals leading the way. Of course. There would certainly be a lot of fierce beasts like the white-eyed wolf. Moreover, the white-eyed wolf and the blood Kirin also made sacrifices and were willing to be Qin Feiyang and the mermaid princess's ride. Everyone headed towards the Sea of Despair in a majestic manner. As for the emperor couple, Emperor Hong, Qin Batian, Emperor Chen, and the others, they naturally went directly to the central square. At the same time, the undersea city in the Sea of Despair was also full of celebration. Inside the palace, the mermaid princess was wearing a red dress with a phoenix pattern embroidered on it. She looked graceful and luxurious. Daughter, you're going to get married. Take good care of yourself in the future. Remember to come back and see this old man more often. Looking at his daughter in front of him, the mermaid emperor was both happy and sad. Father, the Sea of Despair is not far from the imperial capital. If I want to come back, I can come back at any time. If you want to go, you can go at any time. Is there a need to be such a life and death separation? The mermaid princess was helpless. Of course, I know, but my heart is sad. You say, it wasn't easy for me to raise you, but in the end, that kid Qin Feiyang took advantage of you. Let me tell you, if Qin Feiyang dares to bully you in the future, come back and tell me. I'll settle the score with him. The mermaid emperor said. Okay. The mermaid princess nodded. You're still chatting? The wedding procession is here. The black-winged king and the white-winged king ran in and looked at the father and daughter speechlessly. The two of them were also dressed very jubilantly. So fast. The mermaid emperor was stunned. The black-winged king urged, yes, they are all flying towards the undersea city. Hurry up. Okay. The mermaid emperor nodded. There was a gorgeous phoenix crown on the table next to him. The mermaid emperor picked up the phoenix crown and personally put it on the mermaid princess. He smiled and said, my daughter is really shining today. The mermaid princess blushed and turned to look outside. The black-winged king teased, Your Highness, how impatient are you? Uncle, even you are making fun of me. The mermaid princess blushed. Huh, the black-winged king and the white-winged king looked at each other and couldn't help but laugh. They're here. A mermaid ran in and shouted. The mermaid emperor and the other two immediately waited solemnly. Soon, accompanied by powerful auras, a group of people and ferocious beasts landed outside the palace gate in a mighty manner. The leaders were the white-eyed wolf and the blood Kirin. At this moment, their bodies were more than 10 meters long and majestic. Qin Feiyang stood on the white-eyed wolf's back. The white-eyed wolf thought, Little Qin Zi, I'm a good brother, aren't I? I'll be your ride. Very good. Qin Feiyang smiled and jumped down. He strode into the palace with the 54 divine generals. You're here. The mermaid princess smiled faintly. Yes. Qin Feiyang nodded and looked at the mermaid princess. He smiled and said, You're so beautiful. The mermaid princess blushed again. Ahem. The mermaid emperor sat on the chair next to them and coughed. Huolian followed beside Qin Feiyang and reminded him in a low voice, Big brother Qin, don't chat anymore. Hurry up and greet your father-in-law. Okay. Qin Feiyang nodded and hurried before the mermaid emperor. He knelt on the ground and said, Your child, Qin Feiyang, greets father-in-law. You're changing your mind so quickly. How impatient are you? The mermaid emperor said with a straight face. Well, Qin Feiyang stammered. Father, the mermaid princess looked at the mermaid emperor unhappily. The mermaid emperor shook his head and sighed. A grown girl can't be kept at home. All right, I won't make things difficult for you. Get up. Qin Feiyang smiled embarrassedly and quickly got up. The mermaid emperor stood up and grabbed the mermaid princess' hand. He then put it in Qin Feiyang's hand and smiled. Feiyang, I'll leave my daughter to you. Treat her well in the future. Don't worry. She's my life. Qin Feiyang nodded. Good. The mermaid emperor nodded happily and said, Then you can go. Thank you, father. The mermaid princess and Qin Feiyang stood together and bowed before the mermaid emperor. Go. The mermaid emperor waved his hand and turned his head. His eyes were wet. Fire Lotus said, Let's go. Qin Feiyang nodded and pulled the mermaid princess, who was also crying, out of the palace. The white-eyed wolf and the blood Kirin immediately lay down on the ground. The two of them climbed onto the backs of the white-eyed wolf and the blood Kirin. The mermaid emperor finally turned his head and looked at the two. He smiled and said, Love each other forever. Yes. The two of them nodded. Let's go. The white-eyed wolf roared, and the wedding procession flew into the sky above the sea. They are married. Their wish has finally come true. The mermaid emperor watched the procession leave and wiped his tears. Yes. The Black Wing King and the White Wing King nodded. Fire Lotus, who was standing at the door, turned to the three of them and said, Why don't the three of you come with us? I'm not going. Our people are celebrating, too. If we all leave, who will accompany them? The mermaid emperor laughed. Okay then. When you are done, I will ask Qin Dage to pick you up. Fire Lotus said. Okay. The mermaid emperor nodded. Fire Lotus smiled and stepped forward. She appeared in the sky above the sea before everyone else. She waved her hand and a time door opened. Chapter 2977. First District, Central Square. At this moment, the entire square was spotless, and there was a red carpet that was several meters wide in the middle. Right in front. The emperor and his wife sat in the main seat. After all, they were Qin Feiyang's parents, and the most important people in this wedding apart from Qin Feiyang and the mermaid princess. Therefore, even people like Qin Batian could not steal their limelight. Qin Batian, Emperor Hong, Emperor Qin, Qin Yuan, Lu Jingyang, several grandpas, Elder Qin, and Yizhong, the older generation sat on both sides. People like Li Jian, Zhao Tailai, and Lu Ji sat in the second row behind. And the younger generation like Qin Yun sat in the third row. After 3 days of cultivation in the Black Tortoise realm, Qin Li had also broken through to godhood. Now, he was also wearing festive clothes, sitting with Qin Yun and the others. Everyone had a tea table next to them, with sparkling fruits, teacups, and so on. Everyone was chatting and laughing. Around the square, there was also a sea of people. Everyone was whispering and looking forward to it. I didn't expect even the Qin Emperor to appear. I thought he had already fallen. Yeah. The person who disappeared for thousands of years and was almost forgotten suddenly appeared. How shocking. The chief eunuch looked at the sky, lowered his head, and whispered in the emperor's ear, "Your Majesty, the time has come. It's your turn to speak." The emperor nodded with a smile and stood up. Immediately, whether it was the people on the square or off the square, they all quieted down. The emperor cupped his hands and said, "First of all, thank you for your love for the Qin clan." A smile appeared on everyone's face. "My son, Qin Feiyang, I believe everyone here is familiar with him. Not only did he save the great Qin, but he also saved the forgotten continent. Once, he sacrificed himself to revive all the living beings in the 9 continents. Everyone sees him as their guardian, respects him, and worships him. But in my eyes, he will always be my son. So at this moment, I am very happy. Because this is what I and the Empress have been waiting for. We just want him to have a family and a good wife to accompany him and take care of him. Today, we have finally reached this step. We have finally fulfilled one of our wishes." The emperor smiled. His voice was not very loud, but it was clearly heard by everyone. Everyone's face was full of smiles. "My second wish. Great Qin has been around for more than 10,000 years, and even though we've gone through countless storms, none of them have affected Great Qin's fate. We believe that in the future, Great Qin will become more and more prosperous. Every citizen of Great Qin will be able to live a happy and peaceful life in the future." Di Wang said. "I will." The crowd roared. The emperor smiled and said, "As for the third wish, I hope that these 2 children would help each other in the future and love each other for the rest of their lives. If they could quickly give birth to a granddaughter or grandson, that would be the best." "Huh," everyone laughed. "Is this funny?" "It's not funny. Although I'm the emperor of Great Qin and seem unapproachable, I'm actually just an ordinary person. So, like all of you, I hope that I can have a grandchild soon and enjoy the rest of my life." The emperor chuckled. Outside the arena, someone laughed and said, "Your Majesty, you should urge them more. Times are different now. If the young people are not willing, what's the use of urging them? So, let's leave it to fate." The emperor waved his hand. Everyone looked at the emperor on the arena. They never thought that the ruler of Great Qin would look so amiable. All along, in the eyes of the world, the emperor represented supreme authority. He was dignified, cold, and unsmiling. But now, in front of so many people, he was talking and laughing without putting on any airs. It was a blessing for Great Qin to have such an emperor. Clang! The emperor was about to speak again, but at that moment, a deafening sound suddenly rang out in the sky. The emperor looked up and revealed a smile. He looked around and said with a smile, "Then I won't say much, lest everyone find me long-winded. Now, let's invite the 2 newcomers to the arena." As soon as he finished speaking, everyone looked up at the space-time gate in the sky. Roar! Roar! With the howl of a wolf and the roar of a Qilin, the white-eyed wolf and the blood Qilin fell to Qin Feiyang and the mermaid princess and walked out of the space-time gate side by side. "Look! It's the guardian deity. A Qilin ride, this is really a big deal. Are you kidding? Don't you know who the master is today? Facing the guardian deity, isn't this a piece of cake?" Everyone laughed. Roar! Suddenly, another dragon roar sounded, and the 5-clawed golden dragon revealed its true form and soared into the sky. "Look, it's the divine dragon." At that moment, everyone was startled. The 5-clawed golden dragon was tens of thousands of feet long. It circled above the imperial city and danced in the sky. Divine light sprinkled down, enveloping the entire imperial city. 5-clawed golden dragon. This is the symbol of the royal family. And this is not an illusion, it's a real 5-clawed golden dragon. Oh my God! This is the first time in my life that I've seen a real divine dragon. The 5-clawed golden dragon has appeared, and the great Qin Empire will prosper. Everyone cheered as they bathed in the divine light. Those who were injured were quickly healed. Those who could not cultivate were reborn and stepped onto the path of cultivation. This auspicious scene caused the entire imperial city to be in an uproar. This guy, Qin Feiyang, shook his head and laughed. He looked down at the white-eyed wolf and said, "Let's go." Boom! The white-eyed wolf and the blood Kirin looked at each other and landed on the plaza. 54 divine generals landed and stood at the edge of the plaza. Although they suppressed their energy, the people outside the plaza could still feel a terrifying pressure. Qin Feiyang jumped off the white-eyed wolf's back. He raised his arm and reached for the mermaid princess. The blood Kirin lay on the ground. The mermaid princess reached out and grabbed Qin Feiyang's hand. Then, she walked down from the blood Kirin's back. Fire Lotus looked at Qin Feiyang and the blood Kirin. She pointed at the king couple and smiled. "Let's go." The two of them looked at each other and held hands. They walked down the red carpet toward the king couple. The king had already returned to his seat. He and Lu Qiuyu looked at each other, and then they happily watched Qin Feiyang and the blood Kirin approaching. The five-clawed golden dragon was flying in the sky. Divine light shone, making the entire imperial city look beautiful. Finally, Qin Feiyang and the blood Kirin approached the king couple. Ling Yunfei and the others, as well as the white-eyed wolf and the other beasts, stood behind them. They were all smiling. Feng Ling Er smiled and said, "Finally, they are getting married." Yes, it was not easy. Ren Wuxuang nodded. They were also in the bridal procession. Ling Yunfei was taken aback. He turned to look at the two women and said disdainfully, "You have not settled down yet. What right do you have to talk about him?" "Shut up." The two of them immediately glared at him. "Be fierce. If you continue to be fierce, you will become a leftover woman sooner or later." Ling Yunfei pouted. "Father, mother. Straight ahead." Qin Feiyang looked at the king couple. Good, good, good. Now that you are married, you have to be more responsible in the future." Lu Qiuyu smiled. "Yes." Qin Feiyang nodded. At this time, under the command of the chief eunuch, two maids came over with teacups. The chief eunuch looked at Qin Feiyang and said, "Your Highness, it is time to hold the ceremony. You can arrange it." Qin Feiyang smiled. "Okay." The chief eunuch nodded and said with a smile, "Now let's invite the two newlyweds to face the people of the world." Qin Feiyang and the mermaid princess turned around and looked at the crowd outside. "First bow to all the people in the world," the chief eunuch shouted. The two of them bent down and bowed to the people outside. Ling Yunfei asked suspiciously, "Why is it a bow to all the people in the world? Shouldn't it be a bow to heaven and earth? Don't you know? Little Qin Zi has never bowed to heaven and earth, so he changed it to all the people in the world." The white-eyed wolf transmitted the message. "I see." Ling Yunfei nodded. He had nothing to say about bowing to all the people in the world. The chief eunuch smiled and shouted again, "Second bow to the parents who raised you." Qin Feiyang and the mermaid princess turned around again, knelt on the ground, and kowtowed to the king couple. Good, good, good. The king couple was overjoyed. Third bow to the elders and relatives. The chief eunuch said again. Qin Feiyang and the king couple looked at each other, and then bowed to Qin Batian, Lu Xingyang, Yi Zhong, Qin Yuan, and the others. Qin Batian and the others were also full of smiles. The chief eunuch paused and then said with a smile, "Next, the couple will bow to each other." The two of them turned around, looked at each other, and bowed to each other at the same time. After Qin Feiyang and the king couple bowed to each other, the chief eunuch said casually, "Let's send them to the bridal chamber." The bridal chamber? Everyone was stunned. Ahem. The chief eunuch coughed and looked at everyone awkwardly. "Sorry, I'm a little confused by the change." Everyone burst into laughter. The chief eunuch smiled apologetically and said with a serious face, "The two newlyweds, serve the tea." The two maids immediately took the teacups and walked to Qin Feiyang and the king couple. Qin Feiyang took the two teacups and said to the king couple with a smile, "Father, mother, please have some tea." "Okay, okay. The couple took the teacups, took a sip, and put them aside. The mermaid princess also took the 2 teacups and respectfully handed them to the couple, saying, "Father, Mother, please have some tea." Okay. The 2 of them smiled happily, took the teacups, and took another sip. The chief eunuch said, "Let's toast to the elders here." Qin Feiyang and the king couple got up and walked to Qin Yuan first. Logically speaking, Qin Yuan was the junior of Qin Batian and the others, so it was not his turn to be the first. But no one had any objection to this, because they all knew the relationship between Qin Feiyang and Qin Yuan. The second was Qin Batian and Tan Tai Li. Next was Lu Xingyang, followed by Emperor Hong, Emperor Chen, and the others. The ceremony is done. After the tea was served, the chief eunuch said with a smile, "Now we can send them to the bridal chamber." "Don't, why are we going to the bridal chamber so soon? Let's play a little more," Fatso suddenly said. "Ah." Everyone looked at Fatso in surprise. "That's right. It's such a good day. What a waste of time," Ling Yunfei said with a smirk. "What do you want? I'm warning you, don't mess around." Qin Feiyang looked at the 2 of them warily. "We're not messing around. We're just messing around." The white-eyed wolf smiled slyly. "Yeah, it's not fun if we don't mess around." The golden leopard nodded. Qin Feiyang swept his gaze over these guys and finally understood what was going on. This was premeditated from the start. "Look at these young people, sigh. I really don't know what to say about them." Old Qin shook his head. Qin Batian smiled slightly and said, "As long as it's not vulgar, it's fine as long as they're happy." It seems that we really came at the right time. Just when Ling Yunfei and the others, the white-eyed wolf and the other beasts were about to make a move, suddenly, a burst of laughter sounded in the sky. Chapter 2978. Hearing this voice, everyone was slightly taken aback and looked up suspiciously. This was because this was a very unfamiliar voice. Immediately, above the plaza, 2 figures appeared out of thin air. It was an old man and a young man. The old man was 1.8 meters tall and wore white clothes. He held a horsetail whisk in his hand and looked sage-like. The other person was a young man. He was also 1.8 meters tall and wore a purple robe. He had a tall figure and a dignified appearance. He gave off an extraordinary aura. Whoosh! Just as these 2 people appeared, Qin Batian, Yi Zhong, and the others suddenly stood up and stared at the old man and the young man with a trace of shock in their eyes. At the same time, Qin Feiyang's pupils constricted. The young man's cultivation had actually reached the initial stage of the imperishable realm. The white-robed old man's aura was even more unfathomable. Even he could not see through it. The emperor asked doubtfully, "Feiyang, are they your friends?" "No." Qin Feiyang shook his head. He had never seen them before. He had originally thought that they might be from Great Qin or the Forgotten Continent, but after seeing through the young man's cultivation, he realized that these 2 people's origins were not simple. Great Qin and the Forgotten Continent did not have such experts at all. "They're not?" The emperor was slightly taken aback. "Yes." Qin Feiyang nodded. Although Great Qin did not have any imperishable realm experts, there were many in the ancient world. There were even some hidden experts that he had never seen before. Could it be that these 2 people were the experts of the ancient world? "Feiyang, they're not from the ancient world." Yi Zhong's voice suddenly sounded in Qin Feiyang's mind. "What?" Qin Feiyang's gaze trembled. "They were not from the ancient world?" "Indeed, they're not. I basically know all the experts of the ancient world. There are no such 2 people. Moreover, that old man has half-step sovereign realm cultivation." Qin Batian thought. Half-step sovereign realm. Qin Feiyang's gaze trembled. That's right. His aura is even stronger than dragon sovereigns. He must have surpassed the imperishable realm and stepped into the half-step sovereign realm. Qin Batian said. Half-step sovereign, Qin Feiyang couldn't believe it. Even in the entire ancient realm, there were no half-step rulers. Just who were they? The purple-clothed young man looked at Qin Feiyang and the others and said with a smile, "We came all the way here. Aren't you going to invite us to your wedding banquet?" He looked very amiable and didn't seem to have any ill intentions. Qin Feiyang cupped his hands and said with a smile, "Everyone who comes is a guest. As long as the two of you don't think it's shabby, it's fine." The purple-clothed youth glanced at the square and shook his head. "It is indeed a little shabby." Qin Feiyang frowned. Just a moment ago, they had said that they didn't have any ill intentions, but in the next moment, the topic of conversation had changed, becoming sharp and unkind. What exactly were these two people trying to do? Forget about the wedding banquet. The purple-clothed young man shook his head and looked at Qin Feiyang with a smile. "Are you Qin Feiyang?" "That's me." Qin Feiyang nodded. Although he looked calm on the surface, he was a little surprised in his heart. He actually knew his name? "You're already a bridegroom." "Not bad, not bad." The purple-clothed young man chuckled. The white-haired old man stood beside the purple-clothed young man and didn't say a word. Whoosh! The five-clawed golden dragon shrunk and landed beside Qin Feiyang. He said in a deep voice, "Something seems wrong." "Emicham," Qin Feiyang secretly responded. He looked at the purple-clothed young man calmly and asked with a smile, "Brother, may I ask if we've met before?" "No." The purple-clothed young man shook his head. "Then, how do you know me?" Qin Feiyang was puzzled. Fighting against the sovereign divine weapon and leading the Dragon Slayer Palace to destroy the Dragon Clan, it's hard for me not to know such shocking deeds. The purple-clothed young man smiled. "You even know these things." Qin Feiyang's heart trembled. He asked doubtfully, "Are the two of you from the ancient realm?" If they weren't from the ancient realm, how would they know these things? But was there a half-step sovereign in the ancient realm? No. The purple-clothed young man shook his head. No? Qin Feiyang frowned and asked, "Then, may I ask where the two of you are from?" The purple-clothed young man raised the corner of his mouth and said word by word, "The fourth level of the divine sight." What? The fourth level? Qin Feiyang's expression changed abruptly. Yi Zhong, Qin Badian, and the others were the same. The white-eyed wolf, the five-clawed golden dragon, and the other beasts also stared at the two of them in shock. They were actually from the fourth level of the divine sight. This was really unexpected. Qin Feiyang took a deep breath and calmed the shock in his heart. He cupped his hands and said, "So, it's the seniors from the fourth level." Seniors? The purple-clothed young man was stunned. He shook his head and said, "I don't dare to be a senior." Qin Feiyang asked, "Then, may I ask why the two of you have come to the great Qin Empire?" "I'm definitely not interested in a small place like this that can be destroyed with a slap." "I'm here for you," the purple-clothed young man said. "For me?" Qin Feiyang was suspicious. "Yes." The purple-clothed young man nodded but did not explain. His gaze turned and fell on the mermaid princess. He said with a smile, "The bride is very beautiful." "Thank you." Qin Feiyang cupped his hands and smiled. "What a pity." The purple-clothed young man shook his head again. Qin Feiyang was puzzled. "It's a pity that you don't have the fortune to enjoy such a beautiful bride." The purple-clothed young man chuckled. Qin Feiyang's eyes suddenly darkened. Now, he could already conclude that the two of them were here to cause trouble. Qin Feiyang made a prompt decision and protected the mermaid princess behind him. The five-clawed golden dragon, Qin Badian, and the others also became vigilant. The atmosphere at the scene also became dignified. Looking at the expressions of Qin Feiyang and the others, the emperor and the others had already guessed that the two of them were not here with good intentions. The purple-clothed young man glanced at the group of people and finally looked at the mermaid princess. He smiled slightly and said, "Old Hai, I like this bride." Understood. Immediately. The white-haired old man standing beside him nodded, and a terrifying divine power suddenly surged out. Qin Baishan's face suddenly changed, and he roared, "Fei Yang, take her away." "Go." The purple-clothed young man shook his head and said with a smile, "The great Qin Empire is so small, where can we go? Or to the Black Tortoise world?" "What? You even know about the Black Tortoise world?" Qin Feiyang and the others were shocked. The purple-clothed young man smiled and said, "Old Hai, don't hurt the bride." "Okay." The white-haired old man nodded, and his aura surged out. In an instant, everyone was imprisoned. Only the mermaid princess was not. Along with the pressure, she rose into the air and flew uncontrollably toward the two. "Fei Yang," the mermaid princess cried out, her beautiful face pale. Although she was now a half-step invincible, the white-haired old man was a half-step ruler. How could she contend with the strength of a half-step ruler? Powerlessness and despair swept over her. "You're courting death." Qin Feiyang's expression also changed. With a clang, the ancient castle appeared, and divine power spread out in all directions. The white-haired old man's aura was instantly disintegrated. Qin Feiyang jumped up and hugged the mermaid princess, protecting her in his arms, and roared, "Ancestor, master, immediately take the people of the imperial city and leave." Hearing this, Qin Badian, Yizhong, Lu Xingyang, Wang Ming, Yang Li, and the 54 divine generals all attacked. Humph. But at this moment, the purple-robed youth snorted and looked at the white-haired old man with dissatisfaction. "Old Hai, is this all you've got? I'm ashamed." The white-haired old man smiled and waved the horsetail whisk in his hand. A monstrous divine aura immediately surged out. "This is the aura of a sovereign weapon." Qin Feiyang and the others paled. They never would have thought that the ordinary-looking horsetail whisk was actually a sovereign weapon. The collision of two sovereign weapons will create a destructive force. This old man doesn't need to tell you, you should know. If you don't want this continent to be destroyed, you'd better behave. The white-haired old man looked at Qin Feiyang and said indifferently. Qin Feiyang's gaze was gloomy. He naturally knew about sovereign weapons. If two sovereign weapons collided, the great Qin Empire would instantly be reduced to ashes. At that time, not only the people of the great Qin Empire, but even his family would all die. How could he let such a thing happen? Right now, we can't care about the people in other places. Send the people here to the Black Tortoise world first. Qin Badian said. Qin Feiyang nodded his head. With a wave of his hand, the people inside and outside the plaza immediately disappeared. Outside, only Qin Feiyang, Qin Badian, Lu Xingyang, Yizhong, and the ancient castle were left. The purple-robed youth smiled. "Looking at you, you're planning to resist until the end. Is it worth sacrificing the entire great Qin Empire for a woman?" Qin Feiyang was silent. The purple-robed youth said, "Old Hai, let them experience what pain is." Boom! The white-haired old man waved his hand and a divine light shot out, blasting toward the 9th district. In an instant, with a loud bang, the entire 9th district was reduced to ashes. Countless people died tragically. Not even their bones were left behind. The 8th district was also affected. Houses collapsed one after another. It was a scene of devastation. Qin Feiyang was seething with anger. "Hand over the bride immediately, or more people will die." "I'm not joking. Because you care about these people's lives, but I don't." The purple-robed youth smiled faintly. "Feiyang, let me go with them." The mermaid princess voice suddenly sounded in Qin Feiyang's mind. Qin Feiyang's eyes trembled. "I can't implicate the entire great Qin Empire just because of me," the mermaid princess said. She had seen the destruction of the 9th district in the Black Tortoise world with her own eyes. Her heart was filled with pain. "No!" Qin Feiyang roared. "Feiyang, I know you care about me. I don't want to leave you, but we have no other choice now. If the great Qin Empire is really destroyed because of me, I will feel guilty for the rest of my life. The mermaid princess said. Qin Feiyang said, don't worry, I have a way to solve it. There must be. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. Qin Yuan appeared and said, Uncle Yuan, quickly use the power of rule force to deal with them. Qin Yuan was slightly stunned. That's right. He could now control the power of rule force of this world. Although he didn't know how strong the sovereign divine weapon was, the power of rule force was the source of this world. It might be able to suppress the sovereign divine weapon. Immediately, he waved his hand, but in the next moment, his expression froze. What's wrong? Qin Feiyang asked. I can't control the power of rule force. Qin Yuan shook his head. Could it be that the small beast lied to us back then? It didn't give you and the white dragon this authority? Qin Feiyang was bewildered. Chapter 2979. No. When we were given this authority, we tried it. We can indeed control the power of laws. I think the reason is because of them. Qin Yuan looked at the purple-clothed young man and the white-haired old man. Qin Feiyang was stunned. They could even interfere with the power of laws? Our methods are not something you can imagine. The purple-clothed young man chuckled and said, Old Hai, let's continue. Okay. The white-haired old man nodded. Wait. Qin Feiyang hurriedly shouted. Have you thought it through? The purple-clothed young man smiled slightly. Qin Feiyang said in a deep voice, Are you related to Ice Dragon? I said it's not important. The purple-clothed young man said. Then why did you take her to the 4th level? Qin Feiyang looked at the purple-clothed young man gloomily. Didn't I say? I like her. The purple-clothed young man chuckled. Qin Feiyang clenched his hands tightly. You're helpless, right? You clearly have a sovereign weapon, but you can only watch us do whatever we want. The purple-clothed young man laughed. Let them go. Let's go somewhere else. I'll fight you however you want. Qin Feiyang said in a deep voice. Somewhere else, the purple-clothed young man smiled playfully and said, Then let's go to the Black Tortoise world. You, Qin Feiyang glared at him. Didn't you say we should go somewhere else? What? Now I agree. Are you still not happy? The purple-clothed young man chuckled. The Black Tortoise world. The white-eyed wolf stared at the purple-clothed young man and roared, I really want to beat his face up so he can't laugh. Calm down. Not only is there a half-step sovereign, but there's also a sovereign weapon. Even if we give it our all and fight with everything we have, we might not be able to defeat them. Fire Lotus said. The mermaid princess muttered, The best way is for me to go with them. Don't even think about it. We won't allow it, and neither will little Qin Zi. The white-eyed wolf looked at the mermaid princess and said. Outside. The purple-clothed young man looked at the silent Qin Feiyang and said with a smile, Great Qin or the bride, you can choose. You can only choose one. Qin Feiyang roared, How could I possibly make such a choice? All right then, I'll help you choose. Old Sea. The purple-clothed young man said indifferently. Understood. The white-haired old man nodded. With a wave of his wizened arm, a spatial crack appeared. Not good. Yi Zhong's expression changed. This was the law of spacetime. Qin Feiyang's expression also changed abruptly. He hurriedly entered the Black Tortoise realm and saw that the white-robed old man had already appeared beside the mermaid princess. Stop him. Qin Feiyang roared. The 5-clawed golden dragon, Wang Ming, Yang Li, the white-eyed wolf and the others immediately pounced on the old man in white. Ants. The white-haired old man said indifferently and waved his hand. Without any strength, everyone was instantly sent flying and vomited blood. Immediately after, the white-haired old man grabbed the mermaid princess and disappeared into the spatial crack. Damn it, damn it. Qin Feiyang roared and instantly appeared outside. He saw that the white-haired old man was already standing beside the purple-clothed young man with the mermaid princess. Bastard! Qin Feiyang grabbed the castle and charged at the purple-clothed young man. What an affectionate person. The purple-clothed young man shook his head and smiled. Old C, let's go. Old C waved his hand and another spatial crack appeared. Don't worry, we won't hurt your bride. We'll wait for you on the 4th level. But if you don't come, I'm afraid your bride will be in danger. The purple-clothed young man looked at Qin Feiyang and smiled, then turned and stepped into the spatial crack. Old C also stepped into the spatial crack with the mermaid princess. Feiyang, take care. Mermaid princess turned and looked at Qin Feiyang, who was flying away. 2 drops of tears fell from the corner of her eyes. No, Qin Feiyang roared and the castle attacked the spatial crack, but it couldn't stop the 3 of them. Bastard, bastard. Let's go, we'll go to the 4th level now and kill them. Black Tortoise Realm. The white-eyed wolf roared, his anger overflowing. Outside. Qin Feiyang lay in the void, his eyes filled with pain. Suddenly, he waved his hand and kept the castle. At the same time, Qin Yuan appeared. Feiyang, Qin Yuan was about to comfort him. Qin Feiyang said, Uncle Yuan, bring me to the demonic dragon island. Qin Badian flew up and said to Qin Feiyang, Feiyang, you won't be able to catch up. Yeah. That person called Old C is already a half-step sovereign. He must have completely comprehended the space-time law. Lu Xingyang also said. Qin Feiyang said angrily, are we just going to watch her be taken away? Qin Badian and Lu Xingyang looked at each other and nodded at Qin Yuan. Qin Yuan waved his hand and disappeared with the few of them. Who on earth is this person? Even the Qin the Arch and the others aren't a match for them. As soon as they left, the imperial city was in an uproar. Demonic Dragon Island. Qin Feiyang looked around and saw that there was no one. He went straight to the bottom of the sea. Beside the altar. Qin Yuan looked at Qin Feiyang worriedly and transmitted his voice to Qin Batian and the others. I can't leave the great Qin. Look after him. Okay. The 3 of them nodded. As the altar opened, Qin Feiyang walked up with a gloomy face. Qin Badian and the others followed closely behind. Sigh. After the 4 of them left, Qin Yuan sighed deeply. Couldn't the heavens be nicer to this child? The 2nd level. Above the altar. Qin Feiyang and the others appeared out of thin air. Huh. However, when the 4 of them appeared, they found the fire python lying beside the altar with injuries all over its body. Brother Fire, what happened to you? Qin Feiyang's expression changed. He quickly landed beside the fire python and asked. The fire python was extremely weak, and its vitality was fading. Seeing that the situation was bad, Qin Feiyang hurriedly took out a large number of divine-grade life divine pills and stuffed them into the fire python's mouth. Boundless vitality instantly exploded in the fire python's body. Its injuries were recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye. The dissipating vitality also stabilized. After the fire python recovered, it immediately looked at Qin Feiyang apologetically and said, I'm sorry. I couldn't stop them. You've seen them? Qin Feiyang asked in a deep voice. Yes. Not long ago, they suddenly appeared on the 3rd level. I immediately asked them. They said they wanted to go to the Great Qin. I thought, why do the people on the 4th level want to go to the Great Qin? So I stopped them and didn't allow them to go. But they were too strong. I couldn't stop them. Just a while ago, they came back from the Great Qin and brought your woman. I immediately realized that something was wrong and stopped them, asking them to put down the mermaid princess. But not only did they not listen, they even attacked and almost killed me. The fire python said angrily. As the guardian of the 3rd level, it was humiliating to be injured by outsiders. Qin Badian said in surprise, don't you control the power of laws? How could they hurt you? That's the most terrifying thing. I don't know why, but in front of them, I can't control the power of laws. The fire python said. What? You can't control the power of laws either. The four of them were shocked. What do you mean? The fire python looked at the four of them suspiciously. Qin Feiyang said in a deep voice, to be honest, before in the Great Qin, Uncle Yuan couldn't control the power of laws either. Even he can't control it? What's going on here? The fire python frowned. Qin Feiyang shook his head and said, I don't know. Why don't you try again and see if you can control the power of laws now? The fire python nodded. With a thought, the power of laws suddenly descended from the sky. The fire python and Qin Feiyang were dumbfounded. It could actually control the power of laws? It seems that it's as Qin Yuan guessed. The reason is indeed on them. Lu Zhengyang said. It's too unbelievable. To be able to interfere with the power of laws, what kind of method is this? Qin Feiyang asked, did they go to the third level? The fire python nodded. Let's go. Qin Feiyang waved his hand and immediately revived the altar. No need to revive the altar. I will bring you guys up directly. As the fire python finished speaking, an invisible force descended. The next moment, the three of them appeared in the shrine. The shrine's door was wide open. Qin Feiyang rushed out of the shrine and stood in the sky, scanning the surroundings. Except for the giant beasts, there was no one else. At the same time, the fire python closed its eyes and expanded its perception infinitely. Qin Feiyang and the others looked at it nervously. After a while, the fire python opened its eyes and looked at Qin Feiyang. They're gone. They should have returned to the fourth level. Bastard. I won't forgive them. Qin Feiyang roared, Brother Fire, send me to the fourth level now. Okay. The fire python nodded. Wait. Qin Badian said. What's wrong? Qin Feiyang asked. Qin Badian transmitted his voice, if we go to the fourth level now, what about your father and the others? Qin Feiyang's body stiffened. That's right. Father and the others are still in the Black Tortoise world. The fourth level is full of powerhouses. It's hard to predict good or bad luck. I can't let father and the others take the risk. Calm down first. Didn't they say it when they left? They won't hurt you, or for the time being. Let's go back first. After settling everything, we'll go to the fourth level. Qin Badian said. The main reason why he did this was to give Qin Feiyang some time to calm down. Because Qin Feiyang had almost lost his mind. If he rushed to the fourth level, he would definitely die. So, he had to calm down first before he could deal with all of this rationally. Yi Zhong looked at Qin Feiyang and said, your ancestor is right. Let's go back first. After calming down, we'll go to the fourth level. Qin Feiyang looked at the east side of the Nether King's Hell. His hands clenched tightly as he muttered, don't be afraid, I will definitely save you. Then, with the help of the fire python, the four of them returned to Great Qin. At this moment, the imperial city was in chaos. The 9th city district was ruthlessly destroyed, and the 8th city district was also destroyed. Countless people lay in pools of blood, wailing in pain. Sigh. Qin Yuan brought Qin Feiyang and the others back to the sky above the imperial city. Looking at this scene, he couldn't help but sigh. Qin Feiyang waved his hand, and many divine life pills appeared and fell down. Quickly consume these divine life pills to heal your injuries. Your Highness. Everyone got up and looked at Qin Feiyang with anger, pain, and sadness on their faces. Chapter 2980. Looking at those faces, Qin Feiyang felt extremely guilty in his heart. He bowed and said, I'm sorry, I've implicated all of you. Your Highness, this isn't your fault. Because we all heard your conversation. They were the ones who were looking for trouble. Everyone roared. Thank you, everyone. Qin Feiyang bowed and waved his hand. The people and beasts that were sent to the Black Tortoise realm appeared one after another. Father, get someone to deal with the aftermath. Qin Feiyang looked at the emperor and said a few words, then turned around and walked towards the central square of the first district alone. Feiyang, Lu Qiuyu looked at Qin Feiyang anxiously. The emperor pulled Lu Qiuyu and shook his head, let him calm down by himself. Why is this child's life so hard? Lu Qiuyu's eyes were filled with tears. Since he was young, he had been plagued with disasters. It wasn't easy for him to get to where he was today, but God still didn't let him go. Sigh. Ling Yunfei, Zhao Tailai, Fire Lotus, and the others, as well as the big black wolf and other beasts, looked at Qin Feiyang's back with a look of unbearable pain. They had just gotten married, and the bride was taken away. If it was any other man, they wouldn't be able to withstand such a blow. Not to mention Qin Feiyang. Over the years, there were many women who liked Qin Feiyang, but Qin Feiyang rejected them all. It could be seen how deep his feelings for the mermaid princess were. Moreover, Qin Feiyang had promised more than once that he would take good care of the mermaid princess in the future, protect her, and never let her get hurt or cry again, but now, he could only watch helplessly as his beloved was taken away by someone else. One could imagine how much pain and self-blame he was feeling at this moment. Central Square. The originally clean and decent wedding venue had been destroyed, and the ground was in a mess. Qin Feiyang landed on the square. Looking at everything around him, his heart felt like it was being stabbed by a knife. First bow to the world, second bow to the parents who raised you, third bow to the elders and relatives. Husband and wife bow to each other. For the rest of my life, I'll definitely take good care of you, protect you, and make sure that you'll never be sad or cry again. Marry me, I believe. No, I believe that I have the ability to take good care of you. In this life, I only have you in my heart. It will be the same in the next life. In the next life after that, I will still pester you. Images flashed across his mind one after another. Qin Feiyang clutched his chest, which was getting more and more painful. He slowly squatted on the ground, his face almost twisted in pain. I'm sorry, I'm really sorry, I even swore that I would take good care of you, but now, I'm really sorry, I'm useless, I can't even protect you, I hate it. Bastard, I will definitely kill you. Qin Feiyang knelt on the ground and roared into the sky. Sigh. Hearing Qin Feiyang's hysterical roar, Qin Batian and the rest couldn't help but sigh. Whoosh. A figure floated over. It was Fire Lotus. He landed beside Qin Feiyang. He wanted to comfort him, but he didn't know what to say, so he silently stood aside and accompanied Qin Feiyang. Time passed little by little. Under the emperor's orders, Qilanju personally took care of the aftermath. Before the sky turned dark, the 8th district was repaired. The injuries of the people were also healed. The 9th district was also being rebuilt, but those who died could no longer come back. The entire imperial city was immersed in grief. At night. Autumn Rain Pavilion. The emperor returned to the pavilion with a tired face. Looking at everyone sitting in the hall, he asked, Is Feiyang not back yet? Lu Qiuyu nodded and sighed, he's still at the square. Then I'll go take a look. The emperor said. Don't go. Fire Lotus has been accompanying him. You've been busy all day. Go take a bath and have a good rest. Lu Qiuyu said. How can I be in the mood to rest now? The emperor looked at Qin Batian angrily and said, Great-grandfather, who are they? Why are they making trouble for no reason? The others also turned to look at Qin Batian. Qin Batian said, They are people at the 4th level of the divine rank. They are very strong, and according to my guess, they should be related to Ice Dragon. Ice Dragon. People and beasts like Zhao Tailai and White-Eyed Wolf, who knew about it, suddenly changed their faces when they heard this. But the Emperor Hong, and the others were suspicious. Qin Batian looked at the Emperor and the others and said, You don't have to worry about these things. By the way, have you informed the Mermaid Emperor? Not yet. Lu Qiuyu shook her head. Qin Batian said, As a father, he has the right to know. Understood. Lu Qiuyu nodded and looked at the emperor. You send someone to inform him now. I'll go personally. After the emperor said that, he rushed to the Sea of Despair again. Emperor Hong looked at Qin Badian and asked, Father, is this 4th level very dangerous? I already said, don't worry about this, don't you understand? Qin Badian said angrily. Emperor Hong's neck suddenly shrank. Qin Badian's heart was more irritated than anyone else. First, it was the Mermaid Emperor, Black-Winged Emperor, White-Winged Emperor, Sword Emperor, and now it was the Mermaid Princess. This ice dragon was really going too far. The night was as dark as ink. Central Square. Many people had been standing outside the square. They were all citizens of Imperial City. They came spontaneously. Although they were densely packed, everyone was talking and had been silently accompanying Qin Feiyang. Because everyone knew that what Qin Feiyang needed now was not comfort, but silence. Don't disturb him. Huolian had not taken a single step away from him since the day had started and had not spoken a single word. Whoosh! Suddenly, accompanied by the sound of something breaking through the air, 2 figures rushed over like lightning. In-law, calm down. This was the emperor's voice, very anxious. My daughter has been taken away, how do you want me to calm down? Today, I must find a way to teach that bastard a lesson. This was the voice of the Mermaid Emperor. Hearing this news, the Mermaid Emperor was furious and immediately rushed to the imperial capital, heading straight for Qin Feiyang. The noise of the two also alarmed Fire Lotus and the people outside. Everyone looked up and couldn't bear to see it. Qin Feiyang was already in so much pain, yet he still came to denounce him. Wasn't that a bit too cruel? However, this was other people's family matter, so they couldn't interrupt. Fire Lotus didn't say anything and just watched quietly. Whoosh! Soon, the Mermaid Emperor landed on the square and aggressively walked towards Qin Feiyang, angrily saying, Bastard, what did you promise me? Is this how you take care of her? The Emperor was extremely anxious. Fire Lotus landed beside the Emperor and stopped him, shaking her head. Uncle, don't try to persuade him. With his current mood, the more you persuade him, the angrier he will be. But, the Emperor frowned. Fire Lotus said, Don't worry, Qin Dage is his son-in-law after all, he won't really do anything to him. The Emperor hesitated and sighed, I hope so. Immediately, the two of them stood to the side and watched silently. The Mermaid Emperor had already rushed in front of Qin Feiyang, angrily grabbed Qin Feiyang's clothes and lifted him up from the ground. However, when he saw Qin Feiyang's eyes at this moment, the Mermaid Emperor's gaze suddenly trembled slightly. Empty, lifeless, was this still the high-spirited young man from before? Now this child was like a dead person in front of him. Not only were his eyes empty, but his face was also pale and lifeless. Originally, he was full of anger, but looking at Qin Feiyang's current appearance, he couldn't help but feel a trace of pity in his heart. That's right. As a father, hearing that his daughter was taken away, his heart was very painful. But as a man, as a husband, watching his beloved wife be taken away, his heart must be more painful than anyone else. Sigh, the Mermaid Emperor sighed deeply, gently put down Qin Feiyang, and simply sat down beside Qin Feiyang. Looking at this scene, the Emperor and the people outside couldn't help but heave a sigh of relief. A smile crept onto Huolien's face. This father-in-law was quite good. Child, don't blame yourself, this isn't your fault, they were too unreasonable. The Mermaid Emperor tried to squeeze out a smile and looked at Qin Feiyang. Uncle, Qin Feiyang raised his head and looked at the Mermaid Emperor. I don't want to say anything else, you have to remember, you are a man, if you have a problem, you have to solve it, not sit here and worry about it alone. The Mermaid Emperor said. Uncle, you really don't blame me? Qin Feiyang stared blankly at the Mermaid Emperor. What's the use of blaming you? If I blame you, will my daughter come back? It's useless. Besides, you are now half my son, why would I blame you? I believe that my daughter will not allow me to blame you. Cheer up, be a man, go and get your woman back. The Mermaid Emperor patted Qin Feiyang's shoulder heavily and smiled encouragingly. Qin Feiyang's body shook. He lowered his head and pondered for a while, then suddenly stood up, looked at the Mermaid Emperor, and said, I will, thank you for your forgiveness, uncle. Uncle? The Mermaid Emperor frowned. Qin Feiyang was stunned and quickly said, thank you, father, for your forgiveness. That's more like it. The Mermaid Emperor nodded in satisfaction. Qin Feiyang looked at the Emperor, and the Emperor also smiled encouragingly. Swish. Qin Feiyang took a step forward, and the decadent aura suddenly disappeared. Standing above the city, he shouted, gather. Fire Lotus was the first to walk to Qin Feiyang's side. Looking at Qin Feiyang, who finally cheered up, there was a trace of a smile on her beautiful face. It's the boss's voice. Let's go. Autumn rain in. Hearing Qin Feiyang's shout, everyone immediately flew to the first district. But a moment later, everyone arrived above the square. Feiyang, Lu Qiuyu looked at Qin Feiyang with tears of joy. Mother, I'm fine. Qin Feiyang smiled slightly, then looked at Zhao Tai Lai and the others, the white-eyed wolf, and the other beasts, and said, we don't know how dangerous the fourth floor is. This might be a one-way trip. Before you go, think about it carefully. What's there to think about? Wherever you go, we will follow. That's right. We are brothers and companions. We will share blessings and hardships together. The white-eyed wolf and the other beasts roared. Young master, don't say anything. As long as you say the word, I will even go to hell. Wang Ming smiled. Thank you. Qin Feiyang looked at everyone, and his heart couldn't help but ache. Then, he bowed to everyone. Chapter 2981. Thank you. If you say thank you again, I'll immediately turn around and leave. I won't bother with your business. The white-eyed wolf snorted coldly. Qin Feiyang smiled slightly. This was a typical example of a sharp tongue but a soft heart. Qin Feiyang then looked at the Emperor and the others. Lu Qiuyu walked forward, tidied up Qin Feiyang's clothes, and smiled. You don't have to say anything, we understand. Thank you, mother. Qin Feiyang lowered his head, suddenly knelt in the air, looked at all the elders and relatives in front of him, and said, everyone, take care. Finished. Qin Feiyang suddenly stood up, a cold light surging in his eyes, and shouted, let's go. At that moment, Qin Feiyang turned around and stepped into the air. He did not call anyone. Because he did not want to force anyone, whether they were willing or not, it was all up to them. Everyone, take care. Wang Ming and Yang Li looked at each other, cupped their hands and smiled at the Emperor and the others, and chased after Qin Feiyang. Fire Lotus smiled at the Emperor and the others, and also turned to leave. Let's go. The white-eyed wolf waved his claws. The five-clawed golden dragon, the golden leopard, the blood Qilin, the three black leopard brothers, the big black wolf, Yu Huang, Willow Tree, Cui Li, Zhao Tai Lai, and the others all followed. Everyone, take care. Dan Wangkai looked at everyone, especially his former companions, Wang Zicheng and the others, cupped his hands and smiled, and then left. Yes. Wang Zicheng and the others naturally had to come to Qin Feiyang's wedding. Unfortunately, a joyous occasion had turned out like this. Looking at Qin Feiyang's back, they couldn't help but sigh. Let's go too. Qin Badian looked at Lu Xingyang and smiled. Lu Xingyang nodded. Qin Badian looked at Emperor Hong and the others, and said, the future of Great Qin depends on you, protect the people here well. Yes. The group nodded. Lu Xingyang also looked at Second Grandpa and the others and said, all of you too. Do your best to assist the Qin clan and protect the people of Great Qin. Yes. Everyone nodded in agreement. Let's go. Following Qin Baishan's order, the group of people left in a grandiose manner. Among them were Tan Tai Li, Qin Rushuang, and 54 divine generals. Brother Mu, let's go. Dong Xingyang looked at Mu Tianyang and smiled. What are we going to do? Mu Tianyang frowned. Do you remember what I once said? Our fated battle isn't over yet. Our true battle is on the 4th level. You and Mu Qing are indispensable. Dong Xingyang said. Not interested. Mu Tianyang shook his head. That's all I have to say. Do as you see fit. Dong Xingyang smiled faintly and looked at Bai Long. Take good care of yourself. Bai Long reminded him, you too. Yes. Dong Xingyang nodded and turned to leave without looking back. Ancestor, Mu Qing looked at Mu Tianyang. Mu Tianyang raised his head and looked at the backs of Qin Feiyang and the others. Then, he looked at the people below and sighed. We can't let them look down on the Mu clan. Fine, let's go to the 4th level. Yes. Mu Qing nodded. Swoosh. The two of them took a step forward and disappeared into the horizon. It's time for us to go. Yi Zhong smiled faintly. Yes. Yi Shui, Yi Cheng, and Old Master Yi nodded. The Emperor hurriedly said, 4 of you, I thought you weren't going to the 4th level? We're not going, but there are still many things that we need to deal with in the ancient realm. Thank you for your warm hospitality these past few days. If you have the chance, you must come to the ancient realm. Let this old man play host. Yi Zhong smiled. All right then. The Emperor nodded. Goodbye. Yi Zhong cupped his hands and smiled. Then, he turned around and left with Yi Cheng and the other two. They're all gone. The Emperor reached out and hugged Lu Qiuyu's shoulder. Lu Qiuyu leaned into the Emperor's embrace. We can't do anything. We can only hope that they're safe. Second Grandpa sighed. Yes. Everyone nodded. This reunion was too short. Before they could recover from the joy, it was time to part. Child, we'll always wait for you at home. You must come back alive, Lu Qiuyu murmured. This was not only the Emperor and his wife's wish, but also the wish of everyone present. And it was their only wish. Demonic Dragon Island. After bidding farewell to Uncle Yuan, Qin Feiyang and the others directly opened the altar and descended to the 2nd level of the miracle. Where's Brother Hua? Qin Feiyang scanned the surroundings but did not see Hua Python's figure. Yi Zhong said, he should be on the 3rd level. Qin Feiyang glanced at the teleportation altar. Then, he looked at Yi Zhong and said, then, Master, let's part ways here. The 4th level is not like the ancient world. Be careful. Yi Zhong reminded. I will. Qin Feiyang nodded. Yi Zhong asked, also, who is the most suitable candidate that you mentioned previously? Yes. Now, you have to tell your master. After he returns, he can help this person. Qin Badian said. Qin Feiyang smiled and said, far away on the horizon, but close in front of you. Everyone was stunned. Far away on the horizon, but close in front of you? Immediately after, everyone couldn't help but look at Yi Zhong, Yi Cheng, Yi Shui, and Old Master Yi. This was because only their family had returned to the ancient world. The others had to go to the 4th level. Why are you looking at me? It can't be me. Yi Cheng was speechless. Then it can't be me. Old Master Yi smiled. Then it's even more impossible for me. Yi Shui shook her head. As the 3 of them finished speaking, everyone's gazes fell on Yi Zhong in unison. Yi Zhong looked at everyone and then at Qin Feiyang's gaze. He suddenly understood and smiled bitterly. You brat, you even schemed against your master. This is not called scheming. You are the most suitable candidate. In the future, the Dragon Slayer Palace and the ancient world will depend on you. Qin Feiyang said. Do I have a choice now? Yi Zhong shook his head and smiled. All right, don't worry and go to the 4th level. Don't worry about the ancient world. Thank you, Master. Take care. Qin Feiyang bowed. You too. You must come back safely. Yi Zhong said. I will. Qin Feiyang nodded and turned to look at everyone. He raised his eyebrows and looked at Qin Chen. To be precise, he looked behind Qin Chen. He saw a young man sneakily hiding behind Qin Chen. Wang Xiaojie. Qin Feiyang went forward and pulled the young man out. Who else could it be other than Wang Xiaojie? Master. Wang Xiaojie smiled embarrassedly. Why did you follow me? Qin Feiyang frowned. Wang Xiaojie stammered. Qin Feiyang said, if you come here like this, who will take care of your sister and mother in the future? Don't worry about this. Yan Wei has already promised me to take good care of them. Wang Xiaojie hurriedly said. You've planned this from the start. Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows. Wang Xiaojie laughed dryly. Yi Zhong smiled and said, it's good for young people to have this drive, so don't destroy his fighting spirit. Thank you, Grand Master. Wang Xiaojie hurriedly said gratefully. Qin Feiyang glared at Wang Xiaojie and nodded, all right, but remember, the fourth level is not the Forgotten Continent or Great Qin. Be careful, I don't want to bring your corpse back to see your sister and mother. Yes. Wang Xiaojie nodded. Qin Feiyang looked at Yi Zhong and said, then, Master, we'll leave first. When I find the fire python, I'll get it to send you back to the ancient world. Go. Yi Zhong waved his hand. Qin Feiyang waved his hand and sent everyone to the Black Tortoise realm, leaving only Qin Batian and Lu Xingyang outside. Following that, the three of them walked up the revival altar and then slowly disappeared from the sight of Yi Zhong and the others. Yi Shui retracted her gaze and looked at Yi Zhong. Grandpa, you actually want to go to the fourth level too, right? I do want to go. However, the ancient world needs this old man more. Perhaps one day, when the ancient world stabilizes and I find a suitable successor, this old man might go to the fourth level to take a look. Yi Zhong laughed. Then what do you think of my aptitude? Can I become your successor? Yi Shui giggled. You? Yi Zhong looked at Yi Shui with a meaningful gaze. What kind of look is that? Are you looking down on me? Yi Shui was dissatisfied. Yi Zhong laughed loudly and said, if you want to be this old man's successor, then you have to work hard. Third level. Outside the temple. Qin Feiyang and the other two stood in the air and scanned their surroundings, but they still did not find any traces of the fire python. Where did he go? Qin Feiyang frowned. Don't worry. The third level of the divine ruins is under its control. It must have already known that we came in. Perhaps it was delayed by something. Let's wait and see. Qin Batian said. Qin Feiyang said, I'm just worried that those two will make a comeback. Lu Xingyang sneered, wouldn't it be better if they really make a comeback? Qin Feiyang was stunned and looked at Lu Xingyang suspiciously. In the Great Qin, we can't make a move because of the people of Great Qin. But in the divine ruins, we can have no worries. Lu Xingyang said. Qin Batian said, that may be the case, but there are rules and restrictions in the Nether King's hell. We are no match for them. Don't we have the fire python to help us? Lu Xingyang said. Qin Feiyang and Qin Batian looked at each other, and killing intent flashed in their eyes. If the two of them really made a comeback, then they could really go all out and have a fight here. Because as the guardian of the Nether King's hell, the fire python could not only change the rules here, but also transfer all the creatures of the Nether King's hell, such as the blood demons, to the first and second levels. This way, they wouldn't have to worry about hurting innocent creatures. Ancestors, how do you think those two interfered with the power of rules? Qin Feiyang frowned. The more he thought about it, the more incredulous it was. One had to know. Back in the ancient world, the Heaven's Prison was also formed by the power of rules. Back then, when the Ice Dragon's sacred sword fought with the ancient castle, it couldn't tear the Heaven's Prison apart. This meant that even a sovereign divine weapon couldn't shake the power of rules of a world. But these two, one was at the initial stage of the imperishable realm, and the other was a half-step sovereign. How could they interfere with the power of rules in the divine ruins? Qin Badian pondered for a while and shook his head. I'm afraid only they know the mystery. Actually, I suspect that the person behind this might be the ice dragon. Lu Zhengyang said. What do you mean? Qin Feiyang and Qin Badian looked at Lu Zhengyang in surprise. Chapter 2982. Think about it, Ice Dragon has only entered the 4th level for slightly more than a year. For cultivators like us, a year's time is nothing more than a blink of an eye. He went to the 4th level and someone came from the 4th level. And he knows so much about us. Is this a coincidence? Lu Zhengyang said in a low voice. Qin Feiyang and Qin Badian nodded. Indeed, it didn't seem like a coincidence. So, I think he's the one behind all this. In this case, the fact that the two of them can interfere with the power of the rules might be related to Ice Dragon. After all, Ice Dragon can ignore the power of the rules everywhere. And he can control the power of the rules. Lu Zhengyang said. Then why did he make it so complicated? The Mermaid Emperor and the other 3 have been taken away by him. It's only a matter of time before we go to the 4th level. Now that he's here to kidnap this girl, isn't it superfluous? Qin Badian frowned. That's why I said that it might be related to him, but there might also be other factors. In short, we can only wait until we enter the 4th level to investigate before we know the real reason. Lu Zhengyang said. Or maybe he feels that the Mermaid Emperor and the other 3 aren't enough. Qin Feiyang speculated. I really can't figure it out. Let's wait until we enter the 4th level. Qin Badian shook his head and sighed. Qin Feiyang nodded and then looked in the direction of the ancient city of Qingyu, saying, I wonder how senior brother Frenzy is doing now. He should be fine. Qin Badian and Lu Zhengyang mumbled. Whoosh. At this moment, a beast shadow descended in the void in front of them. Brother Fire. Qin Feiyang hurried to welcome it. Sorry to keep you guys waiting for so long. The fire python looked at the 3 of them apologetically. It's fine. But what exactly are you busy with? Qin Feiyang was puzzled. It's all because of Frenzy. The fire python shook its head. Senior brother madman? Qin Feiyang was slightly stunned and hurriedly asked, what's wrong with him? Did something happen to him? The fire python said, didn't you notice the abnormality of the evil moon? Evil moon? Qin Feiyang looked up at the evil moon in the sky. It was night time, and the evil moon was hanging at the top of the sky. However, after repeated checking, he did not find anything unusual. The fire python said worriedly, the evil moon is slowly shrinking. Shrink? Qin Feiyang looked at the evil moon again, but he didn't see any signs of it shrinking. This kind of shrinking trace is not very obvious. You may not be able to see it, but I can clearly feel it. The fire python said. You mean, the shrinking of the evil moon has something to do with senior brother Crazy? Qin Feiyang asked. Of course. He is now inside the evil moon. The fire python nodded. Inside? Qin Feiyang looked at the evil moon again and pondered in his heart. Is this guy really the reincarnation of a big shot of the blood demon race? The fire python suddenly said, Qin Feiyang, there is something I want to tell you. What is it? Qin Feiyang was stunned. Since I became the guardian of the 3rd floor, I have carefully investigated the history of the 3rd floor. Do you know what I found out? The fire python said. What did you find out? Qin Feiyang was suspicious. The fire python said, I found that the former Nether King Hell had no restrictions. No restrictions? The fire python was stunned. Yes. In other words, there is no restriction on the cultivation realm. Whether it is the blood demon race here or other beasts, they can all step into the imperishable realm. And according to my investigation, I found something terrible. The fire python said. What terrible thing? Qin Feiyang was surprised. The blood demon race once had a sovereign realm powerhouse. As for how strong he was, I don't know. This person can fight with Lord Ice Dragon. The fire python said. What? Qin Feiyang was shocked. The fire python asked, do you know who this person is? Who? Qin Feiyang asked. The ancestor of the blood demon race. The fire python said word by word. The ancestor of the blood demon race. Qin Feiyang's eyes were full of shock. To be able to fight with Ice Dragon, how strong must he be? The fire python said again, there is one more thing. You know about the blood demon tower, right? Of course I know. Qin Feiyang nodded. According to my investigation, this blood demon tower is not a heaven-defying artifact, but an extremely terrifying sovereign realm divine weapon. The fire python said. What? The blood demon tower is a sovereign realm divine weapon? Qin Feiyang's eyes trembled. That's not right. We have seen the blood demon tower. It is not at the level of a sovereign realm divine weapon. Qin Badian and Lu Xingyang also spoke. That's because the blood demon tower is only a part of this sovereign realm divine weapon. There are still two parts that have not merged. Once merged, it will have the ability to destroy heaven and earth. The fire python said. This, Qin Feiyang and the other two looked at each other. Lunatic said earlier that the blood demon tower was originally in the hands of the old patriarch of the blood demon race, right? The fire python asked. Yes. At that time in Fallen Valley, Qin Feiyang recounted what happened in Fallen Valley in detail. As expected. The fire python pondered for a while, looked at Qin Feiyang, and said, I have a bold guess. What guess? Qin Feiyang was suspicious. The fire python said, Lunatic is very likely the reincarnation of the ancestor of the blood demon race. The reincarnation of the ancestor. Qin Feiyang and the other two looked at each other. Otherwise, how do you explain his evil power and the fact that the blood demon tower abandoned the old patriarch without hesitation and followed him? More importantly, he can still get close to the moon of evil and touch the blood bead. So, I have this bold guess. Even if he is not the reincarnation of the ancestor of the blood demon race, he must be related to the ancestor. Because you also know that the real owner of the blood demon tower was the ancestor of the blood demon race. Lunatic said. I know this. Qin Feiyang nodded, pondered for a while, and asked, then, did you tell senior brother Lunatic about this? Yes. The fire python nodded. Then what was his reaction? Qin Feiyang asked. With his personality, what reaction can he have? However, I can see that he really wants to find out, so during this period of time, he has been staying in the moon of evil. You also know that every time he touches the blood bead in the moon of evil, an image will appear in his mind. What does he want to find from this image? But I heard from him that no matter what, he can't see it clearly. It is because of this that a large amount of evil power was absorbed by him, and the moon of evil showed signs of shrinking. You know the importance of the evil power to the blood demon race. If they lose the evil power, the blood demon race won't be able to survive here. Not only the blood demon race, but also the other creatures of hell. So I am worried. If he really absorbs all the evil power, what will happen to the blood demon race in the future? The fire python shook its head and sighed. Qin Feiyang pondered for a while and said, how about this, take me there, I will persuade him. That would be for the best. The fire python was overjoyed. By the way, Feiyang, didn't you say that there is a person called Shweta? Can you let us meet him? Qin Badian suddenly spoke. Back then in the forest of gods and devils, Shweta had saved their lives. For them, it was a great kindness. Now that there was a chance, they naturally had to visit him personally. Qin Feiyang pondered for a while, looked at the fire python and said, Brother Hua, then I will leave this matter to you. Send my two ancestors to the ancient city of Qingyu. All right. The fire python nodded. With a thought, Qin Badian and Shweta disappeared. Immediately after, The fire python also brought Qin Feiyang and instantly landed in front of the moon of evil. Suddenly, a terrifying evil force surged toward them. The fire python mobilized the rule force and protected Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang shouted, "Senior brother madman, I have something to say, come out quickly." What? A moment later. Madman walked out with an annoyed look. Qin Feiyang frowned, "Are you trying to destroy the moon of evil?" "I really want to destroy it, but unfortunately, I don't have the ability." Madman snorted coldly. Qin Feiyang shook his head and smiled bitterly, "I know you really want to figure out your background, but this matter can't be forced. Let's just let nature take its course." "You make it sound nice." Didn't Qin Badian also run around to investigate his background? Madman pursed his lips. Qin Feiyang said in a deep voice, "All right, I need your help." "What help?" Madman frowned. Qin Feiyang looked at the fire python and asked, "You didn't tell him?" "Not yet." The fire python shook its head. Looking at Qin Feiyang's pained face, Madman raised his eyebrows and said, "What is it?" "Just this morning," Qin Feiyang briefly explained the matter of the old man and the young man. "What?" Madman's expression changed. "So now, I am going to the 4th floor. I really need your help." Qin Feiyang looked at Madman pleadingly. "Damn it, how dare they bully this daddy's little brother. Let's go, this daddy will accompany you to the 4th floor and let them know that people from the lower realm aren't to be trifled with." Madman said angrily. "Thank you, senior brother Madman." Qin Feiyang smiled gratefully. "Can't help it, this daddy has a troublesome little brother like you." Madman shook his head. "Little brother?" Qin Feiyang smiled bitterly. "Qin Feiyang, there's one more thing that I think I need to tell you." The fire python suddenly spoke again. "What is it?" Qin Feiyang was puzzled. "Do you know them?" The fire python condensed 3 phantoms. 2 of them were 2 young men, and the last one was a gray castle. Qin Feiyang and Madman looked at each other. Wasn't this Li Feng and the mysterious young man, as well as the gray castle that disappeared? Qin Feiyang pointed at the gray castle and asked, "Brother Fire, where did you see it?" The fire python said, "A few years ago in the Nether King's Hell." "It also came to the Nether King's Hell?" Qin Feiyang and Madman looked at each other. The fire python asked, "So, you all know them?" "Yes. I know them all, and they are all related to me." Qin Feiyang nodded. The fire python said, "They also went to the 4th floor." "What?" Qin Feiyang was shocked. Chapter 2983. They all went to the 4th floor? Frenzy asked in disbelief. "Yes." Fire python nodded. "Did they go together?" Frenzy frowned. "Not really. That young man went to the 4th floor first. Half a year later, it was that gray castle. Another 2 months passed and that young man called Li Feng only entered the 4th floor. I don't think they know each other." Fire python said. "It's really strange. How did they know there's a 4th floor?" Frenzy frowned. "Let's not talk about that young man first. He's very mysterious. As for Li Feng and the Grey Castle, Li Feng has always been with Ancestor Shue's soul. Ancestor Shue and the Grey Castle are from the previous era. Since they know about the existence of the miracle, it's impossible for them to do anything strange. I even suspect that the Grey Castle's goal is to enter the 4th floor. But why did they enter the 4th floor?" Qin Feiyang's face was also full of doubts. "It seems that even if we go to the 4th floor, we won't be too bored." Frenzy chuckled. "Yes." Qin Feiyang nodded and then looked at Fire Python. "Apart from them, are there any other strangers in the Nether King's Hell?" "Other strangers?" Fire Python was stunned. "Especially strong ones." Qin Feiyang said. "Nope." Fire Python shook his head and asked doubtfully, "Why do you ask?" "Back then, when my ancestors entered the 3rd floor, they met a mysterious white-haired young man. Not only did this person give my ancestors an elixir to recover their cultivation, but he also sent them directly from the third floor to the ancient world. Qin Feiyang said. That's impossible. There are rules and restrictions in the miracle. Apart from me, Lord Ice Dragon, and Lord Beast God, no one has this ability. Fire Python shook his head. Therefore, my guess is that he might be the real owner of the miracle, the creation god. Qin Feiyang said. That's even more impossible. Why would an existence like the creation god come to save someone completely unrelated to him? Fire Python shook his head. Forget it then. We'll talk about it when we have the chance to meet him in the future. Let's go to the ancient city now. Qin Feiyang said. The fire python nodded and brought the two of them to the sky above the ancient city of Qingyu. At this moment, the sky above the ancient city was already bustling with activity. The Ghost King and the 10 commanders were all present. Qin Badian and Lu Xingyang were standing opposite them. They were talking and laughing, and it seemed like they were having a good time. With the appearance of Qin Feiyang and Lunatic, Qingyu and the 10 commanders immediately looked toward the two of them. Senior Ghost King, long time no see. How have you been? Qin Feiyang cupped his hands and smiled. Ha! Qingyu laughed heartily and said, not seeing for many years, Brother Qin's strength is already unfathomable. No matter how strong he is, he won't be a match for Senior in the Infernal King's hell. Qin Feiyang waved his hand. The Ghost King said, let's go. Let's go down and chat. Qin Feiyang hesitated for a moment before shaking his head. Let's wait for the next time. I have to go to the 4th floor as soon as possible. What's the rush? The Ghost King was stunned. I have some personal matters to attend to. I have to go as soon as possible. Qin Feiyang nodded. Then, all right. Since Brother Qin has something urgent to attend to, I won't force you to stay. However, when you come back next time, you must come to the ancient city. The Ghost King said. Okay. Qin Feiyang nodded and looked at Qin Badian and Lunatic. Have you explained everything clearly? Yes. The two of them nodded. Shweta laughed and said, speaking of this, it's really fate. Back then, I did notice them, but I didn't pay much attention to them. I didn't expect them to be your ancestors. Yes. When I heard my ancestors talk about it, I was also filled with emotions. This means that the relationship between the Qin clan and the Blood Demon tribe is destined. Qin Feiyang said. Shweta said, then let us cherish this fate. Yes. Qin Feiyang nodded and cupped his hands. I'm really sorry. The next time I come back, I'll definitely drink with everyone. It's okay. The Ghost King and the 10 commanders waved their hands. Qin Feiyang turned to look at the fire python and said with a smile, Brother Hua, let's go. The fire python immediately led Qin Feiyang and the others and disappeared without a trace. Shweta laughed and said, Lord Ghost King, I have to say that our decision back then was really wise. Yes. If we were enemies with him back then, I'm afraid that the Blood Demon tribe would have already disappeared from this land, let alone being taken care of by the Guardians. The Ghost King nodded. Humph. However, at this moment, accompanied by a cold snort, the old patriarch landed in front of everyone, his eyes flashing coldly. Father, have you not given up? The Ghost King sighed. So what if I haven't given up? Even the Guardians are their friends. What else can I do to them? I only hate myself for being useless. The old patriarch roared. When the Ghost King heard this, not only was he not angry, but he also heaved a sigh of relief. Because this meant that his father had actually given up and was just a little indignant. Little Lunatic, do your best. The Ghost King looked at the void in front of him and muttered. In the east, towering mountains that were tens of thousands of feet tall stood there. Ferocious beasts were densely packed in the mountains. One of the tallest mountains was tens of thousands of feet tall. It was like a giant sword that towered into the sky. The peak of the mountain was very flat, as if it had been flattened by an axe. And right in the middle of the mountain peak, there was a black light door suspended in the air. This door was oval in shape and looked more like a space crack. It was pitch black inside. Swoosh! Several figures descended on the mountain peak. It was the fire python, Qin Feiyang, and the other three. The fire python pointed at the light door and said, "This is the entrance to the 4th level." Qin Feiyang and the other three looked up. Qin Baishan's pupils constricted and he said, "This is not a teleportation door. It's a space-time teleportation channel." Space-time teleportation channel? That's the space-time law? Qin Feiyang asked. Yes. Qin Badian nodded and looked at the fire python. Has this space-time teleportation channel always existed? I didn't know before, but ever since I became the guardian of the 3rd level, this channel has always existed. The fire python said. To be able to fix the space-time teleportation channel here, his cultivation must be quite impressive. And his comprehension of the space-time law has also reached the peak. There was a trace of envy in Qin Baishan's eyes. He also grasped the space-time law, but compared to the person who set up this space-time teleportation channel, he was thousands of miles away. Qin Feiyang said, "With your comprehension, it's only a matter of time." I hope so. Qin Badian smiled slightly. The fire python said, "Then I'll send you here. You guys have to be careful from now on." Thank you. Qin Feiyang bowed. Frenzy, Qin Badian, and Lu Xingyang also bowed to the fire python. Because the fire python had taken care of them all these years, it was worthy of their respect. Go. If you encounter the fire dragon, you must kill it. And that old man and young man, when you kill them, take my share too. The fire python said. Don't worry. Qin Feiyang nodded and then said, "By the way, Brother Fire, can the restrictions of the blood demon race be removed?" The fire python was stunned and asked suspiciously, "You mean to remove the restrictions on their cultivation?" Qin Feiyang nodded. "I can do it now. But I don't dare to, because you also know that the ones who restrict the cultivation of the blood demon race are the big shots above. If I make the decision on my own and help them remove the restrictions, then I don't need to say what will happen to me." The fire python smiled apologetically. "It's okay." Qin Feiyang smiled and said, "There's one more thing. My master is now on the 2nd floor. I'll have to trouble you to send him back to the ancient world." The fire python nodded. Qin Feiyang smiled slightly, then took a deep breath and turned to look at the space-time teleportation channel. "Let's go." As his voice fell, the 4 of them stepped into the channel at the same time. "My brother, you must come back alive." The fire python muttered and then disappeared without a trace. Chapter 2984. A black area of nothingness seemed to be boundless. This was the space-time teleportation channel. Inside, a storm swept in all directions, emitting a world-destroying aura. Qin Feiyang's group of 4 shuttled through the storm. This is the storm that the fire python mentioned? Looking at the storm around them, Qin Feiyang's expression was extremely solemn. "It told you before?" Madman was suspicious. It told me when we came back from Great Qin. The storm here can kill all creatures below the imperishable realm. But now that I've seen it with my own eyes, it's even more terrifying than what it said. Even a half-step imperishable realm expert might lose their life if they're not careful. Qin Feiyang said in a deep voice. Madman nodded. This storm did give him a fatal threat. However, with the protection of 2 peak imperishable realm experts, Lu Xingyang and Qin Badian, there was nothing to worry about. And here, instead of calling it a teleportation channel, it was better to call it a void space. Because this place was too big, they couldn't see the end of it. A space-time teleportation channel can actually create such a large space. This person's space-time laws have really reached the peak. Qin Badian exclaimed. Madman asked curiously, "Is it difficult to create such a space?" Of course it's difficult. Creating space is already the highest profound of spacetime laws. I don't even dare to think about it now. And the space here is quite stable. Without reaching the peak, it's impossible to do this. Qin Badian said. With that, he waved his hand, and a surge of divine power surged out, blasting toward the void on the left. Boom! Accompanied by a loud bang, the space here didn't have any traces of distortion. This, Qin Feiyang and Madman looked at each other. Even a perfect imperishable stage powerhouse was unable to cause this space to tremble a bit. Time passed breath by breath. Boom! Crack! Suddenly, in the void on the right, there was a loud bang. What's going on? Qin Feiyang's group of 4 were surprised. It sounded like the sound of a battle, but why were there people fighting here? Go and take a look. Madman asked. All right. Qin Feiyang nodded. Inside the spacetime transmission channel, there were actually battle fluctuations. No matter how one looked at it, it was a little strange. Qin Badian and Lu Xingyang looked at each other. Their faces were also full of curiosity. Then, they turned around in the air and brought Qin Feiyang and Lu Xingyang through the storm, rushing toward the place where the sound came from. About 10 breaths later, the fluctuations became clearer and clearer. Qin Feiyang and the other 3 finally dared to conclude that those were the fluctuations of a battle. Were there really people fighting here? Then who could it be? A creature from hell? Or was it someone from the 4th floor? However, none of the creatures of the Nether King's hell had reached the imperishable realm, so they probably weren't creatures of the Nether King's hell. Based on this analysis, there was a 90% chance that it was someone from the 4th level. A while later, Qin Badian, Qin Feiyang, and Lu Xingyang's eyes suddenly trembled. What is it? Frenzy was suspicious. This aura, Qin Feiyang murmured. Qin Badian and Lu Xingyang were also full of surprise. What's wrong with this aura? Frenzy frowned. Qin Feiyang suddenly roared, that's right, this is Old High's aura. Qin Badian and Lu Xingyang also immediately sped up, killing intent flashing in their eyes. Old High? Frenzy became more and more suspicious. Lu Xingyang said in a deep voice, this Old High was one of the people who came to the Great Qin in the morning and kidnapped you, I see. Frenzy nodded in realization. No wonder Qin Feiyang was so angry. One had to know. This was the hatred of stealing one's wife. They couldn't live under the same sky. That's not right. They left in the morning, and it's already night time. Why are they still in the spacetime transmission channel? Frenzy was surprised. I don't know. I don't care about this either. Qin Feiyang shook his head, staring at the void in front of him, his eyes filled with killing intent. Another few dozen breaths passed. The battle fluctuations were so terrifying that even Qin Feiyang's group of 4 couldn't get close. What should we do? Qin Badian asked. What's so great about a half-step ruler? Now, even heaven-defying divine artifacts like the Sunset Divine Bow can kill them. Qin Feiyang snorted coldly. That's right, there's nothing here. We can fight without any worries. Frenzy nodded. Clang. The Sunset Divine Bow, Sky-breaking halberd, Shield of thick earth, and 7-star staff appeared. The Sunset Divine Bow and other heaven-defying divine artifacts were the first to follow Qin Feiyang, and they were also the first to enter the land of origin. Their current strength was almost at the level of a low-stage ruler. Boom! The 4 heaven-defying divine artifacts awakened and respectively protected Qin Feiyang's group of 4. The 4 of them continued forward. The 4 heaven-defying divine artifacts could also sense the killing intent in Qin Feiyang's heart, so they were also prepared to fight. Finally, 2 figures entered the 4's line of sight. One of them was wearing a white robe and holding a horsetail whisk. Who else could it be but Old High? But at this moment, Old High's body was covered in injuries. You can actually injure him? Qin Feiyang's group of 4 found it unbelievable and immediately looked at the person who was fighting with Old Hai. It was also an old man. But the difference was, this old man was slightly shorter, only about 1.5 meters tall. However, although he was only 1.5 meters tall, he was not as thin as Old Hai, and his body was extremely strong. His upper body was exposed, and the bulging muscles were filled with explosive power. His red hair was also like flames, and he was also wearing a fiery red robe. His face was glowing, and his spirit was hale and hearty. But this old man also had many injuries on his body, and their strength seemed to be equally matched. Boom! Woo-woo! Old Hai's body was surrounded by a spacetime storm, which was formed by the spacetime law. The red-haired old man's body was also filled with the power of law, competing with Old Hai's spacetime law. This seems to be, Qin Badian looked at the power of law around the red-haired old man in surprise and murmured, "Time law. And this is the time law. And this person's time law has also reached the great perfection realm." Lu Zhengyang nodded. Who the hell are these people? They're all so abnormal. Frenzy was shocked. Who cares who they are? Qin Feiyang scanned the surroundings, looking for the figure of the purple-robed young man, but he couldn't find him anywhere. Where is he? Qin Feiyang frowned. At this time, Old Hai and the red-haired old man also noticed Qin Feiyang's group of 4. The two couldn't help but stop and look at Qin Feiyang's group of 4. Old Hai's expression suddenly froze. The red-haired old man couldn't help but have a trace of suspicion between his brows. You know them? Suddenly, the red-haired old man looked at Old Hai and asked. That's right. Do you see that young man in white? He's Qin Feiyang. Old Hai said. It's him. The red-haired old man looked at Qin Feiyang with a look of surprise in his eyes. You don't even know what Qin Feiyang looks like, and you're here to stop this old man? Old Hai sneered. The red-haired old man coldly snorted, and the time law rolled out and blasted towards Old Hai. He shouted, Qin Feiyang, the person you want to find is in this old man's space god object. Qin Feiyang immediately looked at Old Hai. Since the purple-robed young man was in his space god object, then the mermaid princess must be there too. Clang! He grabbed the sunset divine bow, and the sunset divine bow suddenly burst out with divine light. Swoosh! The next moment, a golden arrow shot towards Old Hai, carrying with it an aura that could destroy the heavens and earth. Old Hai didn't care at all. A mere heaven-defying divine weapon wanted to hurt him? What a pipe dream. But the next moment, his eyes trembled, and he turned to look at the sunset divine bow in surprise. The red-haired old man was also shocked. How could this heaven-defying divine weapon be so powerful? It had surpassed the limit of a heaven-defying divine weapon. Clang! Old Hai waved his hand, and a terrifying spacetime law suddenly appeared and blasted towards the red-haired old man's time law. At the same time, he waved the horsetail whisk in his hand, and a monstrous divine power appeared and blasted towards the arrow. Crack! A sovereign divine weapon was indeed extraordinary. Although the sunset divine bow was now so powerful, it couldn't compete with a sovereign divine weapon. The arrow instantly shattered. Whoosh! Following closely, the monstrous divine power blasted towards Qin Feiyang and the other 3. At the same time, the two powers of law also collided, and it was still a tie. Not good. But looking at the divine power rushing towards Qin Feiyang and the other 3, the red-haired old man's face changed. He was about to rescue them, but he found that Qin Feiyang's expression didn't change. The red-haired old man couldn't help but have a trace of suspicion in his eyes. Seeing that the divine power was about to arrive, accompanied by a loud clang, the ancient castle appeared. The red-haired old man was shocked. It was actually a sovereign divine weapon. How could a mere person from the lower realm have a sovereign divine weapon? Moreover, he keenly discovered that this ancient castle seemed to be somewhat different from the other sovereign divine weapons. Boom! As soon as the ancient castle appeared, it woke up on its own, and divine power surged out. The two divine powers collided with a loud bang, and a destructive wave of air instantly erupted. The ancient castle immediately shone down with divine light, protecting Qin Feiyang and the other three, as well as the sunset divine bow and the other 4 heaven-defying divine weapons. Madman said, "It seems that if we want to kill him, the ancient castle will have to take action. You guys go to the Black Tortoise world first." Qin Feiyang waved his hand and sent the 3 of them and the 4 heaven-defying divine weapons to the Black Tortoise world. Then he took a step forward and charged towards Old Hai with the ancient castle. He said, "I didn't expect to meet you so soon. Now, can you still threaten me with the people of Great Qin?" Humph. Old Hai coldly snorted. The law of space and time emerged, and a black hole appeared around Qin Feiyang. Not bad. It wasn't just one black hole, but dozens, hundreds. One had to know. Back then, Long Zun could only evolve one black hole. But this Old Hai could evolve it as he pleased. One could imagine. How terrifying was this person's attainments in the law of space and time. Chapter 2985. Numerous spacetime black holes emitted a terrifying aura as they tore Qin Feiyang apart. It was as if they wanted to tear him apart and destroy his soul. However, under the protection of the ancient castle, Qin Feiyang was not injured at all. Clang. On the contrary, the ancient castle released a monstrous aura that shattered the spacetime black holes one by one. "It really is a sovereign weapon," the red-haired old man murmured. The more he thought about it, the more incredulous he felt. Even on the 4th level, sovereign weapons were very rare. However, a young man from the lower world actually had a sovereign weapon. It was unbelievable. "What you did to us in the morning, I will make you pay back double." Qin Feiyang's eyes were cold. When he thought of the tears that the mermaid princess had shed before she left and the deaths of the people of the 9th district, his heart felt like it was being stabbed by a knife. An ant wants to overturn the heavens? Old Hai sneered coldly. His 3rd profound ability, the spacetime storm, appeared. Not just one, but hundreds of spacetime storms crazily roared toward Qin Feiyang. Clang. The ancient castle shook violently as a destructive aura erupted. The spacetime storms immediately disintegrated. "Is that all you've got?" Qin Feiyang shouted coldly. The ancient castle suddenly expanded like a mountain and suppressed Old Hai. "You think you're invincible after playing with you for a while?" Old Hai's eyes flashed coldly. The horsetail whisk suddenly flew out of his hand, and rays of dazzling divine light erupted. Boom! The 2 sovereign divine weapons clashed, and the void instantly dimmed. A terrifying and destructive wave of air gushed out in all directions like an avalanche. Qin Feiyang was not in danger under the protection of the ancient castle, but his eyes were a little serious. This person also had a sovereign weapon and was much stronger than him. It would not be easy to kill this person. As for the red-haired old man, he began to stand aside and watch. Qin Feiyang glanced at the red-haired old man and said, "Ancient castle, please change the battlefield." Clang. The ancient castle shook violently, and time instantly stopped. That's right. This was the ancient castle's law, time stop. In an instant. Whether it was the horsetail whisk, Old Hai, or the red-haired old man, they were all frozen in the void. It was also at this moment that the ancient castle charged into the distant void with the horsetail whisk. So what if he's a half-step sovereign? Qin Feiyang made a prompt decision and summoned the sunset divine bow and the other 10 heaven-defying divine artifacts. That's right. The 10 heaven-defying divine artifacts had all appeared. From this, it could be seen that his killing intent towards Old Hai did not leave any leeway. "Kill him for me!" Qin Feiyang roared. The 10 heaven-defying godly weapons were instantly awakened and charged toward Old Hai. This, following the departure of the ancient castle, the time stop also disappeared. The red-haired old man looked at this scene with a slightly stunned expression. These 10 heaven-defying divine artifacts had actually surpassed the limit of heaven-defying divine artifacts. What was going on? Old High's face sank slightly. It seemed that he had underestimated this young man's strength. Clang. Rumble. In the blink of an eye, the 10 heaven-defying divine artifacts arrived in an instant. At this critical moment, a majestic power of the laws of space and time emerged from Old High's body, forming a barrier that sealed off the surroundings. Boom! The 10 heaven-defying divine artifacts attacked, accompanied by a series of loud bangs, but the barrier formed by the laws of space and time was actually intact. Qin Feiyang was dumbstruck. What was going on? The red-haired old man said, "This is the fourth profound ability of the laws of space and time, the space-time domain, indestructible." The space-time domain, Qin Feiyang muttered and frowned. But he's only a half-step sovereign in the end, while the 10 heaven-defying divine artifacts in my hands are already at the level of a low-stage sovereign. Do you really think his cultivation is only at the half-step sovereign level? The red-haired old man said. Qin Feiyang was surprised. Old High laughed and looked at Qin Feiyang, mocking, "How can an ant like you see through this old man's true cultivation?" True cultivation, Qin Feiyang's heart trembled. "You think you can defeat this old man by letting the ancient castle take away my sovereign divine artifacts, but you don't know that by doing so, you're hastening your death. Because if the ancient castle is still here, this old man really can't kill you." Boom! As Old High's voice fell, an even more terrifying aura suddenly erupted. Qin Feiyang didn't know how strong it was, because he knew almost nothing about the Sovereign Realm experts. But he could clearly feel that the Sunset Divine Bow and the other heaven-defying divine artifact spirits were trembling in fear at this moment. What an ignorant ant. Old High shook his head and mocked, and space-time black holes once again appeared around Qin Feiyang. The terrifying tearing force instantly drowned Qin Feiyang and the 10 heaven-defying divine artifacts. Qin Feiyang, we can't hold on. The 10 heaven-defying divine artifacts protected Qin Feiyang, but cracks began to appear on their bodies. The situation was precarious. "Old thing, did you forget about this old man?" But at this moment, the red-haired old man who had been watching by the side suddenly attacked. Clang! Accompanied by a deafening sound, a 3-foot-long sword appeared. This long sword seemed to be made of magma. With the appearance of the long sword, the sharpness of a sovereign realm divine artifact swept out in all directions. The next moment, the long sword arrived behind Old High. Old High hurriedly dodged, but his body was still torn apart by the sharp sword. However, his torn body instantly healed, and then he glared at the red-haired old man and said angrily, "You're despicable. No matter how despicable I am, I'm not as despicable as you. You actually ran to the lower realm to capture people." The red-haired old man waved his hand, and the long sword slashed toward Old High again. Old High's pupils shrank, and with a wave of his hand, a space-time crack appeared. "With this old man here, do you think you can escape?" "Time stop." The red-haired old man pointed his finger, and the time here once again stopped. Following closely, the long sword slashed toward Old High. A scream suddenly sounded. Old High's body was immediately shattered in the void, and his soul was destroyed. Qin Feiyang was stunned. A half-step sovereign realm expert died just like that? The sovereign realm was too far away for him. Therefore, at this moment, seeing a sovereign realm expert die with his own eyes, he found it hard to accept. However, the red-haired old man's eyebrows did not waver at all. He released his divine will and instantly locked onto a part of the void. Immediately, he raised his old hand and grabbed at the air, and a small boat-shaped spatial divine item appeared. Looking at this spatial divine item, Qin Feiyang's eyes suddenly lit up. Clang! He grabbed the sky-breaking halberd and slashed at the divine boat. With a loud crack, dazzling sparks shot out from the void. The divine boat immediately shattered in the void, and 2 figures fell out. Wasn't it the purple-robed young man and the mermaid princess? Fei Yang. The mermaid princess exclaimed in surprise. Qin Fei Yang was also very happy, and immediately rushed toward the mermaid princess. Stop! The purple-robed young man's voice suddenly sounded. He grabbed the mermaid princess's neck, and his eyes were full of malice. Qin Fei Yang's eyes darkened. Only now did he notice that the mermaid princess was no longer breathing, and there were still some traces of blood on her lower abdomen. It was obvious. Her sea of qi had been destroyed. You're courting death. Looking at the bloodstains, Qin Fei Yang suddenly burned with anger, and the sky-breaking halberd emitted a destructive aura. Didn't you hear me tell you to stop? Otherwise, I'll kill her. The purple-robed young man shouted. However, as soon as he finished speaking, time stopped again. Obviously, the red-haired old man had attacked. Qin Fei Yang rushed forward, hugged the mermaid princess, and directly raised the sky-breaking halberd, and cut off one of the purple-robed young man's arms. At this moment, the red-haired old man also stopped time. Ah! The purple-robed young man suddenly covered his shoulder and howled. Qin Fei Yang glanced at the purple-robed young man, then looked at the mermaid princess in his arms, and said, I'm sorry, I've let you suffer so much. It's okay, the mermaid princess shook her head and lay in Qin Fei Yang's arms. Her tears instantly wet Qin Fei Yang's chest. Qin Fei Yang's heart ached. Staring at the purple-robed young man, he gritted his teeth and said, Don't worry, I won't let you die so easily. Destroy his sea of qi for me. The sunset bow was shot, and an arrow sank into the purple-robed young man's sea of qi. His sea of qi was also shattered. The purple-robed young man roared, Bastard, do you know who I am? How dare you hurt me, do you know how much you'll have to pay for this? Even if you're the son of the god of creation, I'm not afraid. Qin Fei Yang smiled sinisterly. With a thought, the white-eyed wolf and a group of fierce beasts appeared and shouted, Torture him to death. Bastard, how dare you come and steal little Qin Zi's woman, you're fucking immortal. Hearing this, the white-eyed wolf immediately roared and pounced on the purple-robed young man. Ah, immediately. That was where the miserable screams came from. Clang. At this moment, the castle returned. But the horsetail whisk was nowhere to be seen. Qin Fei Yang looked at the castle and asked, Where's the sovereign divine weapon? The castle did not answer and directly returned to the Black Tortoise realm. Qin Fei Yang frowned and couldn't help but look in the direction of the battle between the castle and the horsetail whisk. Don't look for it, if the sovereign divine weapon wants to leave, you can't stop it. The red-haired old man smiled faintly. Qin Fei Yang turned to look at the red-haired old man. The red-haired old man smiled kindly. Qin Fei Yang took out a spirit sea pill and put it in the mermaid princess's mouth. Then, he turned to the red-haired old man and bowed. Thank you for your help, senior. Thank you, senior. The mermaid princess also bowed. The red-haired old man looked at the two and asked, Looking at your clothes, you seem to have just gotten married? Yes. In the morning, we had just gotten married when these two people came. Not only did they attack us, but they also hurt many people of the great Qin Empire. Qin Fei Yang nodded. I can't believe they would do something like breaking up a couple. They're indeed a group of inhumane people. The red-haired old man shook his head. Who exactly are they? Qin Fei Yang was suspicious. The red-haired old man sighed. They have a strong background, and the force behind them is even stronger. Even I have to be wary. Are they that scary? Qin Fei Yang frowned. Let's put it this way. The force they belong to is one of the strongest forces in the Sky Cloud realm. The red-haired old man thought for a moment and said, Sky Cloud realm? Qin Fei Yang was stunned. Chapter 2986. The Sky Cloud realm is the fourth layer you speak of. After the red-haired old man finished speaking, he waved his hand, and the long sword returned to his body. Sky Cloud realm, Qin Fei Yang murmured. The red-haired old man looked at Qin Fei Yang and said with a smile, Actually, This old man has to thank you. Thank me? Qin Feiyang was taken aback. Yes. This old man and he have been fighting here for a whole day, but because our strength and cultivation are equal, and we both have sovereign divine weapons, we have been unable to determine the winner. And your arrival has undoubtedly broken this balance. So this old man can quickly kill him. The red-haired old man laughed. No, no, no. It is this junior who should thank senior. If it weren't for senior stopping him here, I don't know how long it would take for me to save my wife. Senior, please accept my and my wife's 3 kowtows. After Qin Feiyang finished speaking, he and the mermaid princess looked at each other, and then bowed deeply to the red-haired old man 3 times. Hee, you know how to repay kindness. You are a good young man. The red-haired old man nodded. Senior, you flatter me. Qin Feiyang shook his head and sighed, I can't even protect my own woman. What kind of good am I? You don't have to be like this. Your strength still needs to be tested. After all, you are still so young. The opponent you are facing this time is not something your place can compare to. Facing these 2 people, not to mention you, even in the entire sky cloud realm, there are not many who dare to go against them. So, you dare to face them head-on and kill their subordinates. This courage is not bad. The red-haired old man smiled slightly. Are they really so strong? Qin Feiyang frowned. Of course. As one of the strongest forces in the sky cloud realm, any order from them can shake the sky cloud realm. The red-haired old man nodded. Qin Feiyang and the mermaid princess looked at each other. It seemed that this time they had really encountered a strong enemy. The mermaid princess said, then senior's origin must not be simple. Why do you say that? The red-haired old man chuckled. When you killed Old Hai, you didn't even blink. Furthermore, you don't seem to be worried in the slightest. Therefore, Junior, your origin is definitely not inferior to theirs. The mermaid princess said. Little girl, you're very smart. The red-haired old man smiled. Senior, you flatter me. The mermaid princess waved her hand. Yes. Indeed, the power that this old man belongs to is not weaker than them. Furthermore, both of us are in a relationship of mutual fear. The red-haired old man nodded. Qin Feiyang asked suspiciously, then why did Senior come to intercept them? Because we received news that they left the sky cloud realm. As enemies, we naturally have to come and see what they are up to. But I never thought that I would get to know the 2 of you. The red-haired old man smiled. It's us who are climbing up the social ladder. Qin Feiyang blushed with shame as he shook his head. He bowed and said, May I know Senior's name? It's just a name. It's not worth mentioning. If you don't mind, you can call me Elder Hua. The red-haired old man smiled faintly. Greetings, Elder Hua. Both of them bowed in unison. The red-haired old man nodded and then looked at the white-eyed wolf and the other beasts, asking, Are they all your spiritual pets? No, no, no. They are my partners, not spiritual pets. Qin Feiyang quickly waved his hand. Partners? The red-haired old man was taken aback. Yes. We have been through life and death together for many years. In this junior's eyes, they are all junior's family. Qin Feiyang nodded. Treating the beasts as your family, young man, you are indeed interesting. However, just let them be. Don't go too far. After all, the strength behind them isn't simple. Be careful of their crazy revenge in the future. The red-haired old man said. Revenge? Sooner or later, I will kill them in front of them and make them regret everything they did today. Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed with a cold light. Your courage is commendable, but you still have to work hard. As for that old Hai, it will be difficult for you to kill him. The red-haired old man shook his head. Isn't he already dead? Qin Feiyang said. Dead? The red-haired old man was taken aback and shook his head. How can a powerhouse of their level die so easily? Qin Feiyang and the mermaid princess were shocked and said, "Could it be that their divine souls are still in the sky cloud realm? That's for sure. Otherwise, do you think that the sovereign divine weapon won't care about their life and death?" The red-haired old man smiled faintly. Qin Feiyang's face sank. He looked at the white-eyed wolf and the others and said, "Be more ruthless." Although they wouldn't die, it was good to collect more interest now. Understood. The white-eyed wolf smiled. Seeing this, the red-haired old man couldn't help but shake his head and laugh. Sure enough, the newborn calf wasn't afraid of the tiger, but it was also interesting. At such a young age, he already had a sovereign divine weapon. His means and character must be quite good. When he entered the sky cloud realm, he might really cause some trouble. Qin Feiyang and the mermaid princess didn't continue to ask about the red-haired old man's identity. Because from the red-haired old man's tone and attitude, they knew that he didn't want to say too much. If they continued to pester, it would definitely arouse the other party's disgust. A terrifying sovereign realm powerhouse with a sovereign divine weapon. This was something that they absolutely couldn't provoke. Qin Feiyang, I'm telling you, you're dead, the purple-clothed young man wailed and roared. You still have the strength to talk. Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows and looked at the white-eyed wolf and said, "What are you doing?" Hearing this, the white-eyed wolf immediately became angry and slapped the young man's mouth with his claws. As soon as he opened his mouth, the skin and flesh were immediately torn open. Broken teeth, mixed with blood, constantly spurted out. "You will all die, I swear," the purple-clothed young man roared with resentment. "You can still talk." The white-eyed wolf was stunned and roared, "Golden scale sword." The golden scale sword was the golden longsword that once belonged to the golden dragon ancestor dragon. Whoosh! The golden scale sword fell in front of the white-eyed wolf. The white-eyed wolf shouted, "Chop him into mincemeat." Clang! The golden scale sword shook and immediately slashed. The purple-clothed young man's body was immediately cut in half. Another slash, 4.5. Another slash, 8.5. Just like this, the purple-clothed young man was slowly chopped into mincemeat by the golden scale sword. A bit ruthless. Looking at this scene, even the red-haired old man couldn't help but feel a little numb. "Old senior, I'm sorry to let you see such a bloody scene," Qin Feiyang said apologetically. "Which one of us doesn't have hands stained with blood? Besides, people have tempers. It's understandable." The red-haired old man waved his hand and smiled, "Since we met here, why don't we go to the sky cloud realm together?" This, Qin Feiyang was a little hesitant. Little friend is really a vigilant person. Fine. This old man will take his leave first. The red-haired old man shook his head and smiled, then turned around and disappeared like lightning. The mermaid princess looked at Qin Feiyang suspiciously and said, "Feiyang, this person doesn't look like a bad person." Qin Feiyang withdrew his gaze and sighed, "We know nothing about the sky cloud realm. It's better to be careful. After we confirm it in the future, we will thank him properly." Chapter 2987. Boss, this is his. The white-eyed wolf casually threw a chinquan bag to Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang caught it in his hand and looked down. "What should we do with this pile of meat?" The white-eyed wolf and a group of beasts surrounded the purple-clothed young man's meat and discussed. "What else can we do? Grind his bones and scatter his ashes," the big black wolf said angrily. Divine power emerged and slowly destroyed the purple-clothed young man's flesh and blood. "Bastard, try to provoke us again." Immediately, a group of beasts ran to Qin Feiyang and the mermaid princess while cursing. "Boss, how is it? Did you find any valuable treasures?" The three black leopard brothers laughed. After rescuing the mermaid princess, not only Qin Feiyang, but they were also in a good mood. Just some soul stones, divine crystals, some herbs, divine weapons. Qin Feiyang shook his head, but when he said this, he was slightly stunned. Immediately after, he took out a badge from his chinquan ring. This badge was the size of a baby's fist. It was overflowing with light as if it was cast from gold foil. There was a divine dragon pattern on it. Eh. Everyone looked at the badge curiously. Divine dragon pattern? What was this? Could it be this person's identity badge? But shouldn't an identity badge have a name? But there was nothing on it except for the divine dragon pattern. Wait! The white-eyed wolf suddenly said in surprise, "Don't you feel that there seems to be a mysterious aura in this badge?" Mysterious aura? Qin Feiyang was stunned. Yes. The white-eyed wolf nodded and released his divine sense to cover the badge. But the next moment, its body and mind trembled as if it had been hit by an invisible heavy blow. It spat out a mouthful of old blood. Brother Wolf, you, Fire Qilin and the other beasts looked at the white-eyed wolf in surprise. Something's wrong. Seeing the white-eyed wolf's abnormal behavior, Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed. He also tried to release his divine sense into the badge. Boom! Immediately, he felt an imposing aura heading straight for his sea of consciousness. Puff! The next moment, like the white-eyed wolf, his body shook violently and he spat out a mouthful of blood. What's going on? Seeing Qin Feiyang and the white-eyed wolf get hurt by the badge, the mermaid princess and the blood Kirin were shocked. Qin Feiyang wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and said in a deep voice, "This badge shouldn't be an identity token." What could it be? The mermaid princess asked. I don't know. However, if this emblem is truly that important, I believe that Old Hai and the others will definitely not let this matter rest. Let's go. Qin Feiyang immediately put away the badge and sent the white-eyed wolf and the other beasts to the Black Tortoise realm. Then, he took the mermaid princess and used the walk formula to rush in the direction of the red-haired old man. Feiyang, are you worried that they will come for us? The mermaid princess asked. Yes. If they really come, then our situation is extremely bad. So, we must leave this space-time portal as soon as possible. Otherwise, if we are blocked by them, we will not be able to escape. Qin Feiyang said in a deep voice. About a moment later, finally, a crack appeared in front of them. That should be the exit. Qin Feiyang looked at the crack and rushed out like a stream of light. After a few breaths, the two rushed out of the crack with a whoosh. Immediately, a surging ocean entered their line of sight. The sea was endless, the wind was howling, and giant wolves were rolling as if covering the sky. Ha! Qin Feiyang and the other man were astonished. Outside the exit, it was actually a sea. Looking down again, they found that there was a small island below the sea. The island was only a few miles long. The vegetation was lush, and in the center of the island, there was a towering giant mountain. At this moment, they were standing above the mountain peak. Turning their head again, the space-time portal was standing in the void behind them. This is the Sky Cloud Realm? The mermaid princess glanced at the magnificent sea around her, her eyes full of surprise. Who is disturbing this emperor's cultivation? Suddenly, an angry roar sounded. With the roar, a monstrous aura emerged from the island below. Qin Feiyang and the mermaid princess changed their expressions on the spot. This aura was definitely not below Old Hai and the red-haired old man. In other words, this beast was also a sovereign realm existence. They had just entered the Sky Cloud Realm, and they had already encountered such a powerful beast. How many experts were there in this land? Making a prompt decision, Qin Feiyang activated the concealment technique, took out the divine moon jade pendant, grabbed the mermaid princess, and hid in the void. At the next moment, a black little thing rushed to the top of the mountain, a pair of small eyes angrily staring at the space-time portal. Qin Feiyang and the mermaid princess were stunned. When they heard the roar before, they thought that it must be a very big and ferocious beast. Because the roar was too loud, it shook the blood in their body. But now, what ran up was a chopstick-sized rabbit. Its whole body was covered with white fluffy hair. His two dark eyes seemed to be extremely intelligent. Not only did it not look fierce, but it also looked very cute. Is this the owner of the roar? The couple looked at the little white rabbit with curiosity written on their faces. No one. The little rabbit murmured. Qin Feiyang transmitted his voice, that's right. This is its voice. Be careful. Suddenly, the little rabbit released its divine sense and shrouded the mountain peak. We won't be discovered, right? The mermaid princess said worriedly. With the divine moon jade pendant, we won't. Qin Feiyang nodded confidently. However, before his voice fell, the little rabbit's eyes turned and looked straight at the place where the two of them were. Qin Feiyang's heart trembled. They were discovered? But that was impossible. The divine moon jade pendant could block all searches and spies. You think you haven't been seen? What an idiot. The little rabbit suddenly showed a look of disdain. Ah! Qin Feiyang and the mermaid princess were stunned. They were really discovered. Come out, don't let this emperor make a move. If this emperor makes a move, then you will have to prepare a coffin. The little rabbit stood up on its hind legs and spoke in an overbearing manner as if it was an old man. Qin Feiyang and the mermaid princess looked at each other and couldn't help but smile bitterly. Then, they turned off their concealment technique and appeared in front of the little rabbit. The little rabbit looked at the two of them, then looked at the divine moon jade pendant in Qin Feiyang's hand and said indifferently, so it's made of heavenly domain divine stone. No wonder you are so bold and dare to stand in front of this emperor so openly. Qin Feiyang smiled bitterly, didn't we still not escape Senior's eyes? What a joke. Why don't you look at this emperor's cultivation? How can a mere heavenly domain divine stone escape this emperor's senses? The little rabbit smiled disdainfully, then looked at the two of them and asked, you should be from the lower realm, right? This, Qin Feiyang and the mermaid princess looked at each other. The little rabbit said, are you wondering how this emperor knows? The two of them nodded. Because of your ignorance. The heavenly domain divine stone can indeed hide your aura, but it can't escape the search of a dominator. The little rabbit said. What? Qin Feiyang was shocked. This matter, almost all the creatures in the sky cloud realm know, but you still use the heavenly domain divine stone to hide it in front of this emperor. What does this mean? Isn't this the same as bearing the fact that you are from the lower realm? The little rabbit pouted. Thank you, Senior, for the reminder. Qin Feiyang cupped his hands. This didn't seem very important, but in fact, it was related to their life and death. Because if they didn't know this in advance and used the divine moon jade pendant to hide when they encountered a strong enemy, it was tantamount to courting death. Remind? The little rabbit was slightly stunned and frowned. Are you stupid? Is this emperor reminding you? Qin Feiyang smiled embarrassedly. Today is really a bit lively. First it was those two old men, and now it's you. Those two old men are strong, this emperor can't keep them, but you too. Speaking of this, the little rabbit's eyes suddenly flashed with a fierce light. Qin Feiyang's pupils shrank and hurriedly said, we didn't mean to disturb, I hope Senior can forgive us. Yes. This is the first time we came to the sky cloud realm, so we didn't know you were cultivating here. If we have disturbed you, I hope Senior can forgive us. Mermaid Princess also hurriedly apologized. The little rabbit raised her eyebrows and said, just a word of forgiveness and you want to solve the matter? Then what do you want? Qin Feiyang asked. His tone was a bit impatient. Isn't this looking for trouble? This isn't your private territory, why can't others come here? What do I want? The little rabbit smiled playfully, and a terrifying pressure suddenly rushed towards the two. The two's body shook, and a mouthful of blood rushed to their throat. Don't go too far, Qin Feiyang said angrily. So what if I'm bullying you? If you want this emperor to forgive you, take out the good wine. Don't tell me you don't have wine on you. The little rabbit said. Ah. Qin Feiyang was stunned. Mermaid Princess was also stunned. Good wine? What is this? Could it be that this little rabbit is also a drunkard? The little rabbit said angrily, what's with your eyes? Are you looking down on this emperor? The pressure intensified. No, no, no. Qin Feiyang hurriedly shook his head and said, you should have said so earlier. Isn't it just wine? What's the big deal? The little rabbit was taken aback and asked, listening to your tone, you also like this? Yes, 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 in this world, other than my wife, wine is something I like. Qin Feiyang hurriedly nodded. Mermaid Princess looked at Qin Feiyang strangely. Why don't you blush when lying? Who doesn't know you don't drink? Wait. The people of the Sky Cloud realm didn't seem to know. Really? The little rabbit looked at Qin Feiyang. More real than real gold. Qin Feiyang nodded. Then why didn't you say so earlier? If you said you were a kindred spirit, why would this emperor make things difficult for you? The little rabbit retracted its power and said with a smile, tell me, what good wine do you have? Qin Feiyang was about to speak. The little rabbit said again, I'm warning you, don't be like those brats a while ago, giving this emperor a few jars of trash, even using it to rinse my mouth. This emperor feels uncomfortable. A while ago? Qin Feiyang was stunned and asked suspiciously, which brats? They also came from the lower realm. The little rabbit said. Chapter 2988. They're from the lower realm? Qin Feiyang and the Mermaid Princess looked at each other. Could it be Li Feng and the others? Qin Feiyang asked, may I ask what they look like? The little white rabbit said, 2 humans and a heaven-defying divine artifact. Qin Feiyang waved his hand, and the figures of Li Feng, the mysterious young man, and the grey castle appeared. It's them. At first, they said that it must be a peerless divine wine, but when I drank it, it tasted like horse urine. I was so angry that I beat them up. The little white rabbit sneered. Beat them up? Qin Feiyang was stunned. Li Feng was not that strong, and even the blood ancestor could not protect him against the little white rabbit. Moreover, although the grey castle was a heaven-defying divine artifact, it could only be beaten up by the little white rabbit. However, the mysterious young man was unfathomable. He had always been the one beating others, but the little white rabbit beat him up too. This surprised him a little. It was also a pity that he could not see the young man being beaten up. Then where are they? Qin Feiyang asked. Of course, they're thrown into the sea to feed the fish. The little white rabbit said indifferently. Qin Feiyang's mouth twitched. He did not know if it was true or not, but it should not be so. Why do you have so many questions? Can you hurry up? The little white rabbit frowned, obviously starting to get impatient. Qin Feiyang began to feel troubled again. He definitely had wine. Even if he did not have it on him, there were plenty in the Black Tortoise world. He originally planned to take out some wine to fool them, but when he heard that the young man and the others were beaten up, he could not help but feel a little guilty. He did not care about himself, but the Mermaid Princess could not be beaten up with him. Hurry up, are you testing my patience? The little white rabbit frowned and made a fierce look, but in the eyes of Qin Feiyang, it was extremely cute. The Mermaid Princess said, I guess only the immortal wine can satisfy it. I think so too. But only Hua Yi and Miss Immortal Wine have it. Where can I find it now? Qin Feiyang was helpless. If he had known earlier, he would have dragged Hua Yi along. Young master, I'll give it a jar of immortal wine. The voice of the 5-clawed golden dragon suddenly sounded in Qin Feiyang's mind. They were all watching from the Black Tortoise realm, so they knew what was happening outside. Qin Feiyang stared blankly and hastily asked, You have the immortal intoxication? Yes. Before I left, I took a lot from Hua Yi. The 5-clawed golden dragon said. Qin Feiyang slapped his head. How could he forget that this guy was also an alcoholic? He quickly transmitted a message to Qin Feiyang, You are truly my savior. Quickly give me a jug. The next moment, a jar of heavenly immortal wine appeared in front of Qin Feiyang. It looked funny. Because with its small body, it couldn't hold the wine jar with its 2 claws. This jar of immortal wine was also unopened. The little white rabbit looked at Qin Feiyang and said, "Kid, don't fool me, or you will have to go to the sea to feed the fish." "I don't dare." Qin Feiyang waved his hand. The little white rabbit waved its paw and opened the wooden lid of the wine jar. Originally, it didn't have much hope. How could a person from the lower realms have any good wine? But the moment it was opened, its eyes popped out. This wine aroma was too intoxicating. It couldn't wait to take a sip and immediately revealed an intoxicated expression. "This immortal wine can be eaten in the sky cloud realm?" Looking at the little white rabbit, Qin Feiyang couldn't help but mutter. Originally, he didn't have much confidence. Because the immortal wine was a peerless divine wine, but this was the sky cloud realm. The sky cloud realm was stronger than the ancient realm, so there must be a lot of peerless divine wine. So in his opinion, the immortal wine might not be able to please the little white rabbit. But now, looking at the little white rabbit's reaction, it didn't seem to be what he thought. "Not bad, not bad. Finally, I've encountered a decent jar of wine." The little white rabbit drank a few more mouthfuls and nodded with a smile. "It's good that you like it." Qin Feiyang laughed. The little white rabbit looked up at Qin Feiyang and asked coldly, "Is there more?" "Ah." Qin Feiyang was stunned and shook his head. "This kind of wine is already a rare treasure in our lower realms, so I only have one jar." "Really?" The little white rabbit didn't believe it. Qin Feiyang nodded. The little white rabbit frowned. "Why don't I believe it?" "If you don't believe me, you can check my universe ring," Qin Feiyang said. "Do you think I'm stupid? Why would you put such a good wine in a universe ring? If you want to put it, you should put it in a space divine object," the little white rabbit said. Qin Feiyang smiled embarrassedly and said, "Is this wine really good?" The little white rabbit nodded and said, "Even in the sky cloud realm, it's considered the best." Qin Feiyang nodded and then glanced at the mermaid princess. "If Miss Fairy comes here to open a restaurant, she will definitely make a lot of money." The mermaid princess could not help but laugh. "Don't flirt in front of me." "Is there more?" "I like honest people." The little white rabbit looked at the two with a fierce light in her eyes. Qin Feiyang was about to speak. Boom! Suddenly, in the distant sea, two powerful auras rolled out. Qin Feiyang immediately looked up with a trace of surprise in his eyes. One of the auras seemed to be the sovereign divine weapon, the horsetail whisk. The other aura was even stronger than Old Hai and the red-haired old man. "It seems that it's as you expected." The mermaid princess's face also sank slightly. The little white rabbit saw the changes in the expressions of the two, and a light flashed in her eyes. "Your enemy?" Qin Feiyang looked at the little white rabbit's eyes and felt that something was wrong. He smiled and said, "We just came to the sky cloud realm, how could we have any enemies?" "Is that so?" The little white rabbit smiled faintly. Qin Feiyang felt bitter in his heart. This little rabbit was really more clever than a ghost. In his heart, he was quite anxious. He had to leave immediately. "Senior, the wine has been given to you. Can we go now?" Qin Feiyang asked. "Don't worry." The little white rabbit waved her paw and stopped the two, saying, "Since it's not an enemy, what are you afraid of?" "We are not afraid," Qin Feiyang said. "Don't pretend. What kind of people have I not seen? Do you think you can hide this from me? Let's talk about the conditions," the little white rabbit said disdainfully. Qin Feiyang smiled bitterly and said, "Please say it. I will help you escape their pursuit, and as a reward, give me another 100 jars of this wine." The little white rabbit patted the wine jar and said, "You are a bit dishonest. How can you take advantage of a burning house?" Qin Feiyang smiled bitterly. "Who told you to lie to me?" The little white rabbit snorted and said indifferently, "They will be here soon. You choose between the wine and your life." Qin Feiyang looked at the mermaid princess, and the mermaid princess also looked helpless. Qin Feiyang said, "Little gold, how much wine do you have? I only have 200 jars in total. I pestered Huai for a long time to get it. The five-clawed golden dragon said with a little grievance. He definitely had to take out this wine, otherwise Qin Feiyang would be in danger. But he really couldn't bear to. I know how you feel now, but don't worry, when there is a chance in the future, I will definitely get you some divine wine of the sky cloud realm. Qin Feiyang said. The five-clawed golden dragon said, this is what you said, I will remember it in my heart. I said it. Qin Feiyang responded and looked at the little white rabbit. Okay, I will give it to you. Originally, they could have bargained, but there was no time for that now. You really lied to me. The little white rabbit glared at Qin Feiyang, and with a wave of its claws, the two were sent to an unfamiliar place. This was a stone room. It was closed on all sides, but the space was quite large. It should be several miles away. It was in this stone room that Qin Feiyang and Li Qie finally saw what a real drunkard was. In this huge stone room, more than half of the stone room was piled up with wine jars. There were at least hundreds of thousands of wine jars. And none of them were opened. This little rabbit, it is even more exaggerated than Huai and Little Gold. The mermaid princess shook her head and laughed. And this place must be the little rabbit's spatial divine item. It actually used a spatial divine item to store wine? This was the first time they had encountered such a thing. Boom! Not long after Qin Feiyang and the little white rabbit disappeared, two streams of light broke through the sky and landed on the mountain peak. One of them was a horsetail whisk. The other was an old man in blood-red clothes. With blood-red hair and blood-red robes, he looked like he had just walked out of hell. His murderous aura was monstrous. Yo! Isn't this the old man from the western continent? Why do you have time to come here? The little white rabbit glanced at the old man in blood-red clothes and said indifferently. The old man in blood-red clothes looked at the little white rabbit, snorted, and flew straight toward the space-time crack with the horsetail whisk. What are you doing? What are you doing? Do you think I don't exist? Have you forgotten the rules? The little white rabbit swished and stopped in front of the space-time crack. Looking at the old man in blood-red clothes, a cold light flashed in her eyes. The old man in blood-red clothes snorted and took out 100 wine jars, threw them to the little white rabbit, and rushed into the space-time crack without looking back. Hee hee. The little white rabbit grinned. With a wave of her little paw, the 100 wine jars immediately entered the stone room. These are the rules? Qin Feiyang looked at the wine jars in a daze. Even these have to follow the rules. Looks like it's extraordinarily strong. The mermaid princess said. Little girl, you're quite perceptive. The little white rabbit suddenly appeared in front of the two of them. Qin Feiyang asked suspiciously, Senior, who exactly are you? Guess? The little white rabbit twisted the wine jar and drank while looking at Qin Feiyang playfully. I can't guess. Qin Feiyang shook his head. If you can't guess, shouldn't you at least pretend to guess? You're such a boring person. The little white rabbit shook her head and looked at the mermaid princess. She shook her head and said, Little girl, why do you like him? He's just a piece of wood. The mermaid princess smiled helplessly. That, Senior, don't try to sow discord between us, okay? Qin Feiyang was speechless. Who's in the mood? If it weren't for the 100 jars of wine, I wouldn't even bother with you. The little white rabbit looked at him with disdain. Yes, yes, yes. Qin Feiyang nodded. Suddenly, his expression changed. He looked at the mermaid princess and said, They didn't find us in the space-time tunnel. Will they go to the Nether King's Hell or the Great Qin Empire? The mermaid princess' expression changed when she heard this. With the strength of these people, if they went to the Great Qin Empire, wouldn't they cause a lot of trouble? Chapter 2989. The two of them were worried. I'm curious. What did you guys do? Even that old thing came to look for you personally? The little white rabbit looked at the two of them suspiciously. We didn't do anything. They came to look for us on their own initiative. Qin Feiyang said. Is that so? That's strange. The little white rabbit muttered. Qin Feiyang pondered for a while, took out the badge, and asked, Senior, do you know what this is? The little white rabbit glanced at the badge, and her eyes seemed to be glued to it, unable to move away. Qin Feiyang and the mermaid princess looked at each other, and their hearts couldn't help but tremble. It seemed that this thing was really extraordinary. The little white rabbit put down the wine jar, took the badge with a solemn face, and looked at it for a while, and asked, This thing, where did you get it? We snatched it from a young man in the spacetime transmission channel. Qin Feiyang said. Young man? The little white rabbit was stunned. Qin Feiyang waved his hand, and the phantoms of the purple-robed young man and old high condensed. So it's them. I'm curious. Why did I only see the sovereign divine weapon come out and not them? It seems that they have died in your hands. The little white rabbit looked at the two of them and said. Yes. Qin Feiyang nodded. Amazing. You can even kill them. The little white rabbit was surprised. We killed the young man, but the one called Old High was killed by another old man. Qin Feiyang said. The little white rabbit asked, That little old man? Yes. Qin Feiyang nodded. Interesting. The little white rabbit raised the corner of her mouth, looked at the two of them, and said, I'm really curious. Who are you people? To be able to make them come down personally. We're just ordinary people. I really don't know why they want to find trouble with us. Qin Feiyang also had a look of annoyance. Looking at Qin Feiyang, the little white rabbit's eyes flickered. Suddenly, there was a hint of surprise in the little white rabbit's eyes. Then, with a wave of its paw, a streak of divine power swept out and sliced Qin Feiyang's wrist at lightning speed. Streams of blood immediately flowed out. Senior, you, Qin Feiyang looked at little white rabbit in shock and anger. Shut up. Little white rabbit coldly shouted, staring at the blood on Qin Feiyang's wrist. What is it doing? The mermaid princess was suspicious. Who knows? Qin Feiyang pursed his lips. Suddenly, the little white rabbit exclaimed, This is actually purple gold dragon blood. What? The expressions of Qin Feiyang and the mermaid princess changed. How could the little white rabbit recognize the purple gold dragon blood? One had to know. After taking Qin Beishan's elixir, the purple gold dragon blood had changed greatly. He had wandered the ancient realm for many years, but no one had recognized him. But now, this little white rabbit actually saw through it in an instant. What was going on? So that's how it is. This emperor understands. Little white rabbit nodded in realization, then threw the badge to Qin Feiyang, grabbed the wine jar, and continued to drink. Qin Feiyang caught the badge and asked suspiciously, What do you understand? I understand why they are targeting you. Little white rabbit said. Why? Qin Feiyang hurriedly asked. If you give this emperor another 500 jars of wine, this emperor will tell you. Little white rabbit joked. 500 jars? Qin Feiyang's face darkened, and he shook his head, No. Then there's no other way. Little white rabbit shook his head. Qin Feiyang was quite anxious in his heart and said, Senior, look at this junior couple. We just came to the sky cloud realm and are unfamiliar with the place, and we are being chased by these experts. You should kindly tell us, so that we can be mentally prepared. Little white rabbit pondered for a moment, and shook his head. Kid, don't say that you don't have wine. Even if you do, this emperor can't tell you. Why? Qin Feiyang frowned. If I tell you, it won't be fun. Don't ask any more, there are some things that you will slowly know. Little white rabbit said. Qin Feiyang helplessly said, Then you can at least tell me the origin of this badge. You can also investigate this by yourself. But there is one thing that this emperor can tell you. This thing is a hot potato. I advise you to throw it away long ago. Little white rabbit said. Hot potato, Qin Feiyang muttered. Little White Rabbit looked at the two and said indifferently, "As for the problem that you are worried about, you don't have to worry about it now." "What do you mean?" Qin Feiyang and Little White Rabbit were suspicious. Little White Rabbit said playfully, "They can't go to the lower realm now." The two looked at each other and wondered, why? Why are you asking so many questions? If this emperor says that they can't go, then they can't go. You will know in the future. Little White Rabbit waved his paw and said impatiently. "All right." Qin Feiyang nodded. Although he didn't know why, he could finally breathe a sigh of relief. As long as they couldn't enter the lower realm. Boom! At this time, the two auras appeared again. Little White Rabbit waved its paw, and a picture appeared in the void. It was the blood-red clothed old man and the horsetail whisk. The blood-red clothed old man stood in front of the space crack and looked around. He frowned slightly and said, "They must have entered the sky cloud realm. Go back immediately and send people to search this sea area. Since they have entered the sky cloud realm, then the little rabbit that is guarding here should know where they went, right? Do you want to go and ask it?" The horsetail whisk let out an old voice. "Go and find it? This old man doesn't want to stick my warm face to its cold butt." The blood-red clothed old man snorted coldly and disappeared with the horsetail whisk in an instant. At least he has a little self-awareness. Hearing the conversation between the blood-red clothed old man and the horsetail whisk, Little White Rabbit smiled coldly. "Senior, looking at them, they seem to be afraid of you?" Qin Feiyang asked curiously. "Of course. This emperor's strength is not bragging. With just a few punches and kicks, I can send them to the Western Paradise." Little White Rabbit smiled proudly. Qin Feiyang and the Mermaid Princess looked at each other. "Is it true?" Little White Rabbit said, "Don't talk nonsense. Quickly give this emperor the wine." Qin Feiyang shook his head. With a thought, 100 jars of immortal wine appeared. "Not bad, not bad." Little White Rabbit released its divine sense. After checking one by one, it nodded in satisfaction and said, "Seeing this wine and you calling me senior, this emperor will give you a way out." "Thank you, senior. The two of us are all ears." Qin Feiyang quickly cupped his hands and thanked it. The blood-red clothed old man clearly wanted to seal this sea area. Without Little White Rabbit's help, it would be really difficult to escape. Keep going east. As this emperor expected, there should be someone helping you. Little White Rabbit smiled mysteriously. "Keep going east," Qin Feiyang muttered. "All right, we'll meet again if fate wills it." With a wave of its hand, Little White Rabbit sent Qin Feiyang and Little White Rabbit out. Mermaid Princess scanned the surrounding sea and asked, "Feiyang, do we really have to keep going east?" Qin Feiyang pondered for a moment, and thought to himself, "I think, it shouldn't need to harm us, let's just listen to it." "All right." Mermaid Princess nodded. Qin Feiyang lowered his head to look at the badge in his hand, and muttered, "Is it really that hot?" It was impossible to throw it away. This thing must have an extremely important meaning, and it might be useful in the future. Then, Qin Feiyang then kept the badge, took out 2 illusory form Dan, and said, "Just in case, let's change our appearances." "Yes." Mermaid Princess nodded and took the illusory form Dan. The two of them quickly changed, and in the end, they turned into a middle-aged man and a middle-aged woman. Following that, the two of them entered the Black Tortoise realm, changed their clothes, and flew towards the eastern sea area hand in hand. Quite cautious. However, in front of them, it's useless. It seems that the sky cloud realm will also be lively. Little White Rabbit stood in the spatial divine object and watched Qin Feiyang and Little White Rabbit leave. The corner of her mouth lifted slightly, and she pursed her lips into a playful smile. Chapter 2990. The sea stretched as far as the eye could see, and the waves were turbulent. But in the sky, there were white clouds floating, like a fairyland in a painting. Above the sea, Qin Feiyang took the Mermaid Princess, using the walk formula, and moved as fast as lightning. Of course. Along the way, they didn't forget to appreciate the scenery of the sky cloud realm. After all, it was their first time here, and they were full of curiosity about everything here. First of all, the essence chi of the sky cloud realm was quite rich. It could be said that even a place like the ancient realm was not even 1/10 as rich as the sky cloud realm. Secondly, the sea beasts here. Their strength was quite terrifying. The beasts that Qin Feiyang encountered along the way were almost all in the imperishable realm. This really confirmed what the small beast had said before. In the 4th level, there were as many imperishable realm creatures as dogs. Although they were prepared, Qin Feiyang and the mermaid princess were still shocked when they saw it with their own eyes. Half a month later, the two passed by an island. The island was not big, and there was a group of sea beasts on it. The weakest was at the 9th heaven realm, and there were a few sea beasts that had just reached the imperishable realm. Qin Feiyang and the mermaid princess did not disturb them and took a detour. "You two, wait." But suddenly, a voice sounded in the sea below. Qin Feiyang and the mermaid princess were taken aback and quickly looked down, only to see a figure rushing out of the waves and landing in front of them. It was a bearded man, about 1.9 meters tall, with a bare upper body, looking burly and full of a valiant aura. Qin Feiyang and the mermaid princess looked at each other and couldn't help but be vigilant. But at the same time, they were very happy. After walking in the sea for half a month, they finally met a living person. Because it was urgent that they quickly figure out the specific situation of the sky cloud realm. The bearded man looked at the two, and a trace of joy gradually crept into his eyes. He bowed and said, "I'm Luo Tianshan, and I came to talk to you rashly. I hope you two can forgive me." "It's okay." Qin Feiyang waved his hand. "May I ask your names?" the bearded man asked. The mermaid princess was about to speak. Qin Feiyang grabbed the mermaid princess and looked at the bearded man. He smiled and said, "He's just a nobody. He's not worth mentioning." The bearded man was taken aback. He quickly apologized, "I was rude." "I'm fine. What's the matter, Brother Luo?" Qin Feiyang was curious. Luo Tianshan hesitated for a moment before he nodded and said, "There is indeed something that I would like the two of you to help me with. It's fate that brought us together. Brother Luo, feel free to speak your mind. So long as it's within my ability, I will definitely not refuse." Qin Feiyang smiled. "Brother, you're really a straightforward person." Luo Tianshan laughed. But then, he quickly stopped talking and turned his head to look at the island not far away. He said in a low voice, "Gentlemen, this is not the place to talk. Please follow me." After saying that, he flew to the left. Qin Feiyang and Luo Tianshan looked at each other and couldn't help but look at the island. That was the island that they took a detour to. And just now, Luo Tianshan's laughter clearly indicated that he was afraid of something. And the thing that he was afraid of was on the island. But on this island, other than the sea beasts, there didn't seem to be anything else. Could it be, what was on the island that made this person envious? "Brother?" Luo Tianshan couldn't help but call out in a low voice when he saw that Qin Feiyang and Luo Tianshan didn't follow. "Yes." Qin Feiyang quickly responded and said to the mermaid princess, "We're new here. Be careful, especially my name. Don't let it slip. You suspect that they're old Hai's men?" The mermaid princess secretly said. "Whether they are or not, it's always good to be cautious." Qin Feiyang said. Even if they weren't, they couldn't expose it. Because this sea area had been blocked by old Hai's forces. If he said his name and Luo Tianshan leaked it, it would bring trouble. "Okay." The mermaid princess responded. Immediately, the two flew toward Luo Tianshan. Luo Tianshan didn't ask anything else and flew straight ahead with the two. "Brother Luo, where are we going?" The mermaid princess was suspicious. Luo Tianshan pointed ahead and said with a smile, there's an island ahead. Let's go there and talk. So far? The mermaid princess was stunned. Madam, you don't know about this. I think Brother Luo must have companions, and they are now on the island that Brother Luo mentioned. Qin Feiyang said with a smile. Luo Tianshan was slightly stunned and looked at Qin Feiyang in surprise. Brother, how do you know? The mermaid princess also looked at Qin Feiyang in surprise. Of course, she knew about Qin Feiyang. She had never seen Luo Tianshan before, so how did she know that he had companions? It's very simple. If it's just a chat, there's no need to go so far. Because we can communicate through voice transmission. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. Luo Tianshan was stunned for a while before he came back to his senses. He gave a thumbs up and said with admiration, Brother, you're a smart guy. You flatter me. Qin Feiyang waved his hand. Luo Tianshan shook his head. He was too modest. Then he looked at the mermaid princess and said with a smile, Your husband is right. I do have a few companions on that island. Now I'll take you to see them. After that, he turned around and continued to lead the way. But when he turned around, he couldn't help but frown slightly. Would such a smart person ruin his plan? At the back. The mermaid princess looked at Luo Tianshan and said through voice transmission, Feiyang, to be honest, your brain is really admirable. You can even think of this. It's not as exaggerated as you say. This is my experience. It's just that you rarely venture outside, so there are some things that you haven't thought of. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. The mermaid princess said, Then I'll always follow you and explore the heavenly cloud mountain. Aren't you always following me now? Qin Feiyang looked at the mermaid princess suspiciously. What I mean is, I don't want to stay in the black tortoise world. I want to stay by your side. The mermaid princess said. Is there a difference? Qin Feiyang was stunned and said, If you stay in the black tortoise world, you'll still be by my side. Of course there's a difference. We're separated by the black tortoise world. The mermaid princess pouted. Ah. Qin Feiyang was stunned. Separated by the black tortoise world? Hearing this, why did he feel like laughing? Although they were separated by the black tortoise world, entering the black tortoise world was just a matter of thought. There was no distance at all. I don't care. I'll keep an eye on you from outside, lest you take advantage of my carelessness and run off to flirt with other girls. The mermaid princess hugged Qin Feiyang's arm. Flirt with other girls? Hearing this, Qin Feiyang couldn't help but smile bitterly. My dear wife, don't you know me? Am I that kind of person? That's not necessarily true. The heavenly cloud world is full of outstanding people. There must be a lot of beautiful girls. When the time comes, you might fall in love with someone at first sight. The mermaid princess said. Okay. It's up to you. I also want you to stay by my side. Qin Feiyang reached out and hugged the mermaid princess's waist. The mermaid princess blushed and said angrily, What are you doing? There's someone here. What's there to be afraid of? I'm hugging my own wife, why should I be afraid of others talking? Qin Feiyang pursed his lips and then asked in a low voice, My dear wife, we don't seem to have consummated our marriage yet, right? The mermaid princess's delicate body stiffened, and her cheeks turned even redder. It's all because of those two bastards, they ruined our good thing. Qin Feiyang angrily said. He chuckled and said, My dear wife, when do you think we should make up for this? The mermaid princess's cheeks couldn't help but heat up. She rolled her eyes at Qin Feiyang and said, What time is it now, and you're still thinking about these things? My dear wife, I don't agree with this. We've gone through the wedding ceremony, we're a real husband and wife. Isn't it normal for a husband and wife to think about this? Let's talk about it later. If we count according to the time in the black tortoise world, I'm already an antique that has been around for hundreds of thousands of years. But even now, I'm still a virgin, it's embarrassing to talk about it. Qin Feiyang's face was full of grievance. This shows that you're a good man, What's there to be embarrassed about? The mermaid princess was speechless. Qin Feiyang smiled and said, shouldn't a good man be rewarded? Then tell me, what reward do you want? The mermaid princess asked helplessly. Come here. Qin Feiyang pointed at his face. You, the mermaid princess blushed and glanced at Luo Tianshan in front of her, then quickly kissed Qin Feiyang's face. Thank you, my dear wife. Qin Feiyang immediately hugged the mermaid princess. Luo Tianshan heard the sound and turned to look at the two hugging together. He chuckled and said, you two are really a married couple. He thought that the two were already an old married couple. After all, Qin Feiyang and the mermaid princess were now middle-aged. But he didn't know that the two had just gotten married and were still in the state of being newlyweds. Naturally, the feeling was different from that of an old married couple. Of course. Qin Feiyang laughed and put down the mermaid princess. The mermaid princess stared at Qin Feiyang, then looked at Luo Tianshan and said apologetically, Brother Luo, I'm sorry. It's okay, it's okay. We're all experienced people. I understand. Luo Tianshan waved his hand and then said, but I really envy you. Envy us? Qin Feiyang and the mermaid princess were stunned. Yes. It's said that when people reach middle age, the relationship between husband and wife will become family. This sentence is indeed true. Because many of my friends are like this. When you first fell in love and got married, it was quite fresh. But as time passed, it slowly became dull. But the two of you have been in the state of being in love for the first time. It's really rare. Luo Tianshan smiled and turned to continue leading the way. Qin Feiyang pulled the mermaid princess and followed behind him unhurriedly. Feiyang, suddenly. The mermaid princess transmitted her voice. What's wrong? Qin Feiyang looked at her in confusion. The mermaid princess murmured, these words he said, what are you thinking about? No matter how much time has passed, no matter how the future changes, my feelings for you will never change. Qin Feiyang said. Really? The mermaid princess raised her head and looked at Qin Feiyang, blinking her bright eyes. Yes. Look at my father and mother. They can be considered as an old married couple. But now, aren't they still stuck together like glue? Qin Feiyang said. It seems to be true. The mermaid princess nodded. Although she didn't spend much time with the emperor couple, she usually looked at each other with eyes full of love.